Let me see. Yeah, it looks like it is. Ooh, turn my monitor around a little bit. There we go. You can see we've got, I think, Ethernet ports here. Very exciting. Let me see here. Let me make sure you guys can see this. You left us on the cliffhanger yesterday. I really did. That's my bad. I absolutely did do that. Okay. What is this? Is SETI just supposed to... Lou Woody arrested again? Okay. I feel like we gotta watch.
Well,
we gotta watch SETI real quick, because I don't know what this is about, and I need to know immediately. But this is only like 10 minutes long.
if you ain't heard, if you ain't know, this right here got Lil Woody arrested.
Oh, yeah, okay. I don't want to rewatch too much of his stuff, but I think I know what he's just going to talk about. So this is the Sequoia Turner case that we were watching yesterday, so I'm just going to get right into it. I really want to get caught up to today as much as possible. So, yeah, let's get going. Hopefully some more people trickle in. Probably after the Karen Reed thing. There he is. My favorite. The one, the only. Is anything being said yet?
Cases that unit.
There we go.
So currently within the homicide unit, I'm part of the a small group of cold case complex.
I'm already mad. Because I'm thinking about Wolfenbarger now.
Within that cold case complex, we work cold cases, of course, and more complex cases that come up in the
They're really putting a lot of work as a stretch.
city, and I also train the new detective.
I know he will.
And how many homicides have you covered over the course of your career?
Since I've been in homicide, close to 500.
And how do you become, what is a lead detective?
So a lead detective is what we call a primary detective. That detective takes charges of the case and works the case from the beginning to the end.
And what does that entail, being the primary detective?
Oh, there we go.
What does that mean?
So that starts with the preliminary investigation from the crime scene. Over the course of the investigation, talking to witnesses, collecting evidence,
No.
and of course, if you're able to come up with probable cause to bring it forward to the judge.
And how many homicide detectives?
Will you just lean into the microphone? They're having trouble hearing you.
Yes, ma'am.
You need her to re-ask the last question? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. What was it?
How many homicide detectives are there within you?
It's close to anywhere between 18 and 20, and that number usually fluctuates between 2 or 3.
And how is it decided who will be the primary detective out of those 18 to 20 detectives?
So we have what we call a homicide rotation.
And how does that work?
So let's just say 1 through 18. If you're number 1, then you're up on call until a homicide comes up in the city. Once that homicide comes up in the city, if it's not too complex in nature, it'll go to that first detective, and then that detective will rotate to the bottom, and it just rotates that way.
And is there a particular zone that you cover as a homicide detective, or it's all of city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
It's the entire city of Atlanta.
And were you holding the same position on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you up on the rotation?
Yes, I was. I was actually off that day, and I got the call.
And what was the call that you received?
I got a call that there was an 8-year-old shot in an area of the Wendy's, 125 University.
And what did you do upon receiving that call?
At that moment, I collect all the information I can, all the preliminary information. This particular address was in what we was calling the autonomous zone because of the protest. I was also advised to that location was not safe.
Didn't that fucking cop from like 2 days ago say that the cops wouldn't call it an autonomous zone? That wasn't their name. That was the name that somebody else gave it. And then he just said what we were calling the autonomous zone.
To go, so I had to go to a different
It
location.
doesn't matter.
What
I'm
we call
still annoyed
staging.
about it.
And what was that location that you had to go to?
That was University of Metropolitan.
How far away from University and Pryor was that location?
I'd say about a half a mile, maybe less.
Is Grady University
At
Metropolitan?
the time when you were responding, first of all, what was the time that you received that call?
I believe it was 10:20 p.m.
Did you know the name of your victim at that time?
Not at that exact time, but I knew it was an 8-year-old child.
And you said you were at
How old was she? This is ridiculous. They're just trying to say 8-year-old as many times as they can because they know they don't have any evidence.
So we had the stage in that area where we had to request what we call our TFOs. That's our tactical field officers to come in that area and secure the actual crime scene. So I stayed there till about 12:30, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. So it took maybe 2 hours for it to get safe.
2 hours from the time that you got the call, you had to wait until a tactical team kind of finished doing what they needed to do to secure the area before you could go to the University of Fire.
Correct.
Do you know what's going on over there at that crime scene during those 2 hours?
Yeah, so like I said, that area is called an autonomous zone. Back in May, we had the George Floyd riots, which affected the city of Atlanta. After that, we had a couple of incidents involving law enforcement and the civilians. And this particular one was Rayshard Brooks at the Wendy's.
Law enforcement is civilians.
And of course, riots followed that with the Wendy's burning down.
And in that particular area, had there been any shootings prior to this July 4th date
Really?
after the death of Rayshard Brooks?
Yes, there were multiple shootings in this area before my homicide occurred.
So was there a concern for you guys' safety?
Absolutely.
And you said there was a lot of riots in the area. Kind of describe
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, there were multiple shootings in this area before my homicide occurred.
So was there a concern for you guys' safety?
Absolutely.
And you said there was a lot of riots in the area. Kind of describe what a riot is to you.
So it's basically civil unrest, and that can be at the heels of anything that happens with the government.
Yeah, I can't do any more Karen Reed. I'm Karen Reed it out.
Where you have a group that either starts to destroy property. In this particular incident, Rayshard Brooks was involved in also-involved shooting where he was killed. In return, as a result of that, they burned down the Wendy's and then pretty much occupied the area.
Were police, to your knowledge,
Occupied,
police
you just
going
let
into
them
that
do
area
it.
of University of Prior after the death of Rayshard Brooks?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did you ever have to go there prior to July 4th, between June 2nd, 2020 and July 4th, 2020?
No, the only time I would have to go over there, of course, if there's a homicide. And when I had my homicide, that's why I had to go.
And you said this was around 12:30 a.m.
Correct.
We now moved over to July 5th at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get over to University of Prior, what do you think?
So there were cones and barricades. There were police officers, of course, standing by, restricting all traffic, pedestrian and vehicle. There was a group of tents where the more hardcore protesters were also still occupying in the parking lot of the Wendy's. And so there were several individuals, even at that point, were still trying to sweep and clean up the area. We had to give orders to stop at that point.
Why did you give orders to stop?
They were compromising the crime scene.
What does that mean?
So they started moving things. It appears that they were trying to sweep everything away from the Wendy's area, everything away towards outside of the street. And by the time we got there, they were still trying to sweep like shell casings and things of that nature.
So
They were trying to sweep up shell casings for over an hour because you got called at 10:30 and the shooting was at 9:30. You think that they couldn't have hidden the shell casings in an hour?
do you know the evidence, was there evidence?
He's full of shit.
Yes.
Do you know if that's where the evidence landed or was at the time, right after the shooting occurred?
No, after the shooting occurred, the evidence in particular was definitely moved from the location where it was the original shooting happened.
And you,
That's very convenient for your
indicated
story.
there were barricades that you saw when you arrived home. What was the locations of those barricades?
So you had a portion of the barricades, let's just say the west side barricade, that blocked off one portion of the street. You go down about 60 to 80 yards, and let's call that the east side of the barricades. There was another set of barricades that blocked that street off.
Do you know where those barricades came from?
Yes, I believe they came from when the Wendy's was burnt down. Those barricades were put up around the Wendy's to keep pedestrians and people from entering that area. I believe they utilized those cones that was left over from that.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Is it speculation?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Yes.
That's the barricades
Yes, it
were definitely
is.
left out there by the city to block off their
Yeah, but you don't know if it's the same one.
Wendy's.
Okay, overruled.
And when you said they were left out there, kind of where? Let me show you what's already been marked.
Such a clown.
It's 38.
I'm going to try to interrupt less today because we're trying to catch up, but no promises.
And 38, do you recognize that exact area you've been talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Originally, when the barricades were put out, when the Wendy's barricades burned down, where were those barricades at?
So the barricades were in this area here. Do I need to get up and point here? Or?
Actually, it's a little. It's about
Oh, okay. So the barricades were placed around this Wendy's parking lot to keep pedestrians and things to get out. Because the Wendy's had been burned down, it wasn't a safe area to go into.
those businesses that's depicted in State's Exhibit 38. What's the distance between them?
Okay, I'll keep it
Does it
on.
look like it does in State's Exhibit?
No, it's actually a lot closer than that. I would say 15 to 20 yards, maybe go close to each other, especially the package store, the BP. The Wendy's, of course, is right next door.
I don't know where I'm standing at. Is that close or further away?
I would say probably from here to the door.
Did anyone else respond to that area around you?
Yes, we have our crime scene tech units respond. Of course, we had to have our tactical units respond and secure the area.
And what happened when your crime scene arrived?
So once crime scene arrives on the scene, me being the lead detective, I walk with the crime scene techs and try to identify as much evidence as I can. Once we identify it, we start to mark it.
Do you do anything else besides marking?
Yeah, usually there's another detective available, and I ask them to do what we call a crime scene sketch.
So marking, crime scene sketch. Anything else that you do?
Photographs, and of course we collect evidence.
And I'm sure you what's marked in State's Exhibit 34. And you could, I think it's a little residential.
An officer did that. It was an officer. It was the guy from the second day, I think.
Is that the State's
McClure, I
Exhibit
think?
34? Is that how the scene appeared when you arrived?
Yes, that is correct.
And where are those barricades and cones that you talked about previously?
They're on the side where the Wendy's parking lot is.
Were they on the side when y'all arrived?
By the time we got there, they was already pushed back to that side so we can clear the street and make way for the crime scene.
And then State's Exhibit 38. Hey, I'm sorry. What vantage point are we looking at on State's Exhibit number 34?
So that's facing east on University. So if you do an overall look, you have 75 to the back, and you're going forward on University.
And then State's Exhibit number 38.
And that'll be facing west on University, going towards Interstate 75.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 42.
What are we doing? What is this?
Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, you see the placards that are on the street. Those placards are marking evidence.
How many placards are on there? And if you can touch the screen again and circle everywhere you see the placard.
I think the fire's a different time. I could be wrong though.
On this picture, that's what I can see so far.
And you see a placard that's never, sorry.
Yes, the placard closest on the screen is placard 11.
Can you see the numbers on any of the other placards?
Well, the picture is kind of blurry, so I can't see the numbers, but I definitely see the placards.
Yeah, see, the numbers are actually the important part of the placards. It's kind of the whole point.
And mark the State's Exhibit 57 and 57A. Okay.
Yes.
Do you recognize State's 57 and 57A?
Yes, these are the vantage points we just looked at. Exhibit 57 is the eastbound lane, and Exhibit 57A is going west, and that's going towards the interstate.
So when you say the westbound lane, what side of the road would the Wendy's be on?
So if we're facing 75, it'll be on the right side,
And what side would come in the other way? Which side would it be on?
the left side.
And do those States 57 and 57A, do they accurately and fairly depict that area that we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Is there any difference between what's in States 57 and 57A and what we saw in States 34 and 38?
No.
Is it a different time of day when those were taken?
Yeah, this is during the daytime, and the other picture was at nighttime.
Did you, as part of your investigation, did you go back out to the scene in the daytime?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose? Why did you go back out during the day?
So of course,
I'm sorry, you're not asking States 57 and 57A. You didn't say
Any objection to those two?
No, I gotta see you.
Okay.
I thought I gave over to the defense before I started.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted. You can publish.
Thank you.
I want his camera footage. You know they didn't.
Yes. And 57A, is this the westbound or eastbound visual that we have?
that's going to be facing eastbound.
And then 57A?
It's going to be facing westbound.
And you indicate that you put placards out in that area at that time. What was those placards?
It just notate the evidence that was found at the time it was found and documented.
And what evidence was found in this area?
We have ballistics, spent shell casings.
spent shell casings, anything else?
We had spent shell casings and a couple of live casings.
Do you recall how many spent shell casings that were recovered?
Yes, there were 7 5.56 spent shell casings and 1 223.
And you said live rounds. What type of live, how many live rounds were there?
I believe it was
38.
3.
And do you recall the caliber of those live rounds?
They were the same caliber.
What, and did you learn where the shooting had occurred? In the
Wait,
course of the
what?
investigation?
He said it
Yes,
was.
in the course of my investigation, I was.
The first witness said it was 38 caliber. It was 38 caliber. It was the third gun.
I believe it was 3.
And do you recall the caliber of those live rounds?
They were the same caliber.
What, and did you learn where the shooting had occurred?
That's
in the course
not
of the
what
investigation?
it was.
Yes,
Said.
in the course of my investigation, I was able to determine where the shooting occurred.
And is that depicted in State's Exhibit 57A?
Yes.
If you could please circle that area where that occurred.
Actually, got to go back to the other side. Yeah, so it's going to be. The shooting occurred in this area here, and it looked probably a little bit further back, but it occurred in this lane there.
And where were those casings that you indicated were located at the time you came in?
On this side of the street.
The second circle is where the cases were?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
These are great circles.
And I think there were a couple of were there other markers in
I'm glad they're prepared well for this.
that indicated where some evidence was located.
Yes, you had some evidence across the street, also in this area, and of course over here in this area.
Was there anything in that yellow line at all that was recovered?
Yes, I believe marker 11 was over here in the yellow line. And this, my direction's a little backwards. This is a little closer up, but this is the viewpoint. If you're sitting in this lane, this is what you're looking at.
Oh, yeah, did you?
Yes.
If can you kind of describe what the street over there, university that we're looking at right now? When I say that, is it a flat area, is it a hilly area, is it incline, a decline?
No, so in this particular area, there's a decline. Pretty much it's a slight hill going down.
And could that affect?
Did this motherfucker just define the word decline? I'm glad we took the time to explain how.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with how shell casings would eject?
Yes.
If I-
Yes.
And can you tell us how that occurred?
So the shell casing ejects from the right side of the gun, and it's a radius of usually about 13 feet. And of course, other things play into where the shell casing lands, like obviously that it hit. Of course, inclines the street and everything, so it's not going to land in the exact space, but that's usually the radius that it will eject.
Because if the street is on a decline, will gravity affect where the shell casing will go?
Absolutely.
What's going to happen?
If there's not a decline, gravity will affect where it lands. I swear to God.
So in this particular area, if a shell casing is ejected, naturally it's going to roll down the hill because of the gravity and the incline.
And to your knowledge,
That's
those 2
the
hours
same-
before you got there, you said people
that's the same
moving
thing.
stuff. Is that going to affect where the shell casings originally landed when they were fired?
Yes.
What about, was there any traffic in that area prior to you arriving?
Yes, there was a lot of foot traffic and vehicle traffic.
Is that going to affect where those shell casings
Good thing you showed up quickly, though. It only took you an hour to get there.
would be?
Yes,
So we don't know where you found them, does not mean that that's where the person was standing when they fired the weapon.
correct.
And
That's great evidence. They're convinced. They're definitely convincing me that they don't know what happened.
you said it was 5.56 and 2
I have no idea where the gun
Do you have
was.
experience with weapons
Yes, I have a little experience.
as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with what type of weapon would be able to fire a 5.56 and 2
Yes, an AR-15 rifle. Assault.
Bitch, I swear to God. There are a lot of things that can fire a 5.56. Probably thousands of different kinds of guns can fire a 5.56.
Rifle.
An AR-15 is not an assault rifle.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
He's just straight up lying. The prosecutor knows he's lying.
Your Honor, I would like to object to this firearm or being demonstrated or shown in front.
Like, I haven't seen any evidence that the gun that Julian Conley had was 5.56.
And what is in state 60 in?
This is an AR-15 assault rifle.
And just for the jury sake,
Pick it up.
is it locked?
Yes, it is safe.
And is that the type of weapon that would have been able to fire those 5.56 and 2
Yes.
And is there
Wait, is that not the gun? That's just a gun?
a strap on state exhibit 60 in?
Yes, it is.
Is that the firearm that you recovered as being the murder weapon in this case?
No, it's not.
It's just an example of what that looks like. I was asking exhibit 60.
I don't think gloves matter because I don't even think this is just an irrelevant gun. This is just a gun. Is it not? Is this the gun? No, Aaron. Like I could be wrong, but I think it's just. I'm pretty sure that was just a gun.
Now, While you're out there at the scene that night,
That was just a gun, right? Am I wrong? Did they just bring a random AR into the courtroom for no reason?
in this
It's
case,
just an example.
it's just an example. 60 M.
Yes, it is.
Is that the firearm that you recovered as being the murder weapon in this case?
No, it's not.
It's just an example of what that looks like. I was asking to do with 60 M. Must be your first time.
What? Yeah, I thought you said that. What was any of that?
Now, while you're out there at the scene that night, did you do anything else besides mark the showcase and the list of everything, and photographs of it, and responses, and did you do anything else?
Yes. So while on the crime scene, we always, and of course, in the attempt of some type of canvas, that's where we walk around trying to find witnesses. At that time, an hour of business was closed, but the witnesses that were still left at the crime scene, there was like zero cooperation from them.
How long did you stay on that scene?
I believe I left around 6 o'clock in the morning.
Had you learned about the location of the victim that had been shot at that location?
Yes, she was at Atlanta Medical Center.
Did you go out to Atlanta Medical Center?
Not at that time, no, man. I was on the crime scene.
Were you still on duty on the front while the victim was at Atlanta Medical Center?
Correct.
Do you stop receiving calls when you're on scene?
No, we get calls all the time.
Did you get another call?
Or three is what it is. Yeah.
As far as shootings, yes, that particular night, I think we had 25 people shot. On our crime scene, of course, we had a mass shooting at Edgewood.
I'll be asking about his involvement in that now, as part of this investigation.
So while we were on that scene, we had 16 people shot on Edgewood, and at that time, 2 deceased.
And is that Edgewood and what?
Edgewood and like Auburn in that area. It's like an entertainment district in downtown.
Is that Zone 6?
Zone 6 and Zone 5, it borders each other.
At some point in time, did you become involved in that shooting at Edgewood?
I do.
How did you become involved in that shooting?
I was asked to assist the investigator go over video.
And while you were going over that video, did you find anything in connection to the case that you were the primary detective on University of Christ?
Yes, I saw my suspect from my scene on video in that crime scene.
And what was that individual wearing on Wilkes' neck? Detective Shepard, as part of your job, you go do autopsy observation when you were investigating a homicide case.
Yes.
Why do you do that?
We like to go to the autopsies. We like to understand, of course, what caused the death, what type of injuries, and the path of the injuries and things like that.
At this point, did you know the name of your victim?
Yes.
And what was her name?
8-year-old Sequoia Turner.
Did you attend the autopsy of Sequoia Turner as part of your investigation?
No, I couldn't go to this autopsy.
Why not?
I didn't want to see a child in that state.
Did you learn?
I'll say, okay, that's understandable, but at the same time, you just said that the reason you go is to understand what happened. So, I mean, it's your job to do that. Like, I understand that it's troubling, but that's why you need to do it. That's the whole point.
The results of that autopsy.
I did.
And did you learn what was the cause of that?
Gunshot wound to the back.
And did you learn whether or not any physical or ballistic evidence was retrieved during that autopsy?
Yes, they was able to pull a projectile out of her back.
And what was that caliber of that projectile?
5.56.
Is that similar to the 5.56 shell casings that you found in the scene of the shooting?
Correct.
Was the bullet similar to the shell casing? No, it wasn't, because they're completely different things.
And was that projectile similar to being fired from the AR that the state showed in 60?
Correct.
At any point in time, did you have an opportunity to speak with the parents of Sequoia Turner?
Yes, I interviewed the parents.
Tell me about that.
So I tried to give the parents, there's no time frame you can give a grieving parent, and it's really hard to talk that first initial interview to interview them and get what I need. So, but I still needed to make contact. I got a preliminary statement from her, what she remembered and what she saw that night, her and her companion at that time.
And when you say her companion, who was that?
It's Omar Ivory.
And what did you learn from Ms. Turner and Mr. Ivory about what occurred that night?
So they were at some relatives' house, friends, enjoying the 4th of July festivities. They were going to go to the liquor store.
Yeah,
The only reason why Sequoia was in the vehicle because she wanted to go over to her cousin's house and play. They were en route to the liquor store when they drove up on the barricades.
Were they able to tell you whether or not they made it to the liquor store?
No, they were not able to make it to the liquor store.
And let me show you what it states. And why didn't they go to the liquor store?
The barricade is right up on the liquor store, and they just drove up on the barricade. And when, of course, when they tried to drive around it, that's when the shooting occurred.
Did they make any statements in regards to whether or not the liquor store was open or closed?
I'm not.
Seriously.
Face Exhibit 31.
So the liquor store is boarded up because of the riots that we talked about earlier from the Rayshard Brooks. So of course, when you're driving up on it, it immediately looks like it's closed.
Were they able to give you any descriptions of the individuals that they saw at the barricade as they drove past that liquor store?
Yeah, so she told me she specifically said it was a male dressed in black, like a bounty hunter. He described the male wearing a white shirt. She also gave me a description of a light-skinned male with light dreads or some type of twist. And this is, as she's passing the barricade, this is what she's photographing in her mind as she's going
I
by.
don't think that's what she
As they are
said.
passing the barricade, do you know what is going on the outside of that vehicle?
So on the outside of the vehicle, of course, you have multiple armed individuals with long rifles and pistols guarding the barricade and redirecting traffic as it comes to the barricade.
And what happens with Security Turner, her mom, and Mr. Ivory as they pass that barricade?
So they drive up to the barricade, they drive around it. As they drive around it, my suspect, along with several other individuals, my suspect specifically raises his rifle and walks towards the vehicle. And as they...
The witnesses, maybe approach.
Did who that person was.
So were they able to tell you what that person was doing?
Yes.
And what did that person do?
He shot into the vehicle multiple times for no reason.
And did they tell you what was going on inside that car
So
as those shots started to come into the vehicle?
Yeah, so as soon as the shots started coming in, of course, it's like a sensory overload. They didn't realize what was going on. She heard Sequoia in the back seat jumping around, I guess trying to dodge the debris and the bullets that was coming in. She heard
That's not
Sequoia
what she
scream and say, "Mama."
testified to.
At that point, she's halfway in the back seat trying to jump back there with her. Of course, she looks up in the back seat and she can see two individuals fire 2 more times.
Did you receive anything from Ms. Turner?
He's just restating the testimony. Yeah, exactly. He's restating the testimony from, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting her name, Charmaine Turner. Like, she already testified to this. I don't need him to tell us what she already said. Yeah, no.
Not Ms. Turner, no. I didn't receive anything. Just
That's
her
ridiculous.
the
The
information
dodging bullets
statement that
thing?
she
Come on,
provided.
that's stupid.
She said that Omar, her companion at that time, may have had some information.
Did you ever receive
Cap.
identifying information about the victim's Security Turner?
Yes, she provided me a photo. Always, when I speak with the families, I ask for a photo. And the purpose of that is, of course, when I do my police bulletins.
This guy is way too arrogant for somebody who just got humiliated a month ago.
Recognize that?
Incredible.
Yes, the bulletin I created from the photograph that Jermaine gave to me.
Is that fair and accurate description of that?
Yes.
Has there been any pictures or information with that no longer?
No.
Say that it's 122.
Is he identifying the child that he'd never seen before?
No objection, Your Honor.
I mean, they're not going to object to it, but that's weird.
And what was the purpose of this photo?
When we do bolos, of course, we're going to release it two places with the media. And then that's what I use when I go out and do my canvases to pass out and try to solicit information.
And you indicated that at some point in time, Omar had information for you.
Correct.
And what type
Corey Turner was shot while sitting inside of her parents' vehicle by a group of black males. One of the shooters wore all black, dressed like a bounty hunter. The second wore a white t-shirt. So not the defendant in this case. And this is his version of events. When their vehicle was shot by these individuals. So not Julian Conley. I still don't know what the bounty hunter thing is. I think it might be a Georgia thing. No, Aaron, no red shirts. This is his bolo. Corey Turner was shot while sitting inside of her parents' vehicle by a group of black males. One of the shooters wore all black, dressed like a bounty hunter. The second wore a white t-shirt. Sequoia's parents attempted to drive through the barricades near 12:38 prior when their vehicle was shot by these individuals. Neri, I don't know if you're just getting here, but the defendant was wearing red. He's wearing a red shirt with white lettering on the back, and that's been like a whole thing. So the detective's theory is kind of undercut by this.
Just information, second and third, fourth hand information. He had a poster of a
Now he's trying to downplay it. Second, third, and fourth hand information.
A social media post that was given to him with some individuals dressed in all black already circled, saying these are the suspects. He could not confirm that these are the suspects, but he just wanted to pass that information along to me.
What Charmaine and Omar attempted to help you find
He's so
the person
bullshit.
who shot and killed Corey.
I can't
Yes,
believe
they
this
were.
guy's a detective. Red is actually
that
black
night,
in both our gang colors. That's correct.
Did you go back and listen to or look at anything else in regards to Charmaine and Omar indicating
Ah,
about the facts
sorry, I
of
hit
what
the
they
space
did
bar.
during the time and moments in which Corey had been shot?
So, of course, the information they gave me, of course, when I get information from any witness, I like to corroborate it with other evidence. In this case, it's going to be video evidence that I collected.
Yeah, but you didn't corroborate it. You contradicted it.
You said something about social media coming through and you receiving information in regards to this case. You said
Yeah.
social media, anything else?
When the picture in my bulletin went public with the news, we were flooded with tips and social media posts. And my city cell phone number I put on all my bulletins because I want the information firsthand. And I was constantly getting information from social media and, of course, through our Crime Stoppers.
You go back to City 152. Was there, at some point you said earlier on when you were out there doing canvas, nobody was talking to you, you couldn't get any information. But once the bulletin came out, you started getting tips and information.
Yeah, so the thing about it, even when I went back to my follow-up canvas, there was zero on-record, in-person cooperation. Nobody was cooperating. However, I did get a lot of information through anonymous tips and things of that nature because nobody wanted to go on record at all because during that time frame and with it being so volatile with police, nobody wanted to
It
cooperate.
wasn't volatile with police. You guys just bounced. You abandoned the people. That's what happened. No, it wasn't volatile at all because you just abandoned them and let this happen.
Was there, due to the
Can't
non-cooperation,
stand this
was there a
version.
reward? on people?
Yes, the reward started
Revisionist
climbing.
history.
On this particular bulletin, it said 20,000, but you combine that with private donations and things like that, I believe it got up to 50.
Because sometimes when there's a reward, does that incentivize people to want to come forward and be a witness?
Absolutely.
Do you know Ms. Sharika Williams?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did she at some point contact you and come forward?
So I was out on the canvas the following same day on the 5th. I ran into Ms. Williams who stated that her sons were shot, and they had firsthand information about what happened and what occurred.
Was Ms. Williams able to tell you where she was located out there on July 1st? Did
Is
she
this
tell
a
you where she
different
was on July
shooting?
4th?
They said that they were inside of the perimeter at some like a tent, and they were cooking out.
I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit number 34. Did she describe what that tent looked like?
It's like the tailgating tents where you put up, it's that type of tent.
Yeah, it wasn't even them not being in control. It
Are
was
you
like
able
they
to
just
see
left it.
that tent that Ms. Williams indicated she was cooking out and barbecuing out there on July 4th?
Yes.
If you could just circle it on State's Exhibit 34. And I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 57B and show you that tent. You recognize State's Exhibit number 57B.
Yes.
And what is the picture of State's Exhibit 57B?
These are going to be her sons, who she stated was shot and witnessed the incident.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of them in that area on that night?
Yes.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit. Has there been any deletions, additions, manipulation to State's Exhibit 57B?
No.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 57B. No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, definitely heard. When he saw the bolo, he said, "Oh yeah, that's me."
Are those the Williams boys?
Yes.
Did you speak to, let me tell you, the conversation with Ms. Williams, did you talk to her sons as well?
Yes, of course, if she's bringing me that kind of information that piqued my interest, I want to speak to her sons immediately. She advised me one of them was a juvenile, so I needed, of course, her consent. So I set up a time that I can meet with all three of them and talk.
And did that conversation interview lead to anything significant in your investigation of the murder of Sequoia Turner?
No, their statements were greatly exaggerated. In fact, I was able to determine they were not shot, and really not even injured, and their description of the
serious?
events did not occur.
And how were you able to determine that?
Why did we just listen to any of that?
From reviewing the security video.
Does the name Quentin Davis sound familiar?
Yes.
And did you speak to Quentin Davis in regards to this case?
Yes, this particular individual posted a post on Facebook that he witnessed or he had information that he may have recorded the incident. Of course, that piqued my interest. And I'm not surprised that I'm getting these type of tips because when the case is high priority and a lot of people are interested in it and the reward is so high, we get information from everywhere.
I don't believe that witness responds to a question.
I asked if you spoke to Mr. Quentin Davis and he was explaining how he gets information to people to then talk to.
Okay, I think it's clear.
So did,
Yeah, they couldn't hear it.
And did you speak with Mr. Davis?
I did, and I was able to determine that his post that he posted was incorrect. He did not witness or see anything.
Did you learn what type of vehicle Charmaine and Omar and Miss Corey were traveling in as they went down University and those shots rang out into the car?
Yes, they had a 2016 Jeep Cherokee.
Did you learn where everybody was seated in the car as it passed by that barricade?
Yes.
Where were they seated?
So yeah, Omar was driving, Charmaine was in the front passenger seat, and Sakori was in the back seat.
In what direction did they?
I'm gonna show you guys a little example of them. It nearly reminded me of this: the kid sagging his jeans. They do this all the time, where they try to like play into these weird like racial tensions for the jury. Let me show you one example here. Where'd you go? This is the YSL indictment. This is a spoken conversation. This was spoken. This wasn't even written. And the DA just in the indictment changed it to FUK instead of FUCK and DEM instead of THEM. When you're transcribing speech, you don't like write the you don't write in the accent. So they're specifically trying to make them sound like street or, you know, whatever word you want to use. It's completely dishonest. It's objectively, I mean, it's disgusting. They do this kind of thing all the time. So if they want to get the pictures in just to show the kids with their pants sagging, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, they definitely do.
So they were driving towards east, and it was eastbound away from 75.
Have you had your reply yet? No. I'm expecting it today. If they don't want to reply, it's fine with me, though.
The barricades they talked about at the time of the attack. Did you ever learn where those
Let me
barricades
actually check
were
real
located
quick.
at the time of the shooting?
Yes.
And I'm gonna refer
See if
you
it's
back
been
to
filed
Safety
but not
Exhibit
served.
57. Barricades that you've been speaking about were located on that scene.
Yes, this is going to be the east barricade, which would be roughly here in this area.
And where was the west barricade?
You have to flip to the other picture.
And that's 57.
Such briefs filed. I haven't got a copy yet, though.
I got it.
Filing.
So the east barricade would be roughly
Okay, no, they haven't filed yet.
in this area.
And are those the barricades that Charmaine and Omar encountered as they came up?
Yes.
Where the armed men was there?
Yes.
Were those legal barricades that they blocking off the road?
So legal in the fact that they were actually made to barricade and block off things, yes, but the barricade and the blocking off the street itself was illegal.
So the people that put those barricades there and those cones in the street had created an illegal point of entry and exit from that area.
Yes, they've created a legal makeshift barricade to block off the streets.
And I was asking you about the Jeep. Did you do anything in regards to the Jeep in which they were driving and supporting the child?
Yeah, so when they arrived at the hospital, as soon as I got that information, I delegated and asked another detective to respond to the hospital. Also have a crime scene tech and to photograph the vehicle as it is.
And make sure you first was the Market States Exhibit 13.
Yeah, nothing filed yet from the state.
Can you tell us what's the States Exhibit 13?
We're looking at the driver door. This driver door has a defect to it. Here.
Were there any more defects in the driver's door?
You have to go further along the vehicle, you'll find more defects.
Can you see that defect here?
Yes.
Would you say it's riddled with defects?
And if you could listen.
Oh.
Did we already look at these pictures?
And
Through,
are there
what's her
any
face?
defects
Davis,
in
I
that
think?
part of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle was that?
This is going to be the rear passenger door. This is where Sakori was sitting.
Is that the passenger door? Or which
Yeah,
side?
I'm sorry,
they
the
haven't
driver
told
door.
midnight, so then another 8 hours.
States Exhibit 17?
So I'll get to see it today in my time, one way or the other, or not. I'm pretty sure we saw these pictures already from
States Exhibit 17.
You have
well, Lexi's thing. I think her
another
name was
defect to
Davis,
the
no?
rear driver's side panel of the vehicle. So these are defects to the back of the vehicle.
Hold on, I'm gonna steal my notes from Lexi. Day 2, I think.
In total, how many defects or how many gunshots did that cause him?
8.
How many shell casings was found on the scene?
8.
How many 5.56?
Yeah, that's fair, Derek.
7.
How many 5.56 projectiles were recovered during the investigation of this case?
And 1 that was recovered from Sequoia Turner's back.
It was Davis, Sharon Davis.
Did you do anything else to process this vehicle?
So once we,
I'm sorry, not you particularly, but did you direct or instruct someone to do something?
yes, once the vehicle is processed, it's taken to what we call our and secured in our homicide cage. And at that point, we secure search warrants to do further processing of the vehicle.
And what did you request to be processed?
GSR, photographs.
And why did you ask?
I'm kind of curious why they didn't just ask for permission. This isn't like I'm not trying to say anything bad about them. I'm just curious why they didn't just ask for permission to search the Jeep.
For the car to have
If they can or whatever.
So in the beginning
answer.
of the investigation, at that point in the investigation, I can't determine who's the primary aggressor. So I have to rule out everything and follow my evidence. So in order to rule that out, I need to make sure that nobody inside of that vehicle fired off any kind of guns. So the GSR test would be able to tell me if a gunshot went off inside that vehicle.
And to your knowledge, what was the results of that GSR?
We already had
Those
testimony.
negative
for this.
results. I mean, no GSR, no.
This should be best evidence. We already had the person who did the test testify to this. I have no idea why he's testifying again. This wasn't he has no first-hand information.
Gunshot residue was found inside the vehicle.
If a gun is, so you talk about it's fired inside the.
There's no first-hand information about this. And the person who does already testified.
Did you do anything else to determine whether or not if there were gunshots outside the car?
Yeah, so even if
It's such a waste of
we
time.
have drive-bys all the time, if a hand is outside the window and they're firing, of course, the residue
No,
is coming
you're
back
not
into the
qualified
vehicle.
to
So
talk
regardless
about
if the gun was outside the vehicle or inside the vehicle,
We
if that
had a
explosion from
scientist.
that shell casing or that bullet that's going off, it's going to leave some type of residue. And there was negative residue.
If somebody's firing
already had
from
an
a car
expert testify
inside
to
the
this.
car, would you expect to find shell casings?
Yes, shell casings, correct.
Would you expect to maybe find projectiles?
Yes,
Would you expect to maybe find live rounds?
yes,
Would you maybe expect to find a gun?
yes.
To your knowledge, in this case, did you find any of those things inside the Jeep?
Nothing of that nature was inside the Jeep.
Were you able to find?
You drive bys
as
all the
the
time.
Gunshots were going inside.
Yeah, the don't stop at red lights thing is very real. I'm not going to snitch on Tiffany, but I think she said she's thought about not stopping at red lights before, and she's not doing anything illegal.
That car. Could you find projectiles in there as a result of it taking on gunfire?
No, was not able to find any projectiles that was from the vehicle being taken on gunfire.
In your experience, is that unusual?
That's not unusual at all.
Why not?
So, of course, when bullets or rounds hit particular objects, they change in direction. The path, the trajectory changes. The bullet itself explodes, and it is no longer a fragment or a projectile. It's basically just fragments instead of a projectile. So it explodes once it hits a hard surface like that.
And if it explodes as it's hitting a hard surface, if it goes into like the seats of the car, would you expect to be able to find that projectile with those fragments?
It'd be basically shrapnel at that point. Once it's going through those hard objects and hitting those soft objects, it'll be shrapnel unless it comes into like some type of tissue or something like that. They usually stay intact, which in this case was Sequoia.
Now, did you do anything? Are you familiar with the term?
Oh, hey,
trajectory
Broken Baker.
Yes.
What are those?
Trajectory rods are what we place
Am
inside
I,
of defects, and it just that
am I correct in
it
inferring
tells you
Karen
the
Reed
trajectory
hearing
of the
is over?
round. Pretty much the flight path.
And upon your review of the vehicle, were you able to make a determination where the
Any
bullet
updates
entered
on that?
car that kills Corey?
Hey, Zach.
Yeah, so we can look at defects itself, and I can tell that we can tell where the defects coming from the
It's the
inside or
first
the
time
outside.
I've ever
All the
been
defects
was it
came from the outside.
rated, hosted,
And I
redirected?
made the determination that there was no need for the trajectory rods because I had visual evidence from the cameras. Also, we can document it properly from the photographs
We're
from the crime
watching
scene text.
the Julian Conley prosecution, the Sequoia Turner case. Hey, Broken Baker.
What is the piece of the case with 96?
That's the back seat of the Jeep, and that is where Sequoia was sitting.
And what is indicated in the marker that says 0? The letter O.
That is a defect.
And would that have been the bullet
Hey, buddy.
that came through that seat and went to Sequoia?
Correct.
And Stacy said 99?
I'm Jim. I'm a lawyer. I
What is
do
the
some
99?
Fulton County stuff from
That's
time
going to
to
also
time.
be the defect to the back seat.
Is that,
You can do whatever you
and that's
want.
P, where it's marked as P?
Correct.
I don't care.
And to your knowledge, where did that bullet come from that struck Sequoia Turner in her back?
In the back of the vehicle.
And so
We
it
are watching
traveled-
some of Fulton County's
literally traveled
finest.
From the back of the vehicle. Let me show you Stacy's video number 70.
Just say whatever you want. I don't mind. But yeah, we're
They would
finishing up,
travel through
last
that
night's-
location and travel through.
or yesterday's testimony from the lead detective what's his face? Shepard, who some of you may recognize from the
See, and it's
Wolfenbarger
supported.
case,
So
if you
we're
watched
talking
that.
A, it's P, and comes out in O, and ends up in support.
Correct.
Yeah.
Let me show you, Stacy. When you talk
It is
to
a
me,
questionable
did she tell
prosecution,
you
to say the
about whether or
least.
not Sequoia was strapped in her seat?
Yeah, she was strapped in. I believe she had a hard time trying to get her out when she was jumping back there trying to get her because she was jumping around, moving, and kind of got her
I
sitting
don't
right there.
bigger. Yeah. I don't know about us, though.
Exhibit number 68. Are you familiar how you latch a seatbelt, unlatch it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what area was Sequoia sitting in the car?
Jeremy and Shepard, that's his name.
She was sitting right here with this void of blood stain. That's where she was sitting at. Her back was right up on where the defect is.
Where is the latch on the fastener for the seatbelt that will come from the driver's passenger side of that back seat to lock her in safe?
There's a latch right here to the right.
Can you zoom in some?
Yeah, this is another Fulton County case. The Broken Baker's
Okay.
favorite county in the entire U.S. On Ketchup's channel. Yeah,
How many
there's-
latches do you see?
oh, or me.
I see
Shepard,
one
we were
latch,
both
and it's
there.
here. It's no color's not working.
Do you see a
I don't mind.
seatbelt?
Do whatever you
I do.
want.
I see it.
The first seatbelt you see?
Yeah.
It is open, maybe I'll check it out.
Frankly,
Yes,
I'd
ma'am.
expect
It
more of
seems
his
like it's
behavior
working
at
now.
this point. I'm a little disappointed.
Nope. Where is that first seatbelt that you indicated? Where would that latch into?
It would latch over here to the buckle part here.
Is that where it normally should latch into? With your knowledge and experience of being in the car?
It should be a latch that goes here and buckles here.
Where I put this mess up. Can you clearly show us that?
Yeah. So there should be this belt should go.
Make an explanation.
Okay. There should be a latch here.
If she's in from the passenger side when it comes to cars,
Mm-hmm.
which side should it be latching on?
She's sitting from the back passenger side. It's gonna come from the left down.
Do you see, you hear the cars before? You can hear it.
Okay.
Hey, Holly.
Do you see that area kind of right beyond the yellow paper?
I do.
Before you get to that latch, it's kind of sticking out.
I do.
What is that? That's in there?
So that's a latch, but it's tucked down into the seat.
Is that normally where that first seatbelt should go?
Normally it is.
Now, we were talking about trajectory rods.
Mhm.
And you indicated, did you request that in this case?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't feel trajectory rides were needed in this case
Why not?
because I have video evidence to show where the shooter was standing, when the shooter was shooting. I have photographic evidence to document it, and I know
Yeah, there were multiple guns on the scene though. So if you're just assuming that it was this one guy because that's what you have video of, and you don't look into other video, then it's just confirmation bias.
that all the defects started from the outside going inside, and also the vehicle's moving. The person that's shooting is standing still. That throws the trajectory off, and also there's movement in the vehicle. So I believe that what I had already and how I was going to document it was enough to document it, to properly document it.
When is it best or, I guess, useful to use trajectory rods?
Trajectory rods are good to put in people that are deceased, fixed objects,
When you say people that are deceased,
That was a
why
weird
is
way
it
to say
people
that.
are deceased?
because of course they're no longer moving. The trajectory is different.
Nutcracker.
It's different from a soft target than a hard target. When that round hits, a
The
fixed
wire, but
object,
it's
let's
all
say this
moving,
desk,
pretty much.
if this fixed object was taken on gunfire, then
I think he said put trajectory rods into people.
that is a
I'm not
really good
mistaken.
ideal time to use trajectory rods.
Which is not how
but a
that
moving
works.
vehicle, it can alter so much. We just didn't need for because I had
Man, this is the most self-serving statement I've ever heard. That's not true. It's not remotely close, but it is self-serving.
already
He's just trying to
evidence
hand wave
document
away his failure
You
to
said
investigate.
The vehicle is moving,
it. Correct.
Sequoia is moving,
Yes.
and the shooter is stationary.
Stationary.
He actually wasn't stationary, even in his theory, though, because he was walking, trailing the vehicle. So that's just false.
When trajectory rods have assisted you in identifying
Okay,
the person
Neri,
that
just
shot
making
you,
sure.
it's
Sometimes I,
No.
sometimes I mishear stuff, but I did think that's what he said. Thanks for confirming.
Tell us what you did next after having this deep process as part of your investigation.
So at that point, of course, we had the Jeep taken to and secured in our cage. And at that time, at a later date and time, a search warrant will be obtained, and we will go and do a further processing. That's what we just thought about by the GSR and the photographs.
And I think earlier, did you receive any other evidence that may have been helpful in your investigation while you were out on that scene, or directly once you received information or evidence from you?
Yeah, so while I was doing my canvas, I was able to identify cameras on each of the businesses in that area, and those cameras had different vantage points, and I was able to have our Homeland Security go and secure those video cameras footage for me.
And where did you receive?
To be clear, if those of you who are new, he's not talking about Department of Homeland Security. He's talking about the Atlanta Police Department's Homeland Security unit.
video surveillance from?
Not like real
The
investigators.
package store, which is right across the street from that, was the BP, and the warehouse, which is in that same area. So 3 different locations, and showing 3 different vantage points.
Sounds about like September, if I remember correctly. You don't want to say that. It's still best points to video surveillance. Did you receive any surveillance from any other place besides the business in the area?
Yes, while viewing these video cameras, I was able to see a MARTA bus that drove directly up to the barricade. And I'm familiar with the MARTA buses from previous cases. I know they have video. So I reached out to MARTA and requested their video from this particular bus.
And did you receive that video footage?
I did.
Now, does that video footage have timestamps on it that you observed?
Yes.
Was it at the time in which the shooting occurred?
Yes.
And did the stamps on the MARTA bus video reflect and were identical to the ones on the BP, All American?
Oh, hey, Kat.
And the warehouse?
No, the time is off. It wasn't the exact time.
Thank you for that, Kat. Sorry, I was just texting about that project. You know, the one.
It was just off.
Is that sometimes common when you're getting surveillance from different areas?
That's normal. Sometimes when you have the years change over with daylight savings, a lot of the systems only change over. A lot of things happen to where the time doesn't catch up. In this particular instance, it's not unusual to have the time off.
Kat, do you ever think about how much time we've spent just listening to investigators talk about timestamps on security cameras? Do you think it's at least like 20 hours?
And about how often?
It's probably at least 20
I want to say
hours, right?
the time reflected about 1800. So that's about 6 o'clock. So it's a couple of 2.5 hour difference, 3 hour difference.
So you're not observing that video, did the theater?
The lighting was dark and it was consistent with the other lighting from the other camera views. That it was dark. It was dark.
Around what time?
About 9:46.
I've shown you what's the market states 107 through 113. Do you recognize states 107?
Hey, what's up, Riley?
113?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize states 107 through 113?
That is the video that I obtained from Marta.
Did you take what they call screenshots from the video?
Yes.
And are those photographs, those screenshots that you took from the video?
Yes.
Has there been any manipulation?
My
confusion,
excuse
or
is-
deletion to those photographs?
No.
I'd ask the states exhibit 107 through 113 be admitted to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm just waiting for the state
What's marked
to.
states exhibit 107? Can you tell us what is the?
I'm just waiting for the state to file their
Yes, it's the MARTA
opposition
bus.
to my sludge appeal.
Where is the MARTA
So
bus located in regards to where the shooting occurred?
I think some time to
If you
kill.
look a little further to the left, you can see the barricade. I'm sorry, the right of the bus. If you're sitting on the bus, it'll be to the right. It is sitting in between, the actual bus is sitting between the package store and the BP gas station.
And there's a red circle on states 107. Who made that circle?
I did.
And states exhibit. Do you know what the MARTA bus, did you talk to the MARTA driver?
No, I talked with the investigators with MARTA Police Department.
When you watched that video, what did it appear the MARTA driver was doing at this particular point?
The MARTA driver was trying to go through the barricade, was initially turned around.
And states exhibit 108. What are we looking at states exhibit 108?
So the red arrow is pointing to my suspect, and this is as the MARTA bus is approaching the barricade, and that's going to be the west barricade.
And you said your suspect. What is the suspect that you had identified with?
He has on blue jeans, a very distinct red shirt with big white letters. He has a satchel around his arm, and he has an AR-15 that's dangling from his.
You don't know this is an AR-15. You have no idea what gun it is.
So as I continue to watch the video from different angles, I was able to track the suspect from the MARTA video going in reverse. So I was able to watch the MARTA video because everybody walked up to the barricade. At that time, I didn't know who was responsible, but I was able to track them because it gave me a landmark. As they approached the barricade, I went in reverse and watched it from different angles, and I was able to see the shooter, and I was able to then focus on the shooter.
And you said,
Okay, a couple things if you haven't seen this before. He is not supposed to say the name Julian Conley. He did call the gun a strap-on yesterday. That is true. That was something special. He's going to do a thing where, so there's this guy named Julian Conley who was clearly at the crime scene. He said he was there. That's not even in dispute. But he's going to do a thing where he jumps back and forth between these clear pictures of Julian Conley in red and like these kind of shapes that he says are people. And he tries to say that they're the same person. And in some cases, I'm not even sure that they are people. They're just shadows.
That's correct. That's a black male with no shirt, and he's carrying a shotgun.
Tree,
Were you
yeah.
ever able to identify that?
No.
Stacey, did you want to know? What is in State's Exhibit 109?
The red circle is again circling my suspect with his unique clothing.
A red shirt with white lettering is the unique clothing, just so we're clear.
I was easily able to track him and stand out because he's the only one wearing what he's wearing.
And State's, then where's that in regards to the crime scene?
Again,
so-
him being there is not in
Are
dispute.
those the barricades and cones that you were talking about that they had set up that illegal barricade?
Yes,
Are you able to see, I'm gonna call that the first set of barricades, are you able to see the second set of barricades in State's Exhibit 109?
I am.
And where are those at?
That's roughly going towards the east when I call it the east barricade. That's the second barricade.
And State's Exhibit 110? And what are we looking at? Actually, go back to 109, I'm sorry. Do you see other individuals within the circle? Do you see anyone else outside of the circle? Are you able to identify anybody outside of the circle?
No, just the male with no shirt on with the shotgun, and of course my suspect.
And then
Wait, what? You don't see any other people in that
Are you able
picture?
to, what are we seeing?
Am I crazy? Isn't that a guy there? Aren't these people? Am I stupid? I mean, I am. Don't answer that. But isn't that a guy?
Male with no shirt on with the shotgun, and of course my suspect.
And then 110? Are you able to, what are we seeing in State's Exhibit 110?
So this is the MARTA bus as it's approaching the autonomous zone. These are just random individuals pointing firearms at the bus as it approaches.
Oh, great. We have random individuals pointing firearms. Fantastic. That's super not prejudicial.
How many individuals
Very
are
relevant.
people in State's 110?
3.
Let's talk about the first one. Are you able to identify what they're wearing?
No.
And can you just put a one touch State's 110?
Ah,
3.
sorry.
Let's talk about the
Hit my
first one.
keyboard
Are you able
again.
to identify what they're wearing?
No.
Playing with my
Can you just
pen.
put a one touch screen against the wheel?
Okay.
Make sure that we're talking about the same person.
Man, there are a lot of people with strap-ons.
That's 1.
Are you able to make out a little bit of what that individual is wearing?
Not really. I see the rifle.
Oh,
Not really.
And the second one?
2.
And are you able to make out anything about number 2?
No.
Is that person armed?
Yes.
And number 3? Are you able to make out anything about that?
it feels like he's just
No.
identifying other people who
Yes.
could possibly
If
have
you
done
had
the
been able to
crime.
make identification of those individuals, were they the tracking that you're talking about your suspects? Did you track them as well?
Yes.
Because at this point, who are you looking for?
I'm looking for the shooter.
State's Exhibit 111. Can you tell us what's the picture in State's 111?
Yes. So that's going to be my suspect that's circled in the red.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing his distinctive standout red shirt. He has a satchel, AR-15 hanging from his waist, and blue jeans. And he also has a
that is
blue
an
rag on
AR-15.
it with twist of dreads coming from the bottom.
Okay, just for those of you who weren't here before, this is the defendant. After this incident happened, the police put out basically this picture, and he went on TV and said, "Oh yeah, that was me. I was definitely there. I didn't do the shooting, but yeah, that's me for sure." So this being like this incriminating thing is it's really not at all. Just so we're clear, are they alleging that the guy we saw in side view aiming a rifle? Yes, that is right, Neri. The guy pointing the rifle at the bus is not a suspect. That's just a guy.
And at that point, are you able to get a clear vision of that person's face?
Yes.
He's acting like this is some big gotcha, but like the only reason he knows this is because the Julian Conley went on TV and was like, "Yeah, that's me."
112. Can you tell us what's the picture in State's
He went on TV with his.
These are close-up
lawyer,
views of my
defense attorney.
suspect. Same distinctive clothing. You get a close-up view of his rifle that he's carrying, the satchel, the red shirt, the blue jeans, the wrap do-rag on his head with the dreads, hairstyle.
And State's Exhibit 113.
Yes.
I am here now. Yeah.
My suspect again, distinctive red shirt, white letters on the back, AR-15 hanging down, a satchel.
You don't know
that's at
that's
the
an
right
AR-15.
circle. The left circle is somebody that's identified in charge. He's wearing a white T-shirt.
Not only are firearms legal in Georgia, and not only is it open carry, they literally don't have a firearm registry, and you can it is actually legal to carry guns like ghost guns with their serial number removed.
Pants, and he has his rifle in his hand also.
Are you able to
Guns
see
are
anyone
the
else
most
in the
legal in
photograph
Georgia.
that you were able to get a clear vision of?
No.
Can you go back to 112? At any time during the point of your investigation, were you able to identify this person that is clearly shown in State's Exhibit 112?
Yes.
Who did you identify that person to be?
Julian Conley.
And do you see that person seated here in court today?
Yes.
And if you could, please identify him for the record.
Sitting in
did
the middle of his council,
Why do you
blue
need to
tie,
stand
blue
up?
jacket on, blue shirt. He has his hair cut this time though.
Did you review any other video footage?
You can carry ghost guns. Maybe not where you are. I shouldn't say that. Watch the defense attorney's face when The detective says he has his haircut this time. So for context, this happened 5 years ago. So, oh, you're in Texas. Okay. Julian Conley got a haircut, like, I don't know, maybe a week or so after what took place here. Yeah, sure. So this is actually just a tragic case. It happened on July 4th, 2020. There was basically some combination of riot and or protest. And it was July 4th, so people are out and about, and somebody drove a mother and her boyfriend and the mother's daughter were driving through an area, and there's supposedly a barricade. And as they drove past the barricade, somebody shot into the vehicle that was driving down the street past the barricade, and they killed the 8-year-old daughter in the back seat of the car. And the defendant was arrested on July 15th of 2020, and he's been in jail ever since. So 5 years, 2 months, and 2 days. But it seems like there's no question that the defendant was physically there. But it seems like they're trying to tie him, to being the shooter specifically. And so that's why they're kind of interchanging evidence between him being there with him being the shooter. Okay, and sorry, to finish that thought, he was July 4th, notoriously peaceful and about in the state. Exactly. So he got a haircut like a week or so after the shooting. But he also went on TV and said, "That was me." So he clearly wasn't trying to hide his identity. There's no effort to hide his identity. And the police have been trying to use him getting a haircut as evidence of consciousness of guilt. But again, he just went on TV a week later and said, "Yeah, that's me in the picture, but I didn't do it." So there's absolutely no effort to conceal his identity from the police or to conceal the fact that he was physically there. So watch the defense attorney's face when the detective says he has a haircut now.
Blue jacket on, blue shirt. He has his hair cut this time.
Did you review any other video footage?
Yes.
Yeah, so, of course, all the...
sorry, I need to watch that one more time.
Did you review any...
blue tie, blue jacket on, blue shirt. He has his hair cut this time.
Did you review any other video footage in that area?
Yeah, so, of course, all the video cameras that we pulled from the East store and also from the MARTA bus.
They're incapable of putting together a coherent prosecution, so they pull all these dirty tricks all the time. It's what they do.
And I want to talk about the All-American package store. Can you tell us, did you review videos in that case?
Yes, I did.
That was really funny yesterday, Aaron.
And in that
I think it was earlier this day, somebody identified the defendant by having a blue shirt and a blue suit and shirt. And it was a really dark suit, and he looked down to see if that was actually the color of his suit. It was kind of funny.
Were you able to get different angles of what was going on in the parking lot of the All-American package store?
Yes.
What time did you
Aaron,
observe
look at that
TV
easel. It's still on the side.
Yes, I observed my suspect and another suspect pointing their rifles at a couple that just drove through the barricade.
Let me ask you, that MARTA bus, do you recall what the time was that you were to capture those videos, the images of the video?
I believe it was 9:30 or something around that time. It was close to the time of the incident, within an hour.
Prepare for trial. Seriously.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, so the time is
They are pretty
21:14,
dirty.
which is 9:14.
Not that I know anything about that.
And that's when the MARTA bus was in the area being turned around.
Yes, correct.
And that's when this defendant is at the MARTA, that's where the driveway is, where you were normally in the car.
Yes.
You get onto the bus.
Yes.
And you indicated that you observed another incident in front of that All-American package store.
Yes, I want to say about 9:39, a couple was assaulted as they tried to go through the barricade.
And were you able to capture the individuals that assaulted that couple?
Yes.
And was one of those individuals, were one of those individuals the same individuals that you observed in that MARTA bus video?
Oh, Tammy? Is it Tammy Heilman? I just did like a quick little spiel. But I'll type the victim's name in chat so you can, if you just type in her name in like case, you'll get a little you'll get plenty of news articles.
Yes, he was my suspect with the red shirt on who identified as Julian Conley.
And what about the other individual that was caught by the martyr?
Yes, I was able to identify him. His name was Julian McKinney.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 114 through 116. And you said it was about, the martyr bus incident occurred around 9:14, and this incident occurred around 9:30 something?
Yes, I believe 9:39.
So how many minutes is that?
I'm way more
14
nice
minus
to me.
39.
Nice to you guys.
So the law enforcement thing is not.
Texting it away real quick. What was that?
How many minutes is that?
14 minus 39.
So the law enforcement thing is not. Would it be fair to say it's less than 30 minutes?
Yes, correct.
If you could look at State's Exhibits 111 and 116, do you recognize those?
I'm not very nice to prosecutors, though,
114 and 116.
114, 116.
usually.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And how are you able to recognize those?
So in the 114, that's going to be circled of the McCords. They were victims of this assault. And in 116, the circle is going to be Julian Conley pointing his rifle.
Is that fair? Is State's Exhibit 114 through 116 a fair and accurate depiction of what was observed by you on that?
I don't think I mentioned this, but there are some specific. He's not supposed to be saying Julian Conley's name in certain circumstances. I can't remember exactly what they are.
Yes.
But,
Any
oh, hey, Matthew.
additions, alterations made to those photographs?
No.
Are those screenshots that you took from the video?
Yes.
That's State's Exhibit 114.
Just so we're clear, they definitely weren't assaults. I'll get into it later, but they're definitely going to lose on those counts.
No objection. Then they get published. And can you tell us what is the picture of State's Exhibit 114?
Yes, this is Mr. McCord and his wife, Miss McCord.
Yeah, that's right, Aaron.
They're exchanging words after they had the weapons pointed at them, and they drove through the barricade. They pulled over into the parking lot.
At the time when you observed this video, did you know the identification of those individuals?
No.
Basically,
And if you
Creed.
would look at the top of the screen, are you able to see
He
the
can't
content
say
on
it's
there?
him in certain circumstances.
It'd be 2139.
Like
yes,
if
I'm sorry,
if it's
01
fuzzy, he
939.
can't say. He's allowed to say why he thinks that. Yeah, that's right. He's allowed to say why he thinks that certain images are suspect, but he can't be like, "Oh yeah, this is him."
How were you able to identify the couple in that photograph?
They called 911 when I was researching the 911 calls for my incident. Of course, after watching the video, I asked our operator to research any other 911 calls, and she found one.
And were you able to make contact with the McCoys?
Yes.
And did you interview them?
Yes.
And what did you learn during the course of your interview with them?
They said Mr. McCord stated he and his wife were, they live in the area, not too far from this location. They were on their way home.
We already heard from both Christopher McCord and what's the wife's name? Samantha McCord. They both already testified to this. He doesn't need to be. This is cumulative.
They drove
At
up to the
best.
roadblock, and they was encountered by a male with no shirt on, with a shotgun, and my suspect with the red shirt.
Were you
Is that what they said?
able to learn where they first encountered those armed men?
Yes, it was just off camera at the, let's
I
say
don't
the
think
second
that's what they
barricade.
said. Am I wrong about that?
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 118.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they never did. I thought they said
Yes.
that it was.
Is it fairly
They,
accurately?
I think everybody said that it was a black shirt and a white shirt. I
So
think
it's going to be
everybody
the
said that.
vantage point from the BP, and the arrow is pointing to that barricade.
And does that fairly accurately depict what you observed from that video today in front of you?
Yes, it
I
does.
can't confirm or deny whether there was a strap on involved at that point in the
No.
video.
State State's Exhibit 118.
No objection, Your Honor.
And can you circle that barricade that you indicated? And in your investigation and conversation with the McCord, were they able to make it past that first barricade?
Yes, they were able to make it past it, and that's when they pulled into the parking lot.
Is there some portion of the interaction that the McCords had with, first of all, what did the McCords tell you happened once they approached that barricade?
So you said he was approached. Standing on the driver's side was who I identified as Julian Conley now. The male with the shotgun was standing, I believe, in front of his vehicle.
Yeah, I don't know.
They told him
that
that
so far.
he needed to turn around. And he expressed to them that he lives in the area. He said that the male in the red shirt, which he later identified as Julian Conley, said that you're being disrespectful. So at that point, he drove off into the parking lot and continued to exchange words with them.
At this time, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 2.
Is that what happened? This is a TV show guy. He's a fake 48, first 48, whatever it's called. He was in the Waffle House case. I thought he was. I thought he was one of the first 48 guys. Yeah, he was the lead investigator in, oh, that was a fast response. In Wolfenbugger. The third lead investigator. I think the first two were retired.
Can you tell us what we are looking at in State's Exhibit 2 that's already been admitted to evidence?
Quite bad.
Yeah, so this is going to be the, I guess you would say the northeast corner of the American Package Store.
David Quinn?
This is looking, if you look straight ahead, you're going to see the BP parking lot. If you look down to further
Let me see. Yeah, this guy's been on the first 48.
to the right, the barricade is just out of view.
And what's that time step on there?
2137.
It's that fish.
And what are we observing at this point?
You're seeing vehicles drive through the area.
Are you able to recognize whose vehicle that is?
Yes, that's Mr. McCord's vehicle.
At some point in time, are they headed towards where those barricades are located?
Yes, they're going to be going westbound, and they should go westbound and turn into the parking lot of the package store.
I'm trying to make this go along real fast.
Oh, it's Rosh Hashanah. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Sorry, that I was talking myself through.
And Your Honor, we are skipping past to make this move along a little bit faster rather than waiting, because I'll ask Detective Shepard, are they down and out of camera view for some period of time?
Yes, they are.
And the state is going to start at 21:39:20 on exhibit number 2, which is a raw footage of all the surveillance cameras that were taken from the surveillance areas.
This tech is not a sharp. That started 21:39.
And you see Mr. McCord's vehicle coming in frame.
And where are they going into?
They're pulling into the package store parking lot.
And if we could skip to, what are they doing?
This is like the third or fourth time we've heard this testimony. Not from him, but from both McCords we heard it from. And I believe...
So what's going on off camera is what you see, what we saw earlier, them getting out of their vehicle, exchanging words, but you can't see it because they're in the parking lot because this angle is looking down.
What, if anything, do you observe in State's Exhibit number 2 at timestamp 21:39:52?
You see a male approaching from the bottom right. He's brandishing a firearm walking up to the vehicle.
Were you ever able to identify who that person was?
No,
Did you ever get a clear view of him like you did of the camera?
no,
Or on Mr. McKee?
no.
I mean, you could potentially exclude it if they asked for it.
What is happening at this time?
So at the top of the screen, you see my suspect, Julian Conley, coming into frame, pointing his
That might not have been okay.
AR-15.
And what's the timestamp?
I don't think he was supposed to do that.
Of All-American Rock Footage video?
21:40:21.
And what is depicted at that timestamp?
You see Julian Conley approaching the McCords while they're in the parking lot with his rifle pointed at them.
Still not assault, by the way. I feel like he fundamentally doesn't understand what assault is. I think that's the situation. Every time, take a shot every time he names Julian when he shouldn't. We'll be dead in 5 minutes. So the thing about assault is that the crux of assault is that you're putting somebody in fear, right? That's a little simplified, but that's the case here. That's what they're saying, that Julian Conley put the McCords into fear by pointing a gun at them. But both of the McCords have already explicitly testified that they didn't see him. And if you don't see the guy pointing the gun at you, it can't be assault because you have to be put in fear. Yeah. That's right, Neri. But they both specifically said they didn't see anybody pointing guns at them. So it can't be assault. Is this a mistrial motion? I think there was one on this day. Using the scope to see what's going on. That could be. Also, most importantly, for those of you who aren't familiar with me or this channel, there's one thing I want you to know, and that is that this banner says Dom-Wiz. See, if you go left to right, this is the left side of the banner, and it says Dom, and then it wraps around the banner, and it says Wiz. The banner says Dom-Wiz. Keep that in mind. It's very important.
Waste again.
Thank you.
And by very important, I mean it doesn't matter at all.
Did Hero go back to get the jury? Did you see Hero go back?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll put the exhibit back on the screen that was up when the objection happened.
Okay, yeah, that was this wasn't a rejection. Oh, hey, Megan. Yeah, of course.
I don't care what
Dom
this
Wiz.
is. Look at it.
I do talk about Dom-Wiz a lot. This works in reverse too, right? The person says they have a gun. Yeah, that's right. But I think both the McCords and the Omar, what's his name? Omar, I said his name. But Omar and the mother, none of them testified that they saw Julian Conley. So Peter says at least 155 different types of firearms use 5.56. Yeah. I really like the part where they just brought in a random gun. And like, this is the kind of gun that could potentially fire 5.56. I think there's some AR variants to Chamberlain 223 too, which was also the other
So if you guys want to let your other witnesses go and tell me,
kind
hey,
of
that's okay.
shell casing found.
With me. You don't have to make them sit here. You did? Okay.
So, I guess I need to tell my witnesses on Tuesday.
So how many will you have left on Monday, do you think? At cross of this witness? Tuesday?
Probably be done Monday afternoon, that's what I think.
That's fine. Tuesday.
Oh, well.
We're ready.
All right, majority.
Yeah, it's not even just AR-15 variants. It's just 5.56 guns fired in 5.56 or chambered in 5.56. It doesn't even have to be an AR variant. It was even more expensive than that. Was everyone shooting? There were at least 2 guns that were fired.
Okay, members, you can be seated. Members of the jury.
I think they only have video of 1, maybe, but we're not even sure that that was a gunshot.
I have a brief instruction to read you. Can you all hear me well? I'm sorry, I can't look at all of you, but I won't.
This is going to be a what are they called? Curative instruction, isn't it? It's going to be silly. Didn't the couple who testified talk about shotguns in their 911 call? And wasn't that a complete different incident that had nothing to do with this case, but happened on the same day? Yeah. So the McCords, that actually is this case. So the ag assault of the McCords is a part of this case. So McCord, what's his first? Christopher McCord is an ex-cop, and he drove up to the barrier where Turner was shot at like 5 minutes before, and he said that there were guys pointing shotguns at him, not a rifle. So it seems like that was just somebody else entirely pointing guns at him.
Be on the microphone if I move past
And like I said, he's an ex-cop, so he would know the difference between a rifle and a shotgun.
this computer. All right, the witness has identified the individual in exhibits 111 and 112 as the defendant Julian Conley. The witness is permitted to identify the defendant by name with respect to those 2 exhibits. During his testimony, Detective Shepard will also be permitted to describe an individual whose face is obscured or not in focus as having an appearance consistent with the individual he identified in exhibits 111 and 112. To the extent that the detective used the defendant's name just before the break in reference to a photograph in which his face was not visible, you are to disregard the improper use of the defendant's name in that instance. You, the jury, and only you, will decide whether identification has been proven through the evidence presented by the state in this trial. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you can start from there.
Oh, we're getting real. This is definitely preserved for appeal. If there's conviction, this is 100% getting appealed. That's going to be one of the grounds. Especially because the The state had explicit instructions to not let him say that, and he said it 30 seconds later.
At timestamp between.
So unacceptable. I can't. I almost said I can't believe it, but I can. Oh, I fast forwarded a bit.
States, at 2 timestamp 24. Do you see any individual in this timestamp screenshot with what?
Yes, I do.
Instruction. Couldn't think of the word. Defendant's been in custody for more than 5 years. That is right.
Look like he's wearing blue jeans. He's pointing a rifle and some sort of vest. Like,
were you ever able to, in regards to this individual, get an obscured, clear photograph or image of this individual with this handgun at any time?
I know on Twitter they were saying that it happened multiple times, so if it happens again, I might have to close my stream.
No, I was not.
If you were ever able to get a clear image of that individual, what would you have done?
He would have been charged.
What would you have charged him with?
Party to the crime, murder.
In regards to who are the victims in this particular incident?
So in this particular incident, they're walking from the barricade towards the McCords.
In regards to this individual, were there any charges in regards to the McCoy?
Yes, he would have been. If I would have been able to identify this individual, he would have been charged with aggravated assault.
This other individual is there another individual in this time stamp of 24 to 25?
That's the only individual I see with a gun.
Get ready. I had a feeling, Lexi.
Okay, I see another individual walking towards the barricade with the gun, and I also see the subject that my suspect dressed in a distinctive red shirt, carrying a satchel, AR-15 hanging down. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
The individual that's depicted in State's Exhibit 21 at 2 at 21:40:36. Can you describe that individual again?
Yes, ma'am. He has a distinctive red shirt on. The back of the red shirt, he has bright white colors, white lettering. He has a black satchel and AR-15 pistol hanging from his
Did you say
satchel,
AR-15
and he's wearing
pistol?
light and color pants.
An AR-15
That
pistol?
individual wearing consistent to the individual that you identified in State's Exhibit.
Can I do a quick tangent?
Correct.
Can I do a quick rant? Actually, no, I shouldn't do this one. I'll do it next week.
Can you tell us what's going on right now?
So at this point, on the other side, that we can't see the McCords are getting ready to drive away. Again, we see the suspect wearing the bright red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, carrying the satchel and the AR-15 hanging from his side, walking back to that driveway.
You still
to
haven't
that parking
identified the
lot.
rifle.
You could just circle what you're talking about.
He keeps saying AR-15.
And do you see other individuals at this time stamp?
Why is it taking so long for this case to reach court? I really don't know, actually. It often takes them a long time. I'm guessing they were hoping he would plead out. It's pretty common in Fulton County. But I haven't done a full deep dive on this case like I do with most cases.
40:39.
Yeah, that could be
There's an
walking too.
individual in front of him also walking.
Were you ever able to get a clear identification of any of these other? First of all, how many other people do you see in this time stamp screen?
In this time stamp screen, I still see the one that was had the handgun. He's walking back away from the parking lot. My suspect.
I disregard the use of the name.
Your Honor, I would ask for Mr. Brown.
Okay, would you say that?
All right, the jury.
Parking lot.
Look at this stupid
Julian
fucking smile on his face.
My suspect gun. He's walking back.
He absolutely did that on purpose. He absolutely did that on purpose. You don't correct yourself no, that was completely that was bad acting.
Away from the parking lot. My suspect.
I disregard the use of the name.
Your Honor, I would ask for Mr. Brown.
Okay, would you say that?
All right, the jury.
This should have been a mistrial. I know it wasn't because contempt, mistrial, something. And it's again, this was a serious case. This is a serious case. This is a tragedy, and he's just not treating it seriously. He's just an unserious person.
Again, I don't know how it was just provided to the jury, and we had
I think that's kind of the thing in Fulton County. They're just deeply unserious people. Not all of them, but many of them. If it's a mistrial, I'd say it's with prejudice, but it would be a while, I'm sure.
your order was just given, the instruction was just provided to the jury, and we had the same behavior again.
He should know
I
better.
don't know how we undo the fact that
Right.
the jury has heard it for a third time now.
And Judge, he immediately said, it's clear that it was unintentional. It is very difficult because he knows who he is identified. He knows that this individual is the person that he believes to be Julian Conley based on the identification for 112. He immediately said, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm
My
gonna.
bad. It shows it's not intentional.
It doesn't matter if he's fucking sorry. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit if he's sorry. He's sorry in like another sense. I'm sorry. I need to start over. I was too
The order
upset.
was just given, the instruction was just provided to the jury, and we had
He should be sorry because he's fucking up a murder case. And he's ruining it for everybody, not just for the defense. He's like, if he really believes that this is the guy, he's doing a terrible job of being a detective.
the same behavior again. I don't know how we undo the fact that the jury has heard it for a third time now.
Yeah, true, Harry. I don't blame the prosecutor
Judge, he
for
immediately
this.
said, I'm sorry.
I mean, I do for in a different way, but not directly.
It's clear that it was unintentional. It is very difficult because he knows who he's identified. He knows that this
No, he thinks he knows who he identified. That's the entire problem.
individual is the person that he believes to be Julian Conley based on the identification for 112. He
That's the
immediately said, I'm
entire.
sorry. My bad.
That's what a trial
Shows it's
is.
not intentional. It's human nature. He's trying to run away. I think that's in the district already. They haven't get. I mean,
He can't do it. He shouldn't have his job.
Your Honor, the fact that the jury is responsible for determining who they think is on the video. The witness has been giving conclusion after conclusion when he's asked questions to influence the jury in believing, taking his opinion based on what's in the video, and giving that instruction, telling the witness not
And again,
to.
I should say, for those of you who weren't here before, there was a question about sort of the way the videos were circled, and there's already an entire separate issue about Julian Conley being identified based on something other than just the video. The way they're trying to enhance the video, not even enhance it, just like circled random things on it. So this is like a second tier, like a second layer of nonsense.
To give his opinion about who is on the video. It's not difficult. He's an officer who has been an officer for 20 years. He knows what he's supposed to not say, and the court has just instructed him on what he should not say. And so, in terms of making a mistake in front of the jury on 3 different occasions,
Tough shit. Exactly.
It can't be anything but intentional at this point.
Okay, his job is to put in explain to the jury about the rest of
Either knew or should have known.
your client. This is a very challenging legal strategy.
And if he didn't know, well, I'm sorry, but
It appears to me completely unintentional.
you're bad at your job.
With the expertise word affirmative.
That's not intentional.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
I'm going to deny a motion for this trial and give him a chance to rest and really absorb.
I can't hear what she's saying.
I just don't like to appeal to that, Your Honor.
You'll be fine.
Yeah. Yes, yes,
And I need to go out and
yes, yes.
I mean, at the very least, he shouldn't be able to. I wouldn't allow him to testify anymore. He's off the stand and he's done. The defense can cross-examine if he wants to. That's what I would say. He can't be trusted to testify. At the very least, he's off the stand. Everything he said was struck. The Judge Whitaker special. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. The Tyrone Dennis sanction. Everything he says is struck. Everything that was brought in through him is struck, and he's off the stand. It can't be called. Like, even if he's not doing it on purpose, it doesn't matter because he's still doing it. He's been told at least twice, I think 3 times, not to do it. And even if he's like completely innocent and he's not doing it on purpose and he's just messing up, well, he can't keep messing up. You know, like. At some point, you got to get it right. So this is going to be a life sentence if he's convicted. You need to be able to control your words for 5 minutes. And more importantly, never forget, Bruce Harvey is a sexy, sexy man. Yeah, I would. The way he said it just seemed like it seemed like a child trying to get away with something. Like, ooh, I didn't mean to say that. but you know I can't prove that. But it certainly seemed intentional. And just his face after he made it, he just seems like an unserious person.
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, will we have that stricken from the record?
But
I do, I'm asking, I'm moving to strike that from the record. Yes, I want the jury to have instructions, but I want to make sure that.
we said I made it clear he's done this. Yeah, it seemed like it was on purpose to me.
That's what I want to know.
It did not seem. It did not seem unintentional. Does that mean it was unintentional? It was intentional. No,
All right, the jury. I'll do that kind of question.
Better? Okay. To the extent that the defendant's name is used specifically in identifying exhibits that are not 111 or 112, you have to disregard the use of his name. And ultimately, you and only you will decide whether the defendant has been identified.
that was half-hearted.
Okay, go right ahead.
I think it's got that timestamp 21:40:39.
I will say that juries pick up on this stuff. I guarantee. I'm sure they're thinking that this guy's a jackass at this point because he's wasting their time too, in addition to everything else. They're not stupid.
In states 112, is that the same person that you just identified as timestamp 20:40:39 in states exhibit 2?
Yes.
And you know that person to be whom? In states exhibit 112.
Julian Conley.
Is the
This
defendant
feels like
wearing
identifying
the
him by
same
name
exact
just with an extra
same
step.
clothing as the person that's depicted in states 2 and 21:40:39?
Yes.
Is that a red shirt,
Red shirt,
white jeans,
white jeans.
black backpack?
Those aren't white
black
jeans.
flag, black shoes,
Correct. With the
AR-15 swinging on the side.
correct.
He's so fucking stupid. Yeah, I agree, Neri.
And we're going to go back to states exhibit number 2, starting at the timestamp of 21:40:39.
I know, Stu. Like, they were faded, sure, but like they were clearly blue jeans.
Were you able to identify any other suspects in states exhibit 2 marked at 21:40:46?
No, just one suspect I was able to identify.
Do you see the person in the white at the top of the screen?
Yes, I do.
And at some point during the course of your investigation, is that person wearing the same outfit that you observed the second suspect at the Marta bus video?
Yes, the subject that's further to the left, my left, is okay. This subject right here, I was able to identify.
And were you able to identify him from the Marta bus image that you
He
had
had good
received?
The Marta bus image and also another camera that he walked past at the liquor store. Walked right in front of the camera.
Was just you, I don't know, actually. I'm not sure about the other defendant. If you wore red and blue, it'd be a hybrid. Exactly.
At some point in time, I think you indicated that you had received images and video surveillance from various different angles and points. At some point in time, did you make a compilation of all of those different vantage points around the same time?
Ooh, my next project, it should be getting filed this week. It actually involves a really stupid hybrid, quasi-hybrid gang situation.
Yes, I put all the video angles and made it like a
That's
puzzle
not
and
why
put them
it's
all
not
together
related.
so you can see the different vantage points at the same time.
And are those vantage points that we talked about, the VP,
Assuming it works
All
out.
American, and Warehouse?
Correct.
Published in the Jury States Exhibit 2. And in making that compilation, did you make any markings or anything to identify the suspects that you were, that were circling of interest in the aggravated assault against the court?
Yes, I was able to circle them with different color circles.
And those individuals that you circled, what was the description of the clothing?
Weird flex, but okay.
Suspect 1 bright red shirt, white letters on the back, a satchel, AR-15 hanging from the side, blue jeans,
know
do-rag,
that it was an AR-15.
and dread-like twists coming from his hair. Suspect number 2, white shirt, blue jeans on, and he was also carrying an AR-15 style pistol or rifle.
AR style pistol again. Come on, bro. Oh wait, actually, I think I have a screenshot of something that's kind of
At
relates
this
to
vantage
that.
point, can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury in State's Exhibit 2, are there 4 different camera views?
Yes, so the bottom right corner is from the BP gas station. The top right corner is from the package store. The top left corner is from that northeast corner
we're
of
both
the package store.
stupid with it.
The bottom left corner is the further, like the west part of the building of the package store.
We saw
And on
this
that bottom right
yesterday,
corner,
same
is there
day.
a circle there?
Yes, that's going to be circled by suspect number 2 in the yellow circle. And which you can see him in both angles.
Not the defendant. This is the other. I think he's a co-defendant on this indictment, but he's not at trial.
Is that in the court's car circle in green?
Yes, it is. And this is when they're driving westbound and pulling into the parking lot of the package store, which you're going to see in the top right-hand corner.
In that bottom camera angle, is that suspect 2 appearing back in the screen?
Yes, he's going to be circled in the yellow circle, which is across the street again at the BP station.
What direction is he headed toward?
He's headed toward the parking lot of the package store.
Mr. McCord is having what appears to be a
He-
conversation
he's,
with someone.
yes, he's having a verbal exchange with the gentleman he just drove through the barricade in.
In what direction is that doing? Was that first video that we saw with those individuals coming by that, where the trash can was in State's Exhibit 2, around the 21, 20, 39 time stamp?
Yeah, so the view that we were previously looking at, that's the backside view. And when you saw them walking towards the parking lot, this is the actual parking lot that they're walking towards. At the bottom right-hand corner, you see suspect number 1 that's wearing the red shirt, bright white letters on the back, satchel, blue jeans, AR-15 on the side. He's circled in the red.
What direction is he heading in?
He is also heading westbound toward the package store.
And is that where we see him towards the outside of the car at the time?
Correct. The barricade is just behind him.
Hold on a second. I need to adjust something real quick.
The top left-hand corner, that's the backside. The yellow circle, that's going to be suspect number 2.
Has suspect number 1 appeared into the
Yeah.
screen?
Suspect number 1 wearing the red shirt, bright letters, white letters on the back, AR-15 hanging, the satchel on the side. He's circling red.
Is the AR hanging right now?
No, he has it raised and pointed
What direction is it hanging?
towards the McCords.
There we go. That's better. Sorry, I had to fix that real quick.
Do you see both individuals going back towards the barricade?
And here, do you see your suspect number 1 circled in red?
Yeah, suspect number 1 wearing the red shirt, white letters, AR-15 hanging on the side, the satchel. He's pointing towards the parking lot, where suspect number 2 is diverting his attention back to the parking lot. Suspect number 2 is in the yellow circle.
What direction is suspect 2 now heading?
Suspect number 2 is going back through the parking lot in the direction the McCords had just retreated in.
And is that the direction that suspect number 1 is towards?
Correct.
There we go. All better. Sorry about the delay there. They are blue jeans, now that it's useful for them to be blue jeans.
And you see suspect number 2 walking back towards the barricade.
White shirt guy with a gun,
And where's
and
suspect 2?
realistically, he was the second guy
Suspect
with
number
the
2
gun.
is heading back
There's the guy with the black shirt and the guy with the white shirt.
to the barricade where they just left.
There are many people who had guns that are not suspects. In this scene, I believe there are 4 people. One of them is the suspect. Okay.
Suspect 2 appear back in the screen at this point?
Yes, suspect number 2 is circled in the yellow, is walking back to the BP parking lot.
Do you recall what time this is?
I believe it's 2140, maybe close to 2141 now.
As a result of what you observed in State's Exhibit number 2, the video compilation, did you do anything next as part of your investigation?
Yes, I took screenshots of those videos of the subjects who walked in front of the camera, and I completed the police bulletin of.
What's the police bulletin?
This is where we create to get to the media and also give out on the canvas when we're doing our canvas trying to talk to witnesses. And we do that try to solicit information.
And is that what's in State's Exhibit 123 through 125? Are those lolos that you created?
Yes.
And are they very accurately depict the lolos that you created?
Yes.
Any additions mentioned?
No, everything's the same.
Any deletions?
No.
Any manipulation?
No.
State that's State's Exhibit 123 through 125, being consecutive.
Objection. Okay, they're admitted and you can display.
Is this your suspect number 2 that's in State's Exhibit 123?
Yes, that's suspect number 2.
What's in his hand?
It's the AR-15 rifle.
And what's the reward amount that's this next?
It's been growing as the investigation goes on. It was at that point 20,000.
And State's Exhibit 124.
State 24 is going to be suspect number 2, and also we have the victim, Sequoia Turner.
And in State's Exhibit number 125, what photograph did you use to make that bolo?
This State Exhibit 125, that bolo was taken from the MARTA video.
And would that be the same photograph that is in State's Exhibit 112?
Correct.
And were you able to make an identification of that individual?
Yes.
And who did you identify from State's Exhibit 125 and 112 to?
Julian Conley.
This is what I was talking about. They keep jumping back and forth between like reasonable identifications and bizarre ones. That
At some point, did you learn the name of suspect number 2?
Yes.
How did you learn his name?
I got a call from a lady who said that she just got back from out of town. Her son was on the news, and she wanted to come down and clear his name.
And did they come down?
Yes.
Who came down?
It was suspect number 2 and his mother.
And at that time, did you learn his name?
I did.
What
Correct.
was that name?
Jerry McKinney.
And did you interview Jerry McKinney?
I did.
Reading his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And what did you learn about the incident during the interview with Jerry McKinney?
So Jerry McKinney gave a statement, stated that he did not know any of the individuals that he was speaking with on video at the barricades. He stated that he was down there during the celebration, and he was not at the barricade when of course, when the Sequoia's Jeep drove through.
Did he identify himself as being the person that says he did 124?
He did.
Did he identify himself as being the person holding this long gun or assault rifle?
Yes.
Out there on July 4th, 2020?
Yes.
Did he identify himself as being the person wearing that white shirt and black jeans?
Yes.
Was he able to give you the identification of any other individuals out there?
No.
Did he admit to having a weapon?
At that time, he said that his weapon was stolen. He also stated that he went to the Edgewood area right after this incident, and someone broke into his car and stole his AR-15.
And is that Edgewood area, is that the area where you indicated that you were involved in an investigation where they were shooting, where 16 people were shot and 2 people were killed?
Correct.
And he indicated that he went down there with that assault rifle.
Correct.
So we looked at the video from the All-American. Did you have any other videos that you reviewed?
Yes. Of course, we had the BP and the warehouse video, 100 University.
In those videos, were you able to observe the shooting of the Jeep that Sequoia, Charmaine, and Omar were riding?
Yes.
And what did you observe? What vantage point were you observing? Were you able to observe that shooting?
So the compilation that I was explaining that was put together like a puzzle, it covers all vantage points. And there's no blind spot, so you have the package store vantage point, so we'll be just looking across the street from the BP, and the warehouse, which covers the backside of the vantage point.
Did they have a time stamp on that?
Yes.
Videos? What time do you observe that Jeep passing through that area
I believe it was approximately 21:46 hours.
in real time?
I'm sorry, 9:46 p.m.
And how much time had passed between the assault between the McCords and when you see this Jeep passing through the surveillance cameras from the different vantage points?
Less than 4 minutes, approximately.
Can you tell us about exactly what you observed as that Jeep drove through that area?
So after watching the video, I observed and confirmed that suspect number 2 did walk away from the barricade. However, suspect number 1 stayed at the barricade. From that vantage point, I was able to identify suspect number 1 from his bright red shirt, satchel, blue jeans, AR-15 hanging from the side. The Jeep drove through. He and about 3 or 4 other armed individuals trying to stop the vehicle. As the vehicle passed, suspect number 1 fired his assault rifle multiple times inside the vehicle. As the vehicle passed, there's 2 or 3 more bursts where he shot as the vehicle was driving away. Which one of those rounds struck Sequoia?
Was there any other individuals seen at that barricade?
Is that a question?
As the Jeep?
Yes.
Can you describe what they were wearing at the video?
So they had dark color clothes on. I
that's
couldn't make their identification. And that's about it with those. I couldn't identify them.
This is a weird way to say it.
Were they armed?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what Omar and Charmaine had told you about seeing individuals in all black or dark clothing at the barricade?
Charmaine is the mother who is the
Yes, that is
passenger seat.
consistent.
Were you ever able to give an identification of those other individuals that were standing at the barricade? How many did you say, 2 or 3?
I would say roughly 2 to 3.
Were you able to get any identification of those other 2 or 3 individuals standing at the barricade?
No.
So I want to be clear, you had 2 or 3 other individuals, they're dressed in all black, and they're armed.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, ask an answer.
Again, there are multiple
Okay,
other
just clarify, you can
individuals
answer the
at the
question and move
scene.
on.
And there's one other suspect standing there with red shirt on.
The suspect number 1 was there with his bright red shirt, satchel, AR-15, blue jeans, white letters on the back of that red shirt.
When you observed that Jeep going through, did you observe anybody being hit by the Jeep that Omar was driving and that was Security was sitting in that back seat?
No one was hit.
Did you see anybody fall to the ground and get up shooting?
Nobody fell to the ground and started shooting.
I don't think anyone's saying that that happened.
How many people were shooting at that vehicle as it passed by?
Suspect number 1 definitely shot. It is observed, and as the vehicle is driving away, you see another shot within that group. It's from like a distant shot that just goes off very quickly, and that's the only burst that I see in that area, in that group.
Mr. Ravis, maybe I need you to lift your floor.
I think I can handle it. May not be as strong as Mr.
She wasn't trying to imply anything.
As the vehicle is passing by and going to the barricade, what side was suspect number 1 standing on?
On the driver,
If this is the driver's side, this is the passenger side.
the driver's side.
Suspect 1 standing over here.
Correct.
As the car is moving, are shots being fired into the car?
Yes.
So that it's moving vehicle, if Mr. Biden was moving around, he's moving a little bit.
Correct.
Hard to determine the trajectory requires.
Correct.
The path of that movement.
Correct.
At some point, as it's passing by, are there defects and bullet holes being entered into the driver's side?
Yes, the
This
defense.
is the first time I've ever felt for Adam Abate, and it's probably the last time I've ever felt for Adam Abate. This has to be an awkward thing. You're just sitting there waiting for like the metaphorical gunshots. Like, what do you do just staring at the jury? That's got to be an awkward feeling.
Was consistent with the pattern of the vehicle was being driven, and as it passed, it also stayed consistent with those 2 bursts that we see. Suspect number 1, which entered the back of the vehicle.
And so,
Damn, if only you'd done some kind of trajectory testing.
at some point, it gets past in the back of the vehicle, is in front of suspect number 1?
Correct.
And that's that suspect that had on a red shirt, white leather, white jeans, dark shoe, do-rag.
With the dreads hanging from the side and AR-15.
At that point, is that AR-15 hanging?
It was, but at that point, as they drove through, he raised his AR-15, and as the vehicle drove through, he began to shoot.
Wait, he didn't even like do anything in the chair though.
Did you
I feel like they
notice
just wanted
that
to copy the
vehicle
defense.
passing
Exactly,
through
Aaron.
the barricade, anyone
Like, damn, that looks cool. We got to do that. We need something with a chair.
on the passenger side of that vehicle?
Yes.
What did you notice?
You didn't
The
hear that,
windows rolled
Gary.
up.
I also heard that.
They were just occupying the vehicle and being driven normally.
Did
They
you
still
notice
don't know
any
whether
shots
it's
being
an AR or
fired
whether-
out of that vehicle?
No, none.
You're just saying AR to mean black rifle. They have no reason to believe that that gun was chambered in 5.56. Other than that, it's convenient for them.
Show you what's been marked as sex exhibit 119, 120, 121, 121A, and 121B. You could look at those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
And do they fairly enact, what are they, first of all?
This is going to be the exhibit 119. It's going to be the vantage point from the warehouse, the backside vantage point. Exhibit 120 is going to be when the actual Secoria's Jeep is driving past the barricade. 121B is Secoria's Jeep going to the barricade, and you see a slither of suspect number 1 standing at the barricade. Exhibit 121A is a close-up view of what we already talked about, the vehicle being driven by a
He's
shot.
going to say the name again, isn't he?
And 121, exhibit 121 is showing the muzzle flash as the vehicle driving by from suspect number 1.
In the state's exhibits 119 through 121A, are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on that video?
Yes, it is.
And are these screenshots like you talked about before that you grabbed from the video as you were looking at it?
Yes.
Have there been any additions, deletions,
No.
alterations,
None.
manipulations made to them?
None.
That's the State's Exhibit
I need to get these guys a dictionary. I swear to God.
121.
Do you know what the word alter
A,
means?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted and you can publish.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 119?
Yeah, so the red circle is circled around Socoria's Jeep that she was riding in. The red arrow is pointing towards suspect number 1.
Are you able to see the clothing that you had described as light jeans and red shirt?
On the live video, yes, you're able to see it. What you're seeing, the arrows pointed, that's the AR-15 kind of peeking out from behind that tree.
And what's the timestamp on State's Exhibit 119?
946.
And State's Exhibit number 120, what's the difference in that?
That is Socoria's Jeep driving past suspect number 1 and the other armed individuals at the barricade.
Now, in State's Exhibit 120, do you see that area that we talked about in State's 57B where the Williams family was?
Yes.
Can you please circle where that is? On the Jeep, are the windows up or down?
They're up.
State's Exhibit 121. You did. What's depicted in State's 121?
So this is a continual motion of the Jeep with Socoria in it, just continue to drive.
Do you see the individual that you have described as being suspect number 1 in State's Exhibit 121?
Yes.
Is that individual wearing the same light colored jeans, dark colored shirt?
There's light color blue jeans, red shirt, bright red shirt, white letters on the back, satchel on the side, carrying the AR-15.
What is he doing? Suspect number 1. What are they doing right now?
This particular picture, at this exact moment, he's shooting in the side of the vehicle, and as it passes, he fires 2 more times.
Are you able to see when the shot is fired from that weapon?
Yes, if you look closely, you can see the muzzle flash.
Can you please circle that for me, Jim? And the other individuals, are they depicted that barricade? Are they depicted there?
Yes.
I love Farmer.
Nobody's on the ground.
That was my first Farmer experience.
Dark color clothing.
I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 121B. Can you tell? What is the feature in State's 121B?
So this is Socoria's Jeep that's driving through the barricade. And if you look a little bit left to the barricade, you can see suspect 1's light color pants.
If you could circle suspect 1's light color.
Oh, they're light color now. That's convenient.
What direction is suspect 1 headed towards?
Suspect 1 is facing, if you look on that intersection, you're facing towards 75, which is west. Socoria Jeep is going east, so they're crisscrossing that way.
And would that be the right side, the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes, that's the driver's side of the vehicle.
Education.
Is the suspect walking away from the vehicle?
He's walking towards the vehicle.
I kind of liked having Farmer like he was hiding in the bushes off Cleveland Avenue, but I can move him up a little.
Can you tell us what's the feature in State's Exhibit 121?
Yeah, so suspect number 1 wearing a bright red shirt, blue jeans, satchel, AR-15. He is raising his AR-15 at this moment as Socoria's vehicle is approaching.
Can you please circle that's suspect number 1? Is that the same clothing that the individual was wearing in State's Exhibit 112?
Yes.
And as the
Yeah, it
vehicle
doesn't
is coming through, do they drive through the barricade?
No, they drive around the barricade.
You're probably good.
What did it appear they were doing? Like, did they move around, did they drive straight? What did the vehicle have to do that you observed in the video?
So the vehicle just appeared to drive around the barricade and continue driving eastbound on University.
Did you kind of go up on the curb?
A little bit because it had to avoid the barricade.
And we're going to go back to State's Exhibit number 2. what, sorry. State's exhibit number 2, what vantage point was depicted in this video recording?
It's going to be the backside. It's going to be the warehouse vantage point.
And what's the timestamp?
It is 9:45.
And are you able to see those 3 individuals in black at the barricade in this portion of the video?
Yes.
Is the vehicle taking on fire at this point?
Yes.
Are you able to observe what a muzzle flash?
Muzzle flash is when the it's like an expellant of the explosion from the gunpowder when the gunshot is when the firing pin hits the shell case and it explodes and causes a muzzle flash.
And is that muzzle flash coming from the gun that suspect number 1 that you described wearing that red shirt, light blue jeans, black shoes, and do-rag?
Yes.
And was that AR-15 similar to the one that said 60M?
Yes.
At this point, is there any violation of laws for what the Jeep driving through that barricade?
No violation whatsoever.
And for purposes of time, we'll skip ahead for the timestamp to 9:45.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit number.
Exhibit number 2, so raw footage from the warehouse location?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
And what vantage point are we looking at right now in State's exhibit number 2? Timestamp 9:45:08.
So this is the second camera from the warehouse, and it's covering the backside barricade.
Oh, that's what the crown's for. Okay. I don't really understand how most of this stuff works, to be honest.
The top of the screen, that's where the Jeep drive through.
Let me ask you, this vantage point, are there individuals at that backside of the barricade?
Yes, it is.
And what color clothing are they wearing?
I see 2 white T-shirts, but the rest of them have dark color clothes on.
Were you ever able to identify any?
What? Gotta keep that switch on you. Never forget. Is that it? Are we done for the day?
Are there individuals at that backside of the barricade?
Did I miss something, or did it just cut off?
This
Seems
vantage
like it
point,
just cut
Are there
off.
individuals at that backside of the barricade?
Oh, they cut the feed? Okay. All right. Well, I guess we can go to today's coverage of everything. I'm sure that I'll be very happy with it. Looks like it just ended 17 minutes ago.
Yes, that's 117 is gonna 117A is gonna contain my suspect number 1, dressed in red shirt, white letters on the back, light jeans, black satchel, and AR-15.
And is there another photograph next to that?
Yes, that's gonna be the
You guys
picture
see
from
that?
the
Yes,
press
you can.
conference.
Has there been any addition or deletion to it?
No.
You just cut it, didn't come back. Okay.
And
Yeah, same here.
you put those 2 pictures side by side?
Yes, I did.
Why?
I wanted to make a side-by-side comparison.
And when you made that comparison, what did you find?
I found that this was the same person.
Was there any difference between how suspect number 1 appeared when you saw him on that water video and throughout the night on July 4th and what he appeared to look like when he did that press conference with his attorney?
Yes, it appears that suspect number 1 attempted to alter his appearance by cutting off his hair.
That's so fucking stupid. You got a haircut.
Let me ask you, sorry, I have a little active comment.
Okay, Dubs.
And up on the screen, is that split photograph that you just confirmed that Julian Conley was in fact the suspect number 1 from the shooting of Sequoia John?
Yes, that is correct.
Prior to this press conference, had any of the videos that you reviewed been released?
Yes, the Marty Bus video when suspect number one approached the door, and of course the news bulletin that I placed in there.
Had any video of the actual shooting been released?
No video of the actual shooting was released.
Had any information, any of those videos, the video of the shooting, been released to Mr. Patterson?
No videos released to the public or anyone. I kept that inside the case file.
And you indicated that Mr. Patterson made statements about what occurred at the barricade.
That's correct.
Did you give him that information?
No, I did not give him that information.
Is it fair to say he got that from his client?
Yes, that is fair. He got that information.
I'm proud of this
Was
one.
he standing next to Mr. Patterson, he made statements about somebody getting out of a car and falling down to the ground and start shooting?
Yes, he was standing to the left.
Did Mr. Conley stop him and tell him, no, that's not right?
No, he did not.
Was there any mention of anything about somebody shooting from the Jeep as it passed by and the shots rang out?
Not at that press conference, no.
And we're going to play States Exhibit 1.
There we go.
He's pulling it up. Prior to this press conference, were you certain of who the shooter was as far as it being suspect number one that shot this Corey Turner?
Prior to the press conference, yes, I was.
What was the only thing he was facing?
That nexus that I needed to for him to identify himself from the video.
And at that press conference, did you get that identification and the name for the person that you needed to shoot?
I did.
And what was that name?
Julian Conley, as identified as my suspect number one. Red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, and AR-15.
I think at some point, maybe you had mentioned during the course of the investigation that you were 99.99% sure that suspect one was your shooter.
That is correct.
After the press conference, what was that percentage?
110%.
Okay, I'm gonna stop being silly.
The mother of this 8-year-old girl killed while trying to go to a store is pleading with the public to help find her killer. We spoke exclusively to one of the men who
What did that say?
girl killed while trying to go to a store is pleading with the public
Go to a store.
to help find her killer. We spoke exclusively to one of the men who police say is a person of interest in that shooting.
Channel 2 Tom Jones live in Midtown Atlanta, and
we
Tom,
already watched
the man
this.
told you he's comfortable speaking publicly because he says he didn't shoot anyone.
Whoa, he talks fast.
George, that's what Julian Conley says. He admits he was at the scene, says he saw what happened, but says he did not shoot anyone. I attended a news conference on Zoom where 8-year-old Sequoia Turner's parents pleaded with the public for help finding her killer.
The parents of 8-year-old Sequoia Turner pleaded for help finding the person who shot and killed their daughter.
Somebody say something because Sequoia life matters.
Sequoia was in her mother's SUV July 4th on University Avenue. That's when gunmen who police say had illegally barricaded the entrance to the store they were trying to get to opened fire on the car, killing the child. Police have named 2 people as persons of interest.
Why are we watching
Attorneys
this?
for the family says someone knows who they are.
This video, not the trial.
Community's help in getting his name.
His name is Julian Conley.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says Julian Conley is the second person of interest police are looking for. He says Conley did not shoot Sequoia.
He was on the scene on that particular day, but he committed no crime whatsoever.
Conley told me he feels terribly sorry about what happened to Sequoia.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to do with it.
I asked if Patterson will make Conley available to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
Meanwhile, Sequoia's mother says she wants to hear from anyone who knows what happened.
You don't have to call the police, lawyers, nobody. Write me, call me.
And the reward for a conviction in this case is now at $50,000. Patterson says Conley doesn't know the name of the person who shot Sequoia, but he says he can explain how the shooting unfolded. I'll be working on that part of the story for Channel 2 Action News at 6. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And the reward in this case is now $50,000. All you have to do is call Crime Stoppers at 404-577-8477. You don't have to give
Why
your
are you
name,
watching this?
and you can still
Why are
get
you
that
looking at the
reward.
jury
Again,
all
that number
creepy like?
404-577-TIPS.
But at the end of the day, I had nothing to
And the best evidence you've gotten is from the guy telling you that he was there. That's all you have.
do with it.
A man called a person of interest in an 8-year-old girl's murder, saying he's innocent. Only Channel 2 Action News spoke with him today. Channel 2's Tom Jones was live on this story in Midtown. So Tom, the man said that he was there that night.
His mom named him
didn't
Tommy
shoot
Jones,
into
though.
that car.
That is right, Justin. Julian Conley says he was right there. He told me he had a weapon, but says he didn't fire it one time. He says he was at the scene and didn't know the shooter, and he feels bad that a child lost her life.
I feel terribly sorry about what happened to Sequoia Turner.
19-year-old Julian Conley admits he was at the scene on University Avenue July 4th when 8-year-old Sequoia Turner was shot and killed.
I'm sorry, that was just such a news channel thing to do. Like, as soon as he starts speaking, they cut him off.
Shoot anyone?
No.
Did you open fire that day?
No, sir.
Attorney Jackie Patterson says his client saw himself on television as a person of interest.
The fact that he looked like he's guilty by showing somebody's picture on television, he had to set the record straight.
Police have been searching for the gunman who shot Sequoia near the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was killed. Officers say someone shot in Sequoia's mother's car after she tried to get through an illegal barricade someone had set up. Patterson says Conley told him a man driving Sequoia's mother's car drove through the barricade and hit a man with a rifle.
And when that person fell to the ground, that person got up and started firing at that vehicle.
I asked if he will allow his client to talk to police.
We have nothing to say to the police. We just want the public to know that this man is innocent.
At this news conference, Sequoia's parents pleaded for the public to come forward and tell who killed their daughter.
The lady, she had on a black shirt and she was recording. Please come forward.
And I asked police about Conley's version of what happened. This was their response. We would encourage Mr. Conley to contact investigators and speak with them regarding the investigation. At this time,
this makes me so mad. Just call his lawyer. What do you mean he needs to contact you? Just call his lawyer.
Investigation continues. Now, there is now a $50,000 reward in this case. We're live in Midtown Atlanta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
And a lot of interest to get this one right, Tom.
So Detective Shepard, in that press conference, it's indicated that...
Oh, yeah, I can do that. I should probably just sit closer.
That is correct.
And from your observation of the videos in this case, let me say, from the BP, once that Jeep passed, can you see from the BP what's going on behind those barricades?
You only see movements and shadows.
From the liquor store, All American Package Store, can you see what's going on behind that barricade?
Same thing from that vantage point, just shadows.
So what's the best vantage point to know what's going on behind that barricade?
The warehouse.
And that's behind the barricades?
Correct.
Now, he admitted to having that AR-15.
Whoa.
That is correct.
Did you ever get that AR-15?
No.
Pretty much.
Let me ask you, Detective Shepard. If none of the videos showed the defendant shooting as that Jeep passed by, would you have taken out the person? Did you take out warrants for him?
I did.
What did you take out warrants for?
Murder.
If you had never seen him fire that weapon, would you have taken warrants out for him?
Yes.
Why?
He was at the barricade that's party to the crime, murder.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure he knows what party to crime is.
So basically, I can give an example. There's a bank robbery, armed robbery. You have a driver A, and you have passenger B.
Wait, is he explaining the law of conspiracy liability? No, I know what you meant. To the jury? That's not your job. You can't even do your job. You don't need to do the judge's job.
Driver A pulls up to the bank. Passenger B goes inside the bank. During the course of that aggravated assault and armed robbery, let's say a clerk is killed. Passenger B comes back out, get inside the vehicle with driver A. Driver A drives off. Not only did driver A participate, he aided and abetted in the felony, and that resulted in the murder, and he took a substantial step and participated in that crime. So that is party to the crime.
Why was he allowed to say any of that? I mean, it's pretty much right, but...
Let's talk about something. But in this case, was the defendant just a party to the crime?
No, the defendant in this case, suspect number one, with my red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans, AR-15, is the shooter.
You never identified the gun.
They killed Sequoia Turner.
Did you have some other individuals at that barricade that could have been charged with
Yes.
Were you
Is
ever
he
able
drunk?
to identify them, though?
That would be
No.
better,
If
actually.
you had that identification for them, would you have taken warrants out for them?
Yes, everyone at that barricade, if I was able to identify, would have been charged with murder.
That's absurd, and you would never get convictions on those. The stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Correct.
No, it's not. I've heard a lot of stupid shit.
Now, we know Mr. McKinney was someone else that you took warrants out for. You take
Just standing at the barricades enough for conspiracy liability? Get the fuck out of here.
warrants out for him for murder?
No, I was able to observe right before the Jeep drove through. He walked away from the barricade.
At that barricade, was the defendant, or your suspect, one that you knew him at, was that the only person that fired as that Jeep passed through?
No.
Was there someone else who fired?
Yes.
Do you know what the description of that individual was?
No.
Yeah, see, if you walk a small distance away, the bullets can no longer traverse the distance in question, see? So if you walk away a little bit, you can't shoot anymore, obviously, because bullets don't travel. They definitely don't travel fast at, like, supersonic speeds or anything like that. So if you walk away a short distance, obviously you no longer can shoot. Everyone knows that.
Did you ever get an identification on that person?
No.
After the shooting occurred, through your observation of the video, were there other individuals out there that were still shooting?
Yes, there was another individual down by the tent area. That person discharged a firearm also. This was after the Jeep had already passed through.
And
Oh yeah, they did try to say that Julian Conley was in charge because he raised his arm at one point. I don't think it's that long, James.
about a tent, I think we talked about that tent. Whose tent were you? Did you ever find out whose tent that was?
Yes, that's going to be the Williams brothers' tent. I interviewed their mother early in the investigation, who gave me statements that were greatly exaggerated.
So the people you didn't believe?
That was coming from their tent area.
So there was fire from the tent area where the Williams were. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 57, I believe.
Okay.
And then did you observe any other gunfire from that area?
So there was a male walking from the barricade after the Jeep passed. He appears to fire a handgun into the street. Then he walks over to the Williams tent.
And State 57, is that the Williams tent that we're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know the identification of those individuals at that tent?
Yes, that's going to be the Williams brothers.
Do you know them individually by name? Because there's 4 young men in there.
You know they love trying to get the Williams brothers in trouble.
So I don't
just throw a Greer and a King in there, and you got the whole team together.
see the youngest one. Interviewed the oldest one. I believe his name was DeMarco or Demisio.
I'm glad you
Williams.
prepared.
And who's that in that red shirt, kind of back in the shadow?
I'm not sure who that is. I believe that's the mother, because she is the one that set the tent up.
I'm glad we know who set the tent up. That's very useful information.
Mark Stakes is 129, 131, and 180.
Yes.
Did they botch this investigation? I don't know if they botched it, but it's not adequate for sure. I think they probably just don't have enough information.
And how do you recognize?
Which, I mean, I guess could be botched.
So the
but yeah, I think they just don't have enough, and he's trying to like make it work.
State Exhibit 129, the male that's walking from the barricade after the Jeep had already passed. This is the subject who fired one round, appears from a handgun into the street.
And let me ask you, are those screen grabs from the video of the shooting over at University of Pryor?
Yes, yes it is.
And that's 131.
Yeah, it is a lot of filler. Like a lot of filler.
131 is going to be a screen grab of an individual down at the
No, you can do it with a fence. It's fine.
Williams brothers tent. He appears to be running from the back of the vehicle out of frame.
That's all kinds of stuff I shouldn't say.
And it states 180.
180 is going to be down at the Williams tent, and this is going to be appears a male with no shirt on, discharge a firearm into the direction of where the Jeep just drove.
Has there been any deletions, manipulations, or alterations or additions to the state?
After the Jeep had...
180.
No.
I asked it states exhibit 129, 131, and 180. No objection. You're not going to have to do this in open. These are not in evidence. Can I pass it?
The detective has testified as to the conclusions of his investigation. It will ultimately be an issue for the jury to decide whether the defendant committed these offenses in the reason identified.
In that male indicated that he fires into the street, were you able to determine whether or not that was a handgun or a long gun that individual used to fire into the street?
It appears to be a handgun.
And then the individual that is firing next to the Williams tent, is that individual firing that weapon with a long gun or with a handgun?
That also appears to be a handgun.
And I think that third individual in states 180, I believe, that is near the Williams tent, I believe indicated that had a firearm in his hand. Does that appear to be a long gun or a handgun?
A handgun.
Were you ever able to identify the individual that is walking in the middle of the street that fires that handgun towards the ground?
No.
If you had been able to identify him, what if anything would you have done as part of the investigation?
You've been charged with murder to party to a crime.
And why would you be in charge of that?
Because he was at the barricade. He participated in the event of blocking off the barricade, and he was present during the barricade when the security Jeep was shot multiple times.
And what about the individual standing by the tent firing a shot?
Yes.
What would he have been charged with?
He's been charged with aggravated assault also.
I feel like he just doesn't understand what aggravated assault is. I think that's the problem here.
Yes.
What if anything would he have been charged with?
The same party to the crime.
And we're going to go back to State's Exhibit number 2 from the warehouse location. Camera 2, starting at timestamp, I believe it's 9:45 or 9:45. And can a handgun fire a 5.56?
No.
A 2.23?
No.
Who is this that we see circling red?
Pretty much factual.
Circling purple. That's the unidentified male who I said shot into the ground.
The captions haven't processed yet. Once they do, I'll turn them on.
And the red arrow is pointing towards a muzzle flash.
What?
The blue circle and the red arrow is the gunshot coming from the Williams tent.
Sure.
And red arrows pointing towards the muzzle flash.
I mean, this isn't even the defendant, though. This is just like a different thing.
Which one?
On this side, possibly. The one that was circled in blue, I believe.
Yeah, they all went off screen. He first comes down to the Williams tent, and then they go off screen.
What about the man that was walking down the street and fired a gun into the street? What direction did he go after firing that shot?
The same direction. Down towards the Williams tent and then off frame. Circled is the black male, blue shorts. At this point, he's holding a handgun. And the red arrow is pointing towards that.
And we're going to go back to stage 57. Do you see that young man with the blue shorts on that had that handgun that we just observed in that video?
Yes, it looks like it's going to be the male to the right with the blue shorts on and the white shirt.
What were the next steps that you took in the investigation of the shooting and killing of
So at this point, once I was able to get a confirmation on who my suspect number one identity was, I obtained my warrants.
Did you, besides taking out warrants for murder, were there ever any additional charges that you took out in regard to Julian Conley?
Yeah, I did. I followed up with the McCords, and of course I did a follow-up interview with them. And during that interview, I was able to determine that my suspect number one from the Sequoia Turner shooting was indeed the individual who assaulted him and his wife when he pulled up to the barricade.
How were you able to
Despite the fact that the McCords explicitly testified that it was somebody in a black shirt and a white shirt that were the ones who assaulted them. But now you're just putting words into their mouths, even though they already testified. Completely inappropriate.
So Mr. McCord advised that when he watched the news.
Yes, Katie, that is correct. Somebody was holding a handgun that was fired around the same time in a different place that had nothing to do with the defendant or the murder.
He advised that the male, of course there was two males, one male with no shirt with a shotgun. He said the man that stood at his door dressed in red was in fact my suspect number one dressed in red, white letters, light colored pants with the AR-15.
This is why we have witnesses.
So he identified the defendant, Julian Conley, based on the press conference?
Correct. He stated that the same male that was in the press conference with his attorney was the same male that stood at his door with the AR-15.
Detective Shepard, how many days did it take you?
This is ridiculous. Like, the guy testified. Why can't he say that? I mean, I know why, but...
Take out warrants for Julian Conley for the murder of Sequoia Turner and aggravated assault against the home.
It was about 9 to 10 days.
Was this a rush to judgment?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
It was 9 days. In between those 9 days, I can say I maybe got a couple of hours of sleep. We're talking the 20-hour days.
Oh, well,
some
you
days.
Did work then.
And it was constant. There's a constant grind, constant drive, all the way up until the point where I was able to get this identification. Matter of fact, I don't think I had.
I was basically delirious when I came up with this idea. I was completely out of touch with reality when I made this determination.
All day for 12 straight days.
Did you just say 9 straight days?
Talk to us about the observation videos from the BP, All American, and the warehouse. How many hours did you spend looking at those videos?
Seriously.
Countless hours. It's hard to put a number on it. At that time, it was like trying to put a puzzle together, literally. And I had to go down and be familiar with each angle, each vantage point, and understand the position of everyone across the area. And then I had to piece it together frame by frame.
And at some point, did you create a video frame by frame of those individuals that you were able to identify being the suspect number one at the time? You don't know their name, and the suspect two.
Correct.
Case in place 6, exhibit number 2. And you can make a compilation of the movement of suspect 1 and suspect 2.
Yes, it's sort of like when you do a collage, when you do pictures. And from this vantage point, you'll be able to see each angle at the same time.
What video is this from?
This is gonna be from the MARTA bus. Again, you see my suspect number one, the red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans. This is the door of the MARTA bus.
I don't know, James.
My suspect number one, red shirt, blue jeans, AR-15.
And if I recall,
Yeah, I completely agree, Katie.
this occurred around 9:15-ish.
Correct.
See, again, this is what I said earlier. They're going to jump back and forth between like this image that is clearly him, that everyone agrees is him, and then like you try to tie it with something that's not clearly him.
And we see the white letters and the do-rag.
Yeah, we can't see the white letters at any relevant time. That's the issue. Like, we all agree that he has white letters on his shirt. Also, that's not even a very bright red. That's just red. That's just the color red.
And here we see the hair coming down from the side.
I have no idea. This is at least like the 5th time we've seen this specific video before.
This is from the northeast corner of the package store.
If you say aggravated assault, I swear to God.
Suspect number one, red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans, AR-15.
You can't see the back of his shirt. You can see the front of his shirt. What are you talking about?
This is from the northeast corner of the package store. Suspect number one, red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans.
You can't see the back of his shirt. Where do you see the back of his shirt in this image? He's lying. He's straight up lying.
He's AR-15.
You never see the back of his shirt at any point.
Is 2140 hours, 940.
You can't tell us what color the shirt is on a black and white video. That's probably the better argument that I should have thought of.
I'm
sorry. How much time would that?
Oh yeah, I can definitely see the white letters there.
Roughly 25 minutes.
Did you just circle his face? That doesn't even look like a human head.
Again, my suspect number one.
Yeah, they're gonna hit us on cross.
And see the AR-15 on suspect number one.
And
red
again,
shirt, light pants.
Again, he's never disputed that he was on the scene, so this is all just pointless. None of this relates to the question at hand. These are the
McCords.
Thank you. This is an assault.
Suspect number one entering the frame.
That's
red
not
circle.
assault.
Red shirt, blue jeans. Suspect number one. AR-15 hanging from the side.
That's not his side, that's his front. Not that it matters, I'm just being petty right now.
This is also from the northeast corner of the package store. In that red circle, you see the white letters on the back of his shirt.
What?
This vantage point is coming from the BP.
Is this supposed to be
It's the same time frame. If you can also notate the white vehicle that is pulling up to the barricade.
What am I looking at? Is that a...
And if you pause, you see my suspect number one, white letters on the back, red shirt, light color pants.
That's... What? Okay. I just need a second. Hold on. I don't even think that's his back. That looks more like a person's front.
To the barricade. And if you pause, you see my suspect number one, white letters on the back, red shirt, light.
That, no. That's not, no. Nope.
And if you pause.
Like, look, there's white here. This is not the same, like, white. It was like writing. It wasn't like a pattern. This is like, if, first of all, I'm not even saying that this is red, because whatever. But, like, that doesn't look like writing. That looks like more like a white pattern on a shirt than letters. And then there's like a stripe across the bottom. And then these do look like white pants, not like... These look like just straight white pants. And also, I'm pretty sure this is his front.
As you see my suspect number one, white letters on the back, red shirt, light color pants.
Wait, didn't he just walk towards us after he said that?
Pause, you see my suspect number one, white letters on the back, red shirt, light color pants.
Yeah, he's walking towards us. You can see him take a step right at the very end there. After he says white pants, look at the direction he steps in.
And if you pause,
you know, I should slow this down since I'm telling you to look at it in slow motion. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to listen to 4 seconds of idiocy.
You see my
actually it's 8 seconds.
Suspect number one, white letters on the back.
This is actually his internal monologue. That's how he thinks.
Red shirt, light.
Look, he takes a step.
Light color pants.
That's his front. He's stepping towards us, meaning we're looking at the front, meaning that we're not looking at white lettering on the front of his shirt. Am I crazy? I mean, am I crazy about this? I'm not, right? Didn't he take a step towards us?
Is on the back, red shirt, light color pants.
He's walking towards us. Somebody say that I'm right in chat.
This time the white.
Right. Yeah, that's a step towards us. That's not his back. That's his front. Okay. I'm gonna do a second monitor investigation here. I feel like I'm like all those people that were ruining Max's not the same height. Max's all the people on Twitter being like, Max, the brake lights flashed.
And this time the white vehicle is turning around.
Yeah, I don't think it looks.
After
That was incredibly unconvincing.
White letters on the back.
It wasn't his back.
He kind of lingers in that area until the Jeep comes through.
The shirt doesn't look red. Yeah, I can see that, Angela.
I'll say approximately 4 minutes.
I can see gray sweats. That makes sense. How does this guy sleep at night? He never sleeps. That's the secret. He's just perpetually sleep deprived in solving crimes. Those are two things that often go hand in hand.
Okay. So if you notice the white car turning around, the red circle is circling my suspect number one, white shirt, red shirt, white letters on the back. And also if you look on the top vantage point.
He can't even identify the front of a human being from the back of a human being. And I got to be honest with you, that seems like a concern, I have to say.
This is coming from the back of the warehouse. You see the white car turn around. You also use that as a landmark because you see the red circle, which is my suspect number one. And also you see the vehicle in the bottom frame driving through. You see it in the top frame.
All right.
So the light blue circle, that's according.
Okay, so this is going to be... I'm going to slow this down. YP told me I should do this yesterday. And I'm going to listen to YP because... Oh, hey, Aaron. Are you here because you want to see me suffer? Some kind of sick thing? Is that what this is?
Turn the Jeep that's coming through the barricade. And also you see suspect number one circling in red.
Oh, that's a good point, Angela. I didn't think
we
about
never
that.
lose sight of him on each vantage point from each camera.
So this is supposed to be him, right? Okay.
Also on both frames you see.
Wait, what did that say?
Also on both frames you see.
No. Oh, flash. Flash? There's a flash here. There's a flash here. There's a flash here.
See the red circle, blue circle.
Where are the
suspect number
shots?
one?
No. This is inconsistent because he said that there was a flash that went. There's a shot fired as the car drove past, or as the Jeep drove past, and then as it continued past, he was then behind. I can't see my hands. I need to put myself in a mirror. They could see he was effectively behind the Jeep, and that's when he fired. But there aren't any flashes on camera after the Jeep's already gone by, which is the whole like ballistics issue or trajectory issue. I imagine Sean Hoover's going to cover this, so I'll stop talking. Actually, I want to watch this one more time. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'll go back a little slower. No.
Also, both frames, you see the red.
There we go. Okay, here we go. Play. Okay, so this is supposedly him. Also, this is wild. What is this? I can't even see, like, a person. And that's supposed to be this from a different angle. Okay, I can see that.
Both frames, you see
But, like, this is him.
the red circle, blue circle.
I can see the muzzle flash at the bottom.
Suspect, blue circle.
Those... No.
Suspect number 1.
So you would have been able to see the muzzle flashes here. Had they circled another tree? You're looking at it from the left, yeah. Yeah, I don't know about all that.
And at this time when the Jeep is coming through, are you able to see
The muzzle flash?
the muzzle flash?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shots that you were able to see being fired into that Jeep as it passed by?
2 muzzle flashes.
And how many defects were on the car?
8 defects.
So you only see 2 shots, but you have 8 defects. Explain that to me.
So as the Jeep is passing Julian Conley, the defects are going to the side of the vehicle, around to the back.
Okay, when did the defects to the back one? When did those occur? Do you have video of that? Dom Wiz, remember that? Again, the most important issue here. If there's a way without you live streaming, record the judge's live stream to watch later. Oh. I should do that. I didn't think about that. I didn't know she did a... I didn't know she did like a stream. I know a farmer does, but that's about it.
Okay, members of the jury, as you can see, there was an objection, and I'm just going to remind you of the charge last week. So to the extent that the witness has identified the person standing at the barricade by name as Julian Conley.
Did he say Julian Conley again and I just didn't catch it?
I'm going to instruct you that that is a decision for you to make and no one else. You've heard the detective testify at length about his investigation and conclusions he's drawn. They are just that. They're his conclusions, and you will decide if there's sufficient evidence to determine that that is, in fact, the defendant at those barricades.
Ridiculous.
And so the objection is sustained. Go ahead.
You got place case exhibit number 2 from the law. What are you looking at right now?
This is the vantage point from the warehouse.
And again, like I said this on the first day. Like, if the video is sufficient, you could just play the video. Like, maybe you can, like, you know, zoom in on a certain section or something. But if the video is sufficient and it shows what you says it shows, it shows what you, yeah, it shows what you says it shows. Just play the video. You know, you don't need to do all this stuff. That's the beauty of video. If you want to, like, be like, hey, I think this is what happened briefly, then okay, but you don't need to narrate it. That's like the whole point of video.
That is correct.
Did you ever
Ooh, nice.
get
Thanks, Fresh Boy.
AR-15 that your suspect number 1 was firing those shots at? At all when supposed to be in the investigation?
Objection, Your Honor. That's the answer.
Yeah, I mean, just
what's
the third time you've made this specific charge. I mean,
purpose of the question.
Wait, did he just do it again?
At all when supposed to be in the investigation?
Objection, Your Honor. That's the answer.
What's the purpose of the question?
That is correct.
Did you ever get that
Did she say it?
AR-15 that your suspect number 1 was firing those shots at all when supposed to be in the investigation?
Objection, Your Honor. That's the answer.
What's the purpose of the question?
Yeah, there should have been a mistrial the second time.
Okay, can you rephrase it?
When Julian Conley came to do that press conference, did he admit to having a weapon?
No, he did not.
Did he admit to having a weapon during the Julian?
No, he did not.
Ooh, I see. Rachel Carnersdale. Nice. Thanks for sharing
If
that.
you had recovered a gun in this case in regards to the shooting of Sequoia Turner, what would you have done?
Okay, he can testify as to what he would have done in the investigation, and you've moved on from the question that the objection was based on, and that's appropriate. You can ask what he would have done had he had that, because that's about his investigation.
So if I did receive any type of weapon in this case, of course, once that weapon is received, we will do a test on it, and we will test fire.
If you say Nibin, I swear to God.
We will test the shell casings that come out of that weapon, also the projectile that comes out of that weapon. Both of those will be tested and confirmed through GBI.
When you say confirm, what do you mean confirm?
So we get like what we call preliminary results. Each time a weapon is fired, that firing pin hits a shell casing, it leaves a unique marking.
It absolutely does not. There's no evidence that that's true.
That shell casing will be placed on what we call Nibin, and a projectile will also be tested. That's a preliminary test. It's not.
He's like speedrunning everything that I hate.
Confirmed until it goes to the GBI, and they're able to confirm the original preliminary investigation.
The original preliminary investigation?
Matches the firearm that you made.
Correct. So if I did recover a weapon, I would be able to tell if the spent shell casing that we found on scene actually came from the firearm that I had in my possession.
No, you think that's true.
That testing, are you able to determine if it is the murder weapon or excluded as a murder weapon?
Either or. It can be either excluded or confirmed.
With a 99.9% certainty?
Correct.
It can be neither, too.
Do you need a minute before cross-examination, or are you ready for cross? You ready for cross?
Look at his stupid fucking face.
Okay, that's fine. Will you step out for 5 minutes? I've got something else I need to attend to anyway.
I am about to go out the window. You want to see where the window is? I'll show you. It's right here. It's just waiting for me. It's just beckoning. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at? I was hoping the caption would process by now. It's still like loading.
Frustration spill over to people being upset with police. I guess some of the different, and you mentioned information.
You don't see that every day.
Members of the jury,
Do I not like him? No, he's fine. He's a great guy. I'm a big fan. Here we go. Dom was.
All right, the jury.
Hashtag Dom was. Let's see. Oh, and no, James. I think you asked that. I don't know if I answered. Nothing filed and moved to yet.
members of the jury, the planned arrival of your lunch is around 12:15. Okay, go right ahead.
Thomas. Scouser. Let me see here.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you see me around that screen?
I can see the top of your head.
So I have a few questions for you. We heard a lot of information about the atmosphere.
I bet she does.
Related to what was happening at that time in the city. And you mentioned people were upset about, I guess, some of the different events that took place. Did any of that frustration spill over to people being upset with police?
Yes, absolutely it did.
Okay. And you also mentioned that the location where this incident took place was designated as an autonomous zone.
Yes, that is correct.
When did it become an autonomous zone?
At the point that they took over the street, restricted all traffic, pedestrian
Who is they?
or
Yeah, it is. This is a defense lawyer.
Vehicle, and set up areas where they started camping. That's when it became an autonomous zone.
And so by it being an autonomous zone, correct me if I'm wrong, but that means that police weren't patrolling the area, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Okay. So how were the police, if people had taken over the area, how were police dealing with that?
So I work in the Central Investigation Division. I don't work in the division where they're patrol division. So
What a dipshit. She says you're no longer patrolling. It's like, no, definitely not. How do you know that? That's not my department, okay? I'm just in the Ipse Dixit department.
their patrol patterns or their
See that, Bob Alessi? I know what that means.
directives that they were given, I was not privy to that. My sole assignment was investigation.
Okay, I need to watch. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's also not true. I need to stop saying that.
So how were the police, if people had taken over the area, how were police dealing with that?
So I work in the Central Investigation Division. I don't work in the division where they're patrol division. So their patrol patterns or their directives that they were given, I was not privy to that. My sole assignment was investigation.
I assume that the jury is picking up on this. I have to imagine the jury's picking up on this. He's like so flagrant with it.
So does that mean you don't really know what was happening in that area?
Besides them taking over the area, that is correct. As it pertains to directives that was passed down from the chain of command, I have no idea.
He's just like a sociopath. He's a compulsive liar.
I work in the Central Investigation Division. I'm not aware of any directives that came down as it pertains to that area.
So you have no idea. It's so unprofessional.
You just mentioned the directives that was passed down to officers, but you don't know what the directive that was passed down?
That is correct. I'm not aware of any directives or any patrol patterns that was directed for that area.
Yeah, I completely agree, Neri. Like, this is a thing that I think that's a theme that you see in Fulton County a lot. And not just Fulton County, other areas with like subpar investigations, where they just will not concede stuff that doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? Like, if there's an autonomous zone and the police had abandoned it, like, okay, fine. I mean, not fine. It's not great, but the murder still could have happened. Like, you gain credibility by conceding what you don't know. Yeah.
But you said people were upset with police. Was there like pressure on the police?
Conceding what you messed up.
So about a month before this particular Wendy's burned down, we had the George Floyd riots, which had affected Atlanta. After that, we had a couple other incidents leading up to Rayshard Brooks, which resulted in his own riot in that area, which burned down the Wendy's.
And there were people camping out in the Wendy's regularly, correct?
After the area was taken over, after it was burned down, that is correct.
So it was taken over.
You say that the area was taken over.
But you did. It was taken over, but you didn't cede control. Right. Got it.
Various political figures went to the area to speak with the individuals who were there.
Objection calls for speculation.
Can you restate the question?
Yes, Your Honor. How dare you? That's my question.
Were there attempts to get the people to disperse from that area?
Again, I work in the Central Investigation Division. I'm not aware of any patrol patterns, any directives, any city councilmen. I'm not aware of anything that affected that area.
So that means you don't know if anybody took over.
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, that is incorrect. The area was taken over and set up as an autonomous zone.
What?
You mentioned that there were barricades.
The area actually had a red shirt on with a white letter on the back.
If you're not familiar with the area, you don't know when those barricades were placed.
The barricades were placed in the area when the Wendy's burned down, and the barricades were placed around the Wendy's parking lot because the Wendy's had burned down.
Where'd you get that information?
How do you know that if you had no information? You have no information about any directives in the area. How do you know who placed them there? And how do you know why they were placed there? You're directly contradicting yourself.
So once the Wendy's burned down, of course, watching the news, watching social media, you can see that there was also obviously barricades placed around the Wendy's parking lot.
Ah, so your basis is social media and the news. You're not actually testifying based on personal knowledge at this point. You're just repeating what you saw on Fox 5.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had hours of footage that you watched in relation to this incident, correct?
That is correct.
But you don't have any footage showing anybody bringing those barricades to that location.
Bringing barricades to that area a month prior to the shooting.
Can you have a witness be responsive to the questions asked?
Okay, well, just do your best to respond. If you need to explain your answer, let her know that.
Yes, ma'am. No, it's impossible for me to have video footage from the incident that occurred at that time when barricades was exactly pinpointed and blocked off on that street. That is impossible. My incident occurred on July the 4th.
How do you know that it would be impossible? You weren't the person who collected the video, and you don't know the video systems. You have no idea how far back the video systems record and retain data. So you have absolutely no basis for stating that. Completely lying, completely fabricating a basis of a statement right now. Completely dishonest.
That area was set up as an autonomous zone a month prior.
Back when I was a bartender, our security camera footage was stored for at least a month. Sometimes a little bit more. So he has absolutely no basis to make that statement. He's lying through his teeth.
And you mentioned Rayshard Brooks. You know when that happened?
I want to say it's about a month prior to July 4th. It was in June, and it was maybe a month after the George Floyd incident.
And you said you got some of your
So you don't even know the date, but you're certain that there was no video footage, even though you have no idea what video systems were in place.
You know when Rayshard Brooks' funeral was?
Completely.
I have no idea.
Just say that more.
So it would surprise you to know that the barricades were up in June during Rayshard Brooks' funeral.
If you say so, I have no idea. I can't confirm that.
I do say so, motherfucker.
At what time did you start watching video of this incident?
So the time frame that I got, of course, I always start when a 911 call is made, and I go a couple hours before.
How far before did you go?
Let's say the incident happened about 21-46 hours. I try to get a video a couple hours before.
Just a couple hours? Why not?
How many hours? 2 hours? 3 hours?
Probably does.
A couple hours means 2.
Thank you.
Bitch, I swear to God, if your dumbass doesn't keep... Oh, my God. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop.
And during those hours that you watched before the incident, were you able to identify how many people came to the location?
As far as the participants that's in the autonomous zone,
How many people were in the area of the incident?
I have no idea.
I know you don't.
Do you know how many people were in the area of the incident that had firearms?
I would say approximately maybe a dozen or so.
I will say I really like his tie. I'll say something nice. I really like that tie.
And where do you get that number from?
It's approximate. It's a guesstimation
Based on what?
based off the video that I watched.
It's just an approximation now, obviously. When I said a couple 7 seconds ago, and then I was sassy about it, that was an exact statement. But now it's a guesstimation.
Okay, so you counted individuals from the video.
I'm so annoyed with this guy.
I made an estimate from watching the video of how many participants were walking around with firearms. That is correct.
So if you watch the video, why didn't you just count the people on the video? Given that you have Superman tier vision,
The individuals that you saw with firearms.
but are unable to tell between somebody's front and
I
back.
have no idea.
You didn't see anybody get off the bus with a firearm. I mean, you watched hours of footage.
I did not see anybody get off a MARTA bus with a long rifle.
Okay. Did you see people walk up with firearms to the location in 2 hours before the incident?
From the incident, what I viewed, you see multiple people walking up and down the street freely with handguns and firearms. That is correct.
But you don't necessarily know how they arrived to that location.
That is correct.
Counting is hard.
And you mentioned being the lead investigator. When do your duties start as the lead investigator?
As soon as we received that call that we've been advised that a person has been killed, I assumed duties as a lead detective.
Okay. And the first place that you went as a result of that was where?
The crime scene.
Which was where?
So because we had the crime scene itself, the autonomous zone was too dangerous for police to go inside, and it had to be secured. As I stated before in my testimony, we had the staging area at University and Metropolitan, and that's where we staged at before the area was secure.
So the crime scene area was University and Metropolitan?
Crime scene area was Pryor Street, 1238 Pryor Street.
What's the first thing you did when you got there?
Got to my staging area or the actual crime scene. So by the time we was able to get to the crime scene, of course it was secure. I observed people that was living in the tents, sweeping in the area. We instructed.
Didn't he previously testify that when he arrived, there were people trying to move evidence around and sweep up shell casings, and he had to tell them to stop? Didn't he say that like Well, before the weekend.
The actual crime scene.
Half an hour ago.
So by the time we was able to get to the crime scene, of course, it was secure. I observed people that was living in the tents.
By the time he got there, it was secure.
Sweeping in the area. We instructed them to stop.
Okay.
We immediately broke off in patterns and started looking for evidence and trying to locate evidence.
I was wrong.
How many officers were at the scene when you arrived?
I don't know the approximate number of officers, but it is documented in our case file.
Which officer secured the scene before you got there?
So the area was secured by TFOs, our tactical field officers, and that area had to be secured because of safety issues.
And what does it mean when the area is secure?
So that means the area needs to be secure. That means it's unsafe for detectives or anyone to come in and actually work the crime scene.
Think about that for a second. They had no problem with the area being unsafe until they had to be there. They didn't send in the tactical field officers until after the child was shot. Once the police had to show up and do an investigation, they needed to secure everything. They need to be safe. They need to be protected. But the 8-year-old children don't. It's shameful.
So that means that individuals in the area are removed from that area?
That means if individuals in that area, if they're creating the area to be unsafe, yes, they are removed from that area. And the area is secured, and it's been secured and broke off for evidentiary purposes.
Yeah, but not for the safety of the people, just for your safety.
So there shouldn't have been anybody sweeping any streets or moving any evidence because it was secure, correct?
That's correct, but see what you have to understand, inside this autonomous zone, there was a group that was not from Atlanta. This group, what do you want to call them, Antifa, they were hardcore protesters. This group would not move, and they were inside.
Yeah, but your defendant is from Atlanta.
Inside the parking lot, inside the private parking lot of the burned down Wendy's. So that's a totally different group from the suspect number one and his co-defendants. So that group did stay. They were not removed, but they were instructed to stay inside of their tents.
And what were those individuals wearing?
I don't know what they were wearing. They were, I can definitely tell they were not from the area.
So how can you tell that?
How can you tell? Look, you can't just say Antifa every time you don't know the answer. I'm not saying Antifa doesn't exist anywhere, but my guy. Also, his face is so mad right now. It makes me so happy. You can't just say Antifa. It's not like a magic word.
I don't know what they were wearing. They were, I can definitely tell they were not from the area.
So how do you know they weren't from the area?
So I'm from Atlanta. I grew up in Atlanta. I know the demographic of that area. This group of protesters did not fit that demographic in that area.
Because it is. The crime scene spoke to them, you could say.
So let's go into that. What's the demographic of the individuals that you say weren't from the area?
So these were mostly white males and females, and they were not from, like I said, that part of town. And
that's not what you said. That's not what you said. That's not what you said, my good bitch. Not what you said. You said not from Atlanta. You said not that part of town the second time.
Atlanta.
So how many of them did you arrest for tampering with evidence?
Objection, Your Honor, this one not feel what the relevance is to the shooting and the death of supporting time.
Okay, explain your question.
Your Honor, the question is in reference to the information the officer gave.
I bet the jury hates this guy and he doesn't even understand it.
People speaking of the area. Speaking of the area, on direct, he was asked whether or not he saw anybody committing any criminal offenses on the video. I'm asking him about the people that he's saying were still in the area doing the crime scene. I'm asking him what steps were taken to address those individuals who modified the crime scene.
I'll allow it.
Instructions were given to those individuals to stop, and they stopped.
I mean, I'm sure that they weren't from that part of town. I believe him when he said that, but he said they weren't from Atlanta. And they said, "How do you know that?" And he said, "They're not from that part of town." He changed his story.
So my question was, how many people did you arrest for modifying crime scene?
Instructions were given, and they was.
Okay, were there any arrests as a result of that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
You said that your job as a lead detective is to collect evidence, correct?
Identify and collect evidence. That's correct.
But you didn't actually pick up the evidence yourself, correct?
That is correct. We have a crime scene tech that is trained in with that procedure of collecting evidence.
And as you watched the video prior to the crime scene, personnel arriving on the scene?
Are we referring to the moment of the crime scene? Which part are you referring to?
The videos that tell you
He's not even looking at her. So disrespectful.
what took place. As you observed those before the crime scene techs arrived at the scene.
No, that's impossible. The video hadn't been collected yet. We're still doing our preliminary stages of working the crime scene.
So at that point, when crime scene personnel arrived, you didn't know where the crime scene took place.
Just like any other crime scene, we don't know where evidence is. That's why we break off and we do a canvass of the area to identify items that need to be collected and identify items of evidence.
Yeah, except it was right there. The shell casings would have been within a 13-foot radius because of how shell casings eject from a firearm, and they would have rolled down the incline because of gravity. So you could have looked that way too. So you would have known exactly where it was, based on your own testimony given in this trial. But other than your own words, that made perfect sense.
So when you got there, were the barricades still there?
Yes, I do believe there are some barricades that were still there.
And you know where the shooting happened. And if you picked up the phone call from the McCords and asked them for information, you would have known more about it as well.
Okay. Were those barricades blocking the street when you got there?
Not sure.
There are a bunch of gang act counts in this case, and I don't even know if they're trying to prove that, if they got dropped or something. But there are like 10 I think there's like 8 or 10 gang act counts.
They were obstructing the street, but I do remember observing some barricades in the street.
Okay. So where in your report does it document how you determine the area of the crime scene?
So that report is going to be made by a crime scene tech unit. They would come on the scene. Like I said, we do a canvass of the area, we identify the evidence, and we start to document it and collect it. I also instructed an investigator of mine to do what we call a crime scene sketch. And at that point, he is responsible for documenting the crime scene along with the crime scene tech.
So how do you determine?
And remember, the crime scene tech messed up the sketch during his testimony. He switched around 2 things. Not that that's a huge deal, but still.
So everything is done simultaneously at the same time. So as we're walking and identifying evidence, it's my job as a lead detective to walk along with the crime scene tech, start to identify evidence, along with the person I instruct to be in charge of the crime scene sketch to also document it. Also, before we conclude that crime scene, we do what we call a debriefing. And in that debriefing, I go over line by line the pieces of evidence that is collected. And that crime scene sketch is given to me and put in the case file.
So if you had
just even like he's like just his tone is so like combative, even with relatively simple questions. I really like this suit though. I'm sorry.
Right to the crime scene tech arriving, you don't actually know what happened or what took place where. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. We go to crime scenes all the time and we don't have video. Video is only a luxury sometimes in some of these crime scenes. So we still process the scene as we have it without video.
So the day of this incident was a holiday, correct?
It's July 4th, correct?
Isn't it true that you believe some of the shell casings found could have been part of the celebration that's happening at that location?
That is absolutely a possibility. 4th of July in the city of Atlanta, there's gunshots everywhere. So it's important for us to be meticulous on how we identify evidence and where we collect evidence. That is correct.
You don't know how many of the shell casings that were located were connected to the celebration that was happening.
That is incorrect. Once we collect all the evidence and we start comparing it to the actual crime scene as investigation leads from the preliminary stage and ongoing.
Wait, what do you compare it to? I'm sorry, I need to slow down. There's a lot packed in there.
Located were connected to the celebration that was happening.
That is incorrect. Once we collect all the evidence and we start comparing it to the actual crime scene as investigation leads from the preliminary stage and ongoing.
Wait, so if you start looking at the evidence and comparing it to something else, how do you have the something else before you look at the...
I identified we had 7 spent shell cases that were 5.56, and as I said, as investigation goes on, a 5.56 projectile was taken out of Sequoia Turner's back.
And when did you find that out?
During the autopsy.
Yeah, that you didn't bother to show up for.
And when did you receive the autopsy report?
So the autopsy report is never done within a couple of days, but it's my job as a lead detective to work hand in hand with the investigator and the doctor so I can get those preliminary findings to help aid in my investigation.
Yeah, but not enough.
Their report is not signed and sealed. It takes time for their report to get done. And there's also a priority list that they have because they have other decedents in their possession that they also have to do reports.
So when did you actually get the report?
That report is going to be documented in the case file as well.
So is it accurate to say that you didn't
It's
get
so
the
important, but
report
I don't want to.
until 2 weeks after the incident?
I'm not trying to like make light of the fact that it would be traumatic to go, but like it's kind of important.
So that could be correct. That is correct. But what's important is the information that I get in those first days of investigation from the medical examiner, which aided me in my investigation.
So where in your report does it document when you actually got the information from the medical examiner?
So that report is going to be available inside the report. If you look at the top of the medical examiner report, It's going to state that the doctor who signed off on the report and the date that it was completed.
But that medical examiner's report doesn't say when they talked to you, is that correct?
That's a medical examiner report. That's correct. It's just documenting the actual injuries to Sequoia Turner.
Correct. So you created your own report.
So disrespectful. He's not even making eye contact. He's driving me crazy.
As the lead investigator, correct?
That is correct.
And so you would have documented the moment or the date that you got information from the medical examiner, correct?
That's not always true. As we get information from the medical examiner, the investigator, as I said, I know that it's going to be documented in the case file. So if they give me information, let's say where the injury is, what type of projectile is coming out, that's it important. Me documenting as I go on, as I speak to them, is irrelevant because I know it's going to be documented inside the report.
So
yeah, but you don't. You should be documenting why you're doing stuff, and if you're basing information on the report or information you get before there's a report, you should be documenting that.
From the scene, you didn't have a medical examiner's report, correct?
That is correct. Only thing we have is what we can collect from the scene.
And you hadn't watched video when you were collecting evidence.
Oh,
correct?
That is correct.
So you didn't know what you were looking for, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Let's talk about the information you did get immediately prior to receiving the medical examiner's report. You talked to witnesses, correct?
No, we call witnesses who actually cooperate. I spoke to multiple individuals who was adamant about not cooperating and not going on record for anything.
Who was Investigator McClure?
Investigator McClure is the detective who was in charge of the crime scene.
So, Investigator McClure was at the scene before you?
Again, the area was roped off, so we all got at the same time because it had to be secured by TFO units.
Did you have a conversation with Investigator McClure at the scene?
Yes. I work hand in hand with the detectives on the scene, along with the crime scene techs.
Did you also, do you know somebody named Mike Sprinkle?
Yes.
How do you know Mike Sprinkle?
Mike Sprinkle works in the district attorney's office, Fulton County.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No comment.
How do you also, do you know somebody named Mike Sprinkle?
Yes.
How do you know Mike Sprinkle?
Mike Sprinkle works in the district attorney's office, Fulton County.
Did you have a conversation with Mike Sprinkle the day of the incident?
I believe so.
In reference to evidence that you discussed on the day of the incident with McClure and Mr. Sprinkle.
Mike Sprinkle was prominently involved in the YSL case. He's kind of like a quasi-investigator, quasi-district attorney. He blurs the lines between prosecutors and law enforcement. He frequently testifies as an expert witness, even though he is a district attorney and a prosecutor. He testified repeatedly in the YSL case. I think he was often called when the prosecutors didn't actually have a witness ready to go and they didn't want to get yelled at.
Were you told that somebody was live streaming?
It does call for hearsay. Is there an exception?
Your Honor, this is actually not for the purpose of trying to establish what's actually. It's not for the.
Max Shard absolutely humiliated Michael Sprinkle, by the way, with one of the greatest cross-examinations of all time.
Fact or the matter.
That stupid fucking smirk on his face.
It's
Fuck
not
him.
being presented to
It's a murder
determine whether or
trial.
not it's for the truth of the matter asserted. It's basically to determine what the officer knew at the time he made his decisions about how to proceed with the investigation based on the information he said he collected.
No, I would just say she asked him to do it based on.
And like the other thing is like he thinks he's winning right now, and like maybe he'll get a conviction. I don't know, but like this kid's not going well for you, sir.
Your Honor, we're actually dealing with him on cross-examination, he is the lead detective. He wasn't present at the scene. The only way he knows what happened is what people told
Also, he just lost the Wolfenbarger case like 5 minutes ago. You got embarrassed profoundly. Like, you should not be this confident.
Okay, a little more context. Will you guys approach?
So on the day of the incident, before you watched surveillance video, were you made aware or of any other videos that may have been created at the time of the incident?
Are you referring to surveillance videos?
No.
What videos are you referring to?
Any other videos that were made contemporaneous with the event by people who were present?
Again, are you referring to surveillance videos?
I am not.
Okay, no, I'm not aware of any other surveillance videos except the ones I collected.
I did not say surveillance videos, sir. Are you
I'm sure you're not, but that doesn't really tell us whether there are other videos.
aware of other videos that were taken by people who were at the scene?
I'm unaware of any other videos that were taken at the scene. If I was aware of it, it would be included in the case file.
We know that's not true. Putting videos in the case file
Who
is
is
not a thing.
ATL Pell?
I have no idea who is that a witness?
If you don't know, you don't know. Fuck this guy, seriously.
While you were
Like,
doing
I
your
personally
investigation,
dislike this person.
Were you made aware that there were individuals at the scene dressed in all black?
Yes.
Were you aware that those individuals have been described as being dressed like bounty hunters?
The only description that I got of males dressed in all black as dressed as bounty hunters was from Charmaine Turner, Corey's mom.
That's not true.
So that's a yes.
Yes, that's the only description I got from anybody.
Were you provided pictures
The term bounty hunters was stated by Omar, what's his face?
of individuals dressed in all black that were identified to you as the shooter?
So if you're referring to the picture that was given to me by Mr. Omar Ivory, he did provide me with a picture with two individuals circling red, stating that these are the shooters, and he stated that he got that from second and third hand information from the internet that somebody provided him. He provided to me
So
that.
the answer is yes, you did get a picture.
Yes.
I would just ask if you would allow him to finish his answer before.
Were you finished?
It's non-responsive.
No, ma'am, I had.
It's non-responsive.
Okay, you can finish your
Come on.
answer. Go ahead.
So he provided that picture to me, not stating that he is saying that these are the shooters, but he provided the picture saying that this is what was told to him is the shooters. So it's unconfirmed information, social media, wherever he got that from online.
And so as the lead detective, are you the person responsible for confirming information that's provided to you?
Absolutely. As a lead detective, especially in a case like this, we get so much information. It's like drinking water from a water hose, a fire hose. So we take all the information, no matter where it's coming from, and we put it in the case files. I make a mental note of it.
I bet you do.
And that I'm able to confirm later on through the investigation whether I corroborate through witness statements or the evidence if that information is in fact valid. So the information that he provided was placed into the case file and documented.
I'm not even going to say anything.
Okay.
The stupid fucking smirk makes me... Maybe he just has like a resting smirk face and I shouldn't be so judgy. But my god, it makes me insane. Also, Fulton County now has 5 hours and 46 minutes to file their response to move to. Still haven't seen one. I was kind of hoping I'd get one. But last minute's pretty typical for lawyers. No. I don't need Cat's tweet. What's going on here?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
What was that about?
Can you look at this picture and tell me if you recognize?
Yeah, it's midnight.
Yes, this is the exact photo that he gave to me.
No, it's not about Tay. It's I can't remember the guy's name. It's not somebody I've heard of before.
I see 5 individuals dressed in black, all carrying rifles, and I see a male dressed in a white T-shirt standing in the middle. 2 males are circled in red with 2 arrows coming down, and
Wait, why are you speaking? Why are you talking right now?
We don't know who could.
Would you guys step out for just a minute?
All right, so the jury.
Maybe what he's laughing at is how much of like a shit show it is, and I shouldn't be judging him because of that. I guess that's also possible. We have 20 days. It's not a big deal if they wait till the last minute. I mean, we filed with like 9 minutes left to go. So, not a big deal.
Okay, I'm sorry to send them out, but I just don't have enough context. So who made the marks on the exhibit?
Your Honor, I believe the witness testified that that's how he received the picture. Whether or not he did any further investigation about.
Hold on a second.
Whether or not Omar is the one who circled the images or put the writing at the bottom, this witness is the one who can tell us more information about it because it was provided to him and put in the case.
Okay, I do think that directly calls for hearsay, but what do you say?
I agree, Your Honor. I think Omar was asked about it. Omar says he had no idea who made the writings of the marks. So we don't know where that information comes from. I think Detective Shepard has indicated they were receiving thousands of social media information about it with no identity of who these people are that are getting that information. So to put something in there then to suggest that the true eyewitnesses in this case is making identification of those individuals as being the person that shot and killed Sequoia Turner is just not accurate.
Your Honor, this is the information. I just asked the witness if he's the person who's tracking down or confirming the accuracy of the information that's provided to him. He said he is. He said if he received a picture that was already marked when he got it, he was the person who's responsible for verifying that information. And we don't know whether or not he made the circles, whether or not Omar made the circles, but asking him about it is how we get that information.
Did you make the circles?
no, ma'am, and Mr. Omar.
Can I see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Omar stated that he received that picture
Nobody
as
asked
is. He
you a
didn't make the
goddamn thing.
circles.
Okay, somebody did ask him something, but then he stopped. Like, stop volunteering information. You're not a part of this.
Okay. And so if you were asked, if you were able to determine, if you looked into and were able to determine the source of the writing on that picture, what would your answer be?
I did. And so as a detective, we receive hundreds, especially in a case like this, hundreds of tips, hundreds of information. I get it. I store it.
He receives hundreds of information.
But what if I took a step on making arrests on every tip I got, then I'd be arresting hundreds of people. So when I get that information, I have to corroborate it by following up with more information. As more information comes in, I can follow up and corroborate it and see if these are actually the individuals. And I follow the leads. My leads did not lead me to these 2 individuals. So I did what I usually do as a homicide detective. I document it and I put it in the case file.
Yeah, now it's sent.
Okay, you can ask him about what he did based on the photograph, but don't go into anything written on the photograph because that is hearsay. Okay, they can come back in.
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
in reference to the statements that the officer just gave about Omar being able to identify the individuals that he said.
I don't think it's hearsay because it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Most likely.
Were the shooters. He actually recorded his interview with Omar, and we would like to play that for impeachment purposes.
All right for the jury?
Okay, let's take that up over lunch. You have it now?
Yes.
Okay. Is it, you guys have that?
I mean, they provided it to us, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he doesn't know the answer. I think they were sent to him altered, is what he's saying. Yeah, maybe.
Are you going to follow up on that question, or are you trying to play your exhibit? Okay. Before we play the exhibit, let's make sure everybody's on the same page. Is the exhibit in evidence already, or it was just provided in discovery? Okay, so we're going to handle that outside the jury's presence, probably. Okay, but go ahead and follow up with that.
So the picture that you have in front of you, I think I was asking you where you got that picture.
So the driver of the Jeep Cherokee, when it was shot by suspect number 1, provided me this picture that he received from social media.
And under what circumstances did you use that picture?
In an attempt to try to help and assist. He said that he was multiple.
Don't want anything that he said.
Yes, ma'am.
No hearsay.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you face to face when he provided you that picture?
I was.
Can you describe the individuals that you see in that picture?
I would object to going into the content of the picture. This is not an evidence. He did it earlier, but it was not appropriate. It was not.
It's not in evidence.
It's not in evidence.
Your Honor, the witness stated that he was provided that picture. He said that he's responsible for following up on information that's provided to him. In terms of what he did after receiving the picture, we have to know what the picture says that would make him take the steps to the next.
Okay, we can't go into the contents of the picture if it's not in evidence, so you have to try to lay a foundation to put it in evidence.
Your Honor, we'll return to the picture.
Okay.
So, you said you received several tips with people trying to assist. Did you receive tips telling you that the people were dressed in all black who were responsible for the shooting?
Objection. Counsel hearsay. She kept asking, like, did he get descriptions? Asking her. I don't even know who she's talking about. They're reading that information.
Okay, he testified previously that the victim's mother gave a description that the jury's already heard repeatedly. You can go into that because she testified, but if it's descriptions from other people who aren't witnesses, there's going to be a proper hearsay objection, I assume. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Did you set up a tip line to assist?
Yes, there was a Crime Stoppers tip line that's available for every homicide that occurs in the city.
And how was that tip line used?
So if you want to remain anonymous, you're able to call this tip line, and it is a strict anonymous tip line. You can give your information. Your name and date of birth is not, or phone number is not recorded, and you're given some type of PIN number, and that's the PIN number that you go by. And that is kept under strict confidence to the point that we don't even get that information as detectives.
Wait, but it is recorded though?
And what do you do with that information that you received from that tip line?
So with any tip that we get in any case, I document it. I make a mental note of it. And as my case progresses, if anything that's fruitful comes up and that can corroborate that tip, I will follow up on that. And most of the time, the tips, I will follow up on those.
Any descriptions from those tips?
So the content of the Crime Stoppers.
Going into, you don't know who gave those tips. You just said it's anonymous. I mean, it could be anyone that gives false tips. I just don't think it's appropriate to ask this detective if they know they tips and nothing to them.
I didn't ask him who gave the tips. I asked him did he get descriptions from the tips. He set up, he's described what he's done with regards to his investigation. I'm just trying to flesh out what he's done with regards to his investigation.
Okay, I think you can ask if he received descriptions. I don't know if there's a foundation right now or whether it would be admissible right now, given what you've already gotten from him about what the description was.
So my question was, did he get descriptions?
So the content of the Crime Stoppers, of course, is anonymous. And if I receive information and that information does not lead to any fruitful investigation, speaking about it in open court or speculating on that is not fair to the tipster, and it compromises integrity of the entire process of being anonymous.
What?
So the tips that I do receive that do become fruitful, they are documented in the case file. The tips that I don't receive, they are not documented in the case file.
What's the NFAC?
I have no idea what that acronym is.
Are you
I vaguely heard that acronym before. I wasn't familiar with the acronym, but I heard the name.
Isn't it true that you asked Mr. McKinney if he was a not fucking around coalition?
Objection to cost of hearsay.
Your Honor, this is in reference to what he asked, not what somebody else said. I'm asking him what did he ask.
He's asking what Mr. McKinney responded to.
I didn't ask that.
Did you ask anything about that?
Did I
That
ask?
group? Did you ask anyone anything about that group?
So during my investigation, of course, during my canvas, I heard the name, not the acronym, come up a couple of times. So it's not unusual for me to ask anybody that I'm interviewing about this group, because that is part of my investigative leads to follow up on information that I get. And when I follow up on the information, it becomes fruitful, then I keep going with it.
Okay, you can ask that question. You're satisfied? Okay.
So what do you know about the not fucking around coalition?
I don't think I've heard that name since
satisfied?
2020.
What do you know about the coalition?
Absolutely nothing.
So you don't know that they were all black?
I believe description from the 2020 and during my investigation that these guys were all black, but I wasn't familiar with them before, and I haven't heard of them since then.
So you don't know that they were in Atlanta at this time of your incident?
Again, my answer, I had no idea who these people were before, and I had no idea that they were in Atlanta. I'm in the investigation division. I'm not aware of that type of intelligence. That's a totally different unit.
Not much intelligence.
You mentioned in your direct examination that you made flyers
What other information is strictly kept in other departments?
to disseminate to the public. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on those flyers, you put a description, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that your flyers describe people wearing all black dressed like bounty hunters?
That is correct.
Isn't it true you passed out 400 of these flyers?
In total, 400. That is correct, approximately.
Had you watched the video of the incident before you passed out those flyers?
I did, and once I received that information of people dressed like bounty hunters, I looked on camera and see if I can find anybody dressed like bounty hunters in all black. And indeed, I did see several individuals dressed in all black looking like bounty hunters. I wish that was my investigative step. I've seen it. Of course, when it got dark, I was not able to identify anyone.
So when it got dark, I mean the time of day?
Correct.
And what time would that happen?
The time of the incident, 21:46 hours, when suspect 1 fired his multiple rounds AR-15 into the inside of Jeep of Sequoia Turner. Suspect 1 wearing red shirt, white letters, light blue pants, AR-15.
How many individuals at the location on the night of
From the news.
Ooh.
I have no idea what that acronym is.
Are you familiar with the group called Not Fucking Around? That's fine. So you don't know that they were all blackers. When it got dark, I mean the time of day?
Correct.
And what time would that happen?
The time of the incident, 21:46. Take that. Of course, multiple males dressed in all dark colors, black. Of course, suspect 1 stood out with his bright red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans, and AR-15. He was the only one wearing this particular outfit. Bright red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans, and AR-15. He was the only one wearing this particular outfit.
That's light blue. It's the third version.
And that made him stand out from everyone in that barricade and out there that night.
And so the fact that you said he stood out, he wasn't wearing a mask, was he?
No mask. That's correct.
So he was the only one wearing red, but he was a blood. That makes sense. Definitely a gang operation.
He didn't seem like he was trying to hide his face, did he?
That is correct. He was not trying to hide his face.
In reference to
And they don't even know whether it's an AR-15.
other individuals that you saw in that video, were they wearing a mask?
Some individuals were wearing masks.
Clothing? Were some individuals wearing kind of like vests, like police wear?
Can you be more specific?
Body armor, some type of protective, what would be considered Kevlar vest, some kind of vest over their clothes.
To look like a bounty hunter? Yes.
How many of those did you see?
There's a couple of them.
Two?
Two to three, approximately. I think it's safe.
Oh, a couple doesn't mean two anymore, huh, dipshit? So it wasn't an unreasonable question that you're all sassy about. Well, there you have it.
It would be 2 to 4.
Couple's 2 to 4 now. What a jackass.
And were they carrying firearms?
Yes.
So when you saw them on camera,
A couple means 2
they
to
were
4.
carrying firearms, dressed like bounty hunters. Correct?
Correct. When you see the MARTA bus driving into the area, you see multiple individuals dressed just as she described, pointing their rifles at the bus.
It's
what steps did you take to identify those individuals?
I took every step, the same step I was able to try to identify suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, and AR-15. However, I was unable to identify those other subjects because they wore darker clothing, and I was not able to identify them.
Did you put those pictures on the news?
No, we only put pictures on the news where I can get some proof of information. Putting a picture of a blob of just black is not going to do anything for the case.
So you saw individuals dressed in all black. You received descriptions.
It's not going to do anything for the prosecution.
Who were the shooters? They had firearms, but you didn't put their picture on.
That is correct. Again, we don't put pictures on the news, or we can't possibly get any identification. It makes absolutely no sense to do so.
You mentioned that crime scene text come to the location based on. Is it you calling them, or how do you get the crime scene text?
It depends on the responsibility of the patrol officer when he arrives on scene. Of course, a regular scene, not a scene such as this nature. The first is make it safe, and if he's able to do so, he's making it safe. He's going to secure the area. He's going to request additional units if he needed. They're going to put up crime scene tape. They will extend the barrier if they need to. At that point, they will notify crime scene text and also homicide if it's a homicide, and let us know and give us a preliminary what they observed on scene.
So, did you know which crime scene text were reaching out at the location?
Usually we raise crime scene text. Like I said, that night we had a lot of shootings. So it just depends on who shows up. I believe that particular night, crime scene text Hollis responded.
And remind me, what did Hollis do?
So again, when a crime scene tech arrives on scene, either me or the detective that I instruct to take care of my crime scene will go through the crime scene with the crime scene tech, identify markers, identify leads that need to be documented, leads such as evidence. That evidence will be documented with a marker, and we do a walkthrough, we photograph. As we go, we may find more. That process continues. I've been on a crime scene, we had 200-300 markers. It just depends on the crime scene.
So, you're in a Pharaoh scan?
I'm not familiar with the Pharaoh scan in the Atlanta Police Department. But I believe you're referring to, I'm not familiar with that, no ma'am.
Okay, so you're not, how long have you been homicide?
I've been a detective 15 years, I've been a homicide 11.
So you're not familiar with the fact that Atlanta Police Department uses a technology that measures the whole crime scene review 360
I work 500 crime scenes in the city of Atlanta, and we've never used a Pharaoh scan. We document our crime scene sketches by hand, the old school fashioned way.
So it wouldn't surprise you if there was a Pharaoh scan done in this case?
It wouldn't surprise me if they requested it from the GBI, and that's not unusual either. We request crime scenes of this nature. We do ask outside agencies to come in, so that's not unusual.
Okay. And so, but you as the lead detective, you didn't ask for a Pharaoh scan?
No, me as the lead detective, again, I asked the lead of one of my co-workers, Detective McClure, to document the crime scene with a crime scene sketch. That's what was documented, and that was what I put in the case file. As far as a Pharaoh scan, if a different agency did that, that's, like I said, that's not unusual.
So, and I've never been a police officer, as a lead detective, are you not the person that is kind of like running the show of gathering all the evidence and following up on whatever leads and doing whatever's necessary to solve the case?
As a lead detective, absolutely. It's also my job to delegate jobs to other detectives because a crime scene such as this nature is very difficult to work. So I delegate jobs, in particular this case, to Detective McClure so he can sketch and work my crime scene.
So the Detective McClure give you any information about a Pharaoh scan being done on this crime?
Again, I don't have any notation in my report that a Pharaoh scan was completed.
So you don't even know how a Pharaoh scan would have been helpful in this case?
I mean, through deduction and reasoning where you're using it, I'm sure it's some type of crime scene scan. I've heard of a scan used by the GBI. I don't know if the name is called a Pharaoh scan, but you set the scan up and they do scan the crime scenes. We don't have that type of technology because, like I said, we do it the old school way. We sketch by hand.
So it's safe to say that you didn't review said Pharaoh scan that was created in this case?
That's incorrect. It's safe to say that I review my case file, and in my case file there's a folder for crime scene tech, crime scene sketch, and in my folder for crime scene sketch there's a handwritten crime scene sketch completed by the detective that I delegated that information to. So my case file is complete.
So my question was, you did not review the Pharaoh scan in this case?
That is incorrect again. I have no knowledge of a Pharaoh scan being inside of my case file, so there was no Pharaoh scan for me to review.
So if there was a Pharaoh scan in your case file, you know about it, correct?
Absolutely.
So if you have a Pharaoh scan to show you for this case file, you could confirm that it's part of this case file.
Now I would suggest you can contact the detective who operated the Pharaoh scan to come in and confirm his work with the Pharaoh scan. I can only confirm the work that came under me, which was the crime scene sketch. So if you have a Pharaoh scan, please contact that detective, bring that detective in so he can testify to his Pharaoh scan.
So, okay, let's go to something. The pictures that were taken of this crime scene, did you review those?
Yes.
You know who took all of those pictures?
On the crime scene, Detective Hollis.
Okay. You know other crime scene text pictures other than Detective Hollis?
That is correct. While the Jeep that was shot by suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans, AR-15, that Jeep was at Atlanta Medical Examiner Center. I requested a crime scene tech to respond to that location and photograph that vehicle as is. So that is correct. Also, the vehicle was transported to the Atlanta Police Homicide Cage was secured. A search warrant was obtained for that, and another crime scene tech responded to that scene and processed the actual crime scene of the vehicle. That's with the GSR and the photographs. That is correct. So there'd be multiple crime scene techs on homicide investigations, and that is not unusual.
Okay, so is it accurate that 2 different crime scene techs took pictures of the same Jeep?
That is very accurate. Correct.
Is it also accurate that a video was made of the same Jeep that you already had pictures together, correct?
That's correct. Detective Bender responded to Atlanta Medical Exam Center. He also documented the Jeep with video. So we have video and crime photographs.
Okay. At what point in your investigation did you review the photos from all of those crime scene techs?
As soon as the photos became available, I started reviewing them.
Do we have a date for that?
It's within 3 or 4 days.
What was the purpose of having 2 different crime scene techs and I believe a detective take a video of the same?
This is a murder of an 8-year-old child. You cannot have enough documentation. So if I would have had 10 crime scene techs documented, then I would have. But we're going to document everything, and we're going to make sure we document it as is.
Just we're not going to document everything. Just, the stuff that we think is useful at the time.
So, how many detectives reviewed the videos that you said you watched?
I'm not sure how many detectives. I'm the lead detective. I reviewed all the videos.
Multiple pictures were taken, and we can't have enough people taking pictures. But you're the only person who watched the video?
I think you're confusing the two. The crime scene photos were taken by multiple crime scene techs. Yes, multiple crime scene techs. The video that was secured from the security videos, I personally started going through them because that is my job as a lead detective.
So, you know that multiple people took pictures, but you don't know how many people looked at the video?
Again, I'm the lead detective. I reviewed all the video from the raw footage, the security videos that's collected.
Okay. You also mentioned pictures taken of the Jeep at an evidence cage. What is that?
That's what we call our crime scene cage. Anytime there's a crime committed, there's a vehicle in question, it is secured in our police cage. Once it's secured under lock and key, we obtain a search warrant to go process that vehicle.
I'm not sure if he's a lead detective, though.
So once it's finished, completed, being processed, and once we get everything we need from it, that vehicle is then removed from the cage.
And when was this vehicle removed from the cage?
I don't know the exact date it was removed from the cage, but it is documented in the case file.
I'm asking
the
you.
case file being the file that you created?
Correct.
So the lead supplement or your lead investigative report?
It's either in the lead supplement report, it's documented in a warrant that was obtained for that date that the search was completed.
Report here. Can you look at it and tell me when that vehicle was removed?
So that report is not going to be in this case file. It's going to not be in this lead supplement. Again, it's going to be in the date that the warrant was obtained. And I believe that warrant was obtained by Detective Barry.
So being a lead detective, that date listed in your.
I thought you said you're the lead detective.
Again, that date is documented when a search warrant was completed. So either way, it's going to be documented in the case file. It's going to be memorialized some type of way, whether either sitting in lead supplement or some type of warrant. In this case, it's a search warrant.
So the dates that search warrants are obtained are not in your report?
The date that the search warrant was obtained is in the report.
And the date that the search warrant is executed, not in your report?
The date that the search warrant is obtained and executed is going to be documented in the case file. If not in my lead supplement, it'll be in a report for the warrants.
So as the lead detective, aren't you responsible for compiling all the information?
Absolutely. So everything was compiled, it was put in the case file, and it is documented.
So the case file is not the report that you create?
What you just put on the table now, that's just a lead supplement. That is not the entire case file. If you go through the case file and go through the section that says warrants, you can see and observe when the warrant was taken out for this particular vehicle.
But you don't remember that?
I don't need to. It's memorialized and documented with a warrant in the case file.
Okay.
This guy's a fucking asshole.
So in terms
Setting
of
aside professionalism,
being the
he's just
lead
a dickhead.
detective, you talk to people and you take steps to try to solve this case. What does your report contain?
My report is pretty much like a roadmap, what would say a lead supplement. And that roadmap is going to tell you how I got from point A, B, C, all the way to Z. Whether that case is closed or not. Particularly if it's not closed and it turns into a cold case, a detective can pick it up whether it's 5 years or 20 years later and be able to follow that roadmap all the way through. Within that roadmap, if you look at my lead supplement, it's going to notate everything that I did and which particular folder was placed in. So that's going to give that detective, also me, if I need to pick this case up later, where I need to find such documents.
There's no way the jury is happy right now.
You talk to witnesses, you document what information you get from them that helps you with your investigation?
Absolutely. I document the date and the time, and it is recorded It is placed in the case file and is documented my lead supplement, the date that I talked to him, the time, and also make a notation that it is not verbatim. It is only a summary of that statement.
Okay. So, how many times did you speak to Mr. McCord about what happened?
I believe 2 times.
And isn't it true that he told you the person who came to his door had a shotgun?
Correct. Also, suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, light pants, AR-15, and a satchel. He advised that male was standing at his door. He identified that male from the news.
Didn't he tell you that the person standing at his door with AR-15 was a dark-skinned male?
Mr. McCord stated that the male that was standing at his door was suspect number 1 wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, AR-15, light blue jeans, and that was standing on the news beside his lawyer. The news that we just watched earlier. That's who Mr. McCord identified as standing at his door making threats. Suspect number 1.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. McCord that you would show him a lineup? That was the next step, was for you to show him a lineup?
Absolutely. That was after the first time I spoke with him. I absolutely did.
Where is that in your report that you went back and showed him a lineup?
So there was no lineup shown. There's no need for a lineup because he identified him from the news. At that point, showing him a lineup would be suggestive. Why would I show a lineup when he's already identified him on the news? That makes no sense.
So the person that you're saying was identified was the person you were.
Suspect number 1 who identified himself on the news wearing a... Yes, suspect number 1 who identified himself on the news wearing a red shirt, white letters on the back, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel. He identified himself on the news. He made the nexus between him and what's on the news. That is correct.
Isn't it also correct that on direct examination, you stated that the assault that Mr. McCord endured happened off camera?
No, that is incorrect. The assault that happened to Mr. McCord is plainly viewed what we already viewed on the cameras. Suspect number 1 was circled, suspect number 2 was circled. The first interaction is right off camera. But as he pulled into the parking lot, we plainly see suspect number 1, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel, walk into the parking lot, point his AR-15 at the couple as they retreated and tried to leave, along with his co-defendant, suspect number 2.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. McCord couldn't identify anybody other than the person with the shotgun who was standing at his window?
So I can't speak to what I'm surprised. I can only speak to what Mr. McCord told me and what his statement provided to me. If he provided another statement at another time to another investigator, I can't testify to that. I can only testify to what he testified to me and how he identified suspect number 1, red shirt, white letters, blue jeans, AR-15, black satchel.
Did you listen to Mr. McCord's 911 call?
I did.
So you heard him in the 911 call say, I had a shotgun in my face?
That is correct.
You don't have any video showing Julian in the same frame as Mr. McCord.
So you're referring to your client, or we referring to suspect number 1, the red shirt, white letters, blue jeans?
The video that was shown that you referred to, Mr. McCord is not in that video when we see the person in the red shirt. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. You see Mr. McCord's in the parking lot of the liquor store. You see suspect number 1 and suspect number 2 walk into the parking lot, pointing their firearms at the McCords as they were trying to retreat and leave from the scene.
Yes.
He really thinks he's killing you right now, doesn't he? I'm guessing something happens here.
You actually see, and his response is something along the lines of, hell yeah, I saw a shot.
Sorry, what are they arguing?
Confirms of an officer asking, did you actually see?
Where are you?
And his response is something along the lines of, hell yeah, I saw a shot. I don't play around with that. I thought that. And that's what we
Okay.
I guess where my confusion is, Omar didn't deny saying that when he was on the stand. So I understand they're trying to impeach the investigator as to what his recollection of what Omar said, but you're impeaching an investigator with extrinsic evidence. It's not anything that this detective said. It's Omar's statement. So it's an improper use of impeachment.
Okay.
The fact that the detective is telling us how he did his investigation based on the information that he was provided, he's not being truthful about the information that was provided to him. And that's the purpose of playing the audio.
Okay, I think the proper way to impeach the detective would be through Mr. Ivory. So he was released, wasn't he? You could certainly do what you want to do with Mr. Ivory on the stand if you want to bring him back, or if anybody's going to bring him back. But I don't think I can let you do it this way. So I understand what you're trying to get to, and I'm not saying it's improper. If you want to play that for the detective before the jury comes in, to refresh his recollection and see if he still sticks to that, not going into the details, but say you said this before, having listened to the recording, I played for you, do you still adhere to that? You can do that. You want to bring him in and let him hear it? Okay. Okay. Do you agree with that? Any objection from the state to letting him hear that and see if he's...
That's fine.
Okay. But I think in terms of the content, it's almost impeachment, but not quite. Okay. But you want to bring him in? Is he outside? Okay. It's...
Yeah, I'm imagining this is coming down to him saying what Ivory said about the identification. I didn't know you were familiar with Kimberly. I would have told you. Yeah, he did the opening statement. He hasn't been doing a ton of questioning, now that I think about it. I don't know if he's done, like, any questioning. I'm probably forgetting something, but it's supposed to be mostly the other two. He did sit in a chair, that's true.
He from the internet, and these are the two.
Let's step away for 1 second. I'll be right back.
As it pertains to the photograph, or just his statement, period? Okay, the only statement that I received from him is stated that he provided the photograph with those two individuals circled, and he believed those are the individuals that did it. That photograph came to him already circled from the internet.
So, if we have your audio interview with Mr. Ivory, would that refresh your recollection of what he said?
Sure would.
I don't think there's any need. He just repeated exactly what he said.
Right. I don't think they're necessarily in conflict, but I'm going to let you play that for him anyway. You can play it for him. But I don't think there's a conflict between what he said just now and the audio.
You don't know what fuck who shot right here. These two motherfuckers right here. This motherfucker who shot out him and that motherfucker. These all two.
So, based on hearing that interview and that recording, does that refresh your recollection of the fact that Mr. Ivory confirmed who shot him?
No, based off what I just heard, again, you have to take everything in context. Ms. Ivory is stating that the two individuals who circled in that photograph, the photograph that he received from the internet, is the person that did the shooting.
I need my therapy pup.
Is it true that you asked him if he could confirm he saw these people shoot, and he said yes?
That is correct.
I did for always. Thanks for asking.
Okay, but let's be clear about that. It doesn't change the issue of showing the jury that photograph with the hearsay on it. But what he just testified to, it's fine to testify to that. It's still, the circles are still hearsay because Mr. Ivory did not place the circles on. But you can, if you have the plain version without the circles. Okay.
That's how the image was provided to us, but we will.
Okay, because you can show that to the detective and ask him to, the questions you just asked him.
He's already identified that.
Yeah.
That as the picture.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm keeping an eye on the captions, hoping they get processed soon so we can listen.
Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Oh yeah, I've been refreshing in a different window. This is Judge Rachel Carnesale.
All right,
Jury's coming in.
Because at the end of the result of the investigation, the photograph that he gave me was not the individuals who was involved.
The question was, you previously testified that Mr. Ivory could not confirm who shot at his people, correct?
That is true. After the investigation concluded,
That was he previously testified that he could not identify the individual.
again, after the investigation was concluded, it clearly shows he was not able to identify him.
Okay, I understand your explanation, but will you answer the question she's asking and then give your explanation?
Yes, ma'am.
You previously testified that Mr. Ivory could not confirm the individual who shot him.
That is correct. And also, at the conclusion of the investigation went forward, it was clear that he was not able to identify him. So that is correct.
Isn't it correct that he was conclusive when he told you he shot him?
That would be an inconclusive assumption on my part to say that anybody's conclusive because we need evidence to back up what they're saying.
Was he sure?
It does call for speculation.
When he told you he saw the individual who shot at him, did you think so?
Yes, give a context on what he stated though. The photograph that he gave me that he received from the internet with the circles already circled.
I didn't ask him about the photo.
Okay, but didn't we do that before the break?
My question to him just now was not about the photo.
Okay, will you ask your question?
Oh, did he?
When Mr. Ivory told you that he saw who shot him, he told you that he saw who shot him.
Yes, but the only time he stated that is when he gave me the photograph already circled.
Okay, that's an answer.
You've seen this before, correct?
Correct.
Those are pictures that you pulled, correct?
Correct.
Kind of just contradicted
Are they
himself there.
true and accurate depictions of the pictures that you pulled?
Yes, they are true.
Your Honor, I've given the witness what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 3, 4, and 5. I would like to introduce those photographs as evidence.
Okay, do you know what those exhibits are? Do you have any objection to them?
No objection.
Oh, okay, they're admitted. And you can publish.
Can you tell us what you see in Defendant's Exhibit 3?
Yes, in this photograph is the vantage point from the BP gas station. I believe what the attorney is referring to is the three black males dressed in black, dressed like bounty hunters. They're in the top left-hand corner at the gas pump. It looks like they're posing for the photograph.
Can you look at Defendant's Exhibit 4?
Yeah.
And tell us what you see.
It's going to be 1 minute later from that photograph. It's the same individuals placed to the left. This looks like the exact same photo.
And Defense Exhibit 5?
All right, so this time frame is going to be at 9:29, so it's going to be about 40 minutes past that previous two photos you just showed me, and it looks like I have suspect number 2 in that photograph from that vantage point.
You see anybody dressed in all black in this picture?
I do see someone dressed in all black, but they don't look like the other individuals dressed in black.
Do you know when you just pulled those pictures?
Yes, it was the exact same time I was going through the video, and what made me zero in on the photographs is, of course, the way they're dressed.
But you didn't put out these pictures when you did your flyers that you were passing out, the 400 flyers. You didn't put those in.
That is correct. I did not put the bolo out because that is almost a full hour before, and they're not at the barricades.
You just told us that one of the pictures had timestamp at the bottom, correct?
Yes, I believe the first photo that you showed me, I believe the time was 20:55. The second photo was 21:29, I believe.
That is two phones in front of me.
21:29.
I was looking at that.
Less than an hour.
So that particular photograph that you're talking about identifies somebody that's in black, but they don't look like the other individuals that's dressed like bounty hunters and dressed in all black. They just wearing all black. It look like they're wearing some type of.
I would just like to keep you allowed to finish his answer, and also constitute the right to say, because we don't have previously seen what photograph she was referring to as far as the things.
Right, these photographs were just provided, 3 photographs.
I'm just saying the number, it was 3 photographs, I just don't know.
It'd be helpful for the record if you said what number you were looking at when you showed it.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, in regards to the witness's answers, every answer provides a detailed description not associated with my question.
Okay, so again, answer a question first and then explain.
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier on direct examination, you were
I'm not sure
given-
exactly how old my baby is because we got him from the shelter. I think he's like 6.
had medicine, correct?
Do you know what specific envelopes you're talking about?
They had shell cases.
I was never given envelopes for shell casings.
Okay. So, you know what happened to the evidence that was collected from the scene?
Yes, when the crime scene techs collect the shell casings, they document them, they collect them, and they're sent off to the GBI.
How long did the GBI keep?
That depends on the GBI. There's no time frame when the GBI can process evidence.
But you didn't keep those shell cases, did you?
No, I don't collect the evidence personally. I'm not responsible for storing them. Our crime scene techs collect the evidence and store them.
The video recordings that you collected as a result of this case, you downloaded those in Kevin, correct?
This is now day.
Correct. So the video recordings were recorded and given to me, and they were uploaded. Correct.
You testified on direct about some shell casings and what type of firearm they can be fired from.
Correct.
Isn't it true that there are 5 types of weapons that can fire a 5.56 and a 223?
I'm not aware of any other types. I'm not a firearm expert. I am aware of those. AR-15 can fire a 5.56 and a 223. The extent of my knowledge does not go that far.
But I thought you had extensive knowledge from years of experience with firearms, and he still doesn't even know whether it's an AR-15.
Does the extent of your knowledge extend to how an M16 or AR-15 actually fires?
No, that question that you're asking about comparing the M16 and the AR-15, I don't know, have no knowledge of the comparison of those type of weapons or the mechanics on those type of weapons. I'm not qualified to even try to answer those questions.
I thought you had you know exactly that that shell casing is always ejected from the right side of the ejector port. The ejector port's always on the right side, and that they fly 13 feet.
It's about
okay.
Muzzle flashes either.
That's incorrect.
Okay. So you would know that a muzzle flash isn't seen from every firearm.
That is incorrect. If there's some type of modification on the firearm, like a muzzle suppressor or some type of suppressor, that may suppress a muzzle flash, but it's clearly seen that when we look at this weapon, there's no muzzle flash suppressor or anything on that weapon.
And
you can see the whether it's suppressor from that green shit.
With firearms, you don't know who had suppressors or muzzle flashes on their firearms that would prevent you from seeing that on camera.
I can only testify to what I'm seeing on camera.
So is that a no? You don't know how many people had muzzle flash or muzzle suppressors on their firearms.
I cannot.
The question is what he knows. If he doesn't know, then he doesn't know. It's not speculation.
I'll allow the question.
I cannot confirm who had those type of suppressors on what weapon.
James. I can imagine. Yeah, still no filing in Sledge. I'm still not expecting it for a few hours though.
From 100 University, I believe it is. 2, which is the surveillance footage from 100 University, I believe it is. It's already been admitted into evidence. The first camera 2.
Ooh, I just looked up Bedlington Terrier. I could see that.
Are you playing it, Mr. Regis, or are you asking him to play? He's going to play. Okay, they thought you were asking them to play.
Oh, no.
This is Charmaine Turner, the mother.
Okay, what's the exhibit number? States 2. Okay. Not popping up yet on the Zoom.
Empty courtroom. I think what's her face said she might go down.
Is it on your screen? Are you looking
Sylvia.
at it? It is lying to you.
Can I plug it back in here? You should like bounce back. You gotta shove it at speed.
Is that connected to an HDMI cable?
Yes.
Should be working. Okay, now it is. It is on mine though. Now they'll put it up on the big screen.
Oh, really?
It's in the Zoom now. That's fine. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. What I really want is just to like point out the video and freeze it and be like, where do you see red? Which pixel is red? This goes on for another 5 minutes, so I'm going to see if I can get to the part that's relevant. That I can tell. I don't want them to know.
And detectives, while we're watching this video,
Anyway.
do you see smoke in this video?
Yes, it appears that there's some sort of cookout.
Do you see children in this video?
I don't see children. I see people, smaller adults that, if you can say they're children, but I can't say that they're children or not.
So this is going to get to the theory that he was driving through a barricade that wasn't, driving past people, a self-defense thing, I'm guessing. That it wasn't that serious of a situation.
Can you point to it again? I see, yes, what looks like a person on the other side of that vehicle.
What color is that person wearing?
It looks like a bright, maybe orange, red color.
Can you circle that person?
Did you want the circle to go away?
I took it out.
Is he saying this is Julian?
No idea.
Aaron.
You watch hours of video. Did you see a sign-up sheet? For who will show up? Or did you see anybody signing in, like a checkpoint or anything like that?
I did not see a sign-up sheet from the video.
There were no any RSVP that people had.
That's really funny, Aaron.
I did not see any RSVPs or sign-up sheets from the video.
So this gathering was open to the public, correct? Anybody who wants to be here?
Do you know about the particulars of who was allowed to come and who was not allowed to come?
I know the particulars, and if you got into an autonomy zone, you need special permission to get past the barricade, and you need additional permission to go in certain areas of the barricade.
Okay.
Sign-up sheets and things like that, I'm not aware
You
of.
don't know the logistics or why
No,
people are allowed in or
ma'am.
not?
No, ma'am.
See this person here?
The person you're pointing to?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you circle that person? What color is that person wearing?
It appears to be a red.
That person wearing shorts?
Which person are you referring
The person
to?
you circled?
No, it doesn't look like the first person that you had me circled. It looks a tall white male. He's wearing red shorts. This person right here, I can't tell.
See the person outside the circle, right next to your circle?
I see an individual there too.
What color is that person wearing?
Looks to be a red.
The person here.
Yes, that's the first circle that you had me circle. That's the look like a tall white male with red shorts.
So, you circle the people that you see wearing red. So multiple people at this location have on red outfits that you
I'll try to make it better, doggy.
Yes, but they're nowhere near the barricades.
Well, you can see the barricades in the camera, so.
Go back, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure, James. That's funny, Aaron. This must be tough for the mother to have to watch. I feel bad for her.
away from the vehicle?
Incorrect. I see people going towards the vehicle, trying to stop the vehicle.
Do you?
So in terms of individuals trying to get out of the way of the vehicle, No.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, this might be a case where they just really couldn't solve it. It's possible. Not every case can be solved.
That video right there, where's cars? Individuals at the car, correct?
Correct. I see individuals walking towards the car as the car is coming around the barricade.
You can't see the color of that vehicle at this time, can you?
No, the only thing you can see is a dark colored vehicle.
And where we are right now, you can't see any colors of the individuals by scanner.
Good point, Keisha.
At this point, no. But once you track the individual suspect number one from the other vantage points, I was able to keep an eye on him all the way through and to the point where he is at that location right now.
But you can't see any. Like we can see the red at the top, but we can't see
what?
any colors definitively. Next, you can't see the color of the vehicle. You can't see reflections.
That is correct. The only thing you see is movement. You see suspect number one emerge from behind the stick, the pole with his AR-15 raised. Him and other individuals walk towards the vehicle as it's coming around.
You don't know what rifle it is. I'm gonna correct him every time he says that. I can't help myself.
The corner.
Is it car for Prince? I don't know actually. I know the process for GSR. I don't know about Prince though.
No, I do not.
You see the flash at the top of the screen?
Can you point to the flash? That's lights.
Right. I just want to draw your attention to it.
Okay.
So you can't see the clothing of the individuals standing by the light, can you?
What individuals? You had to point them out to me. What individuals are you referring to?
Do you see any individuals near the light up here?
No, you can't see anything over there.
So if there are individuals standing there, you can't tell who they are or what they look like.
That is correct. Nor can I confirm that there are any individuals over there because I can't confirm or deny there are any individuals over there by the light.
He says that
Cars over here, correct?
Yes.
So infuriating.
You see an individual standing next to the barricade, don't you?
Can you rewind? Which individual are you referring to?
Well, hold on just a minute. You see the orange barricade?
I do.
You see an individual next to the orange barricade.
Can you press play because it's distorted right now? Yes, I see an individual. It looks like he's one of the individuals that's picking up shell casings. After the shell casings, after the shots went off, a couple of individuals walked over and picked up shell casings.
The individuals that picked up shell casings, they weren't wearing red red.
The only person wearing red at the barricade was suspect number one.
Okay, ask your question again.
The person picking up shell casings is not wearing red, are they?
No, the only person wearing red at the barricade was the suspect number one.
He's so proud of himself. Yeah, I agree with Creature. It's so off-putting.
The individual you're pointing to, yes.
You circle that person.
It is funny that they have this high tech. I'm sorry, this isn't even about this case. It's like they have this high tech solution that still ultimately requires them to come together in this same location in circle stuff. Like this is basically just a chalkboard with more steps.
That person's wearing a red shirt with white writing on the front, aren't they?
I can't confirm this subject is wearing white letters on the red shirt. The subject appears to be about a much taller than suspect number one, maybe 100 pounds heavier. I can't confirm what letters are on that red shirt.
Okay, re-ask your question.
The person standing there inside the circle is wearing a red shirt with white writing. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct. I cannot confirm if that shirt has white letters on it. I can tell you that it's red. The person is wearing red, but I can't confirm white letters.
He's so proud of himself. Like, that's not good for you.
And that person is not standing near the lights that you pointed out on the other side of the screen, are they?
And which person are you referring to?
The person that you have circled here.
No, that person, the circle is nowhere near the barricade.
And of course, because bullets don't travel at supersonic speeds, being like 30, 40 feet away makes it impossible. He's so fucking stupid. I can't with this guy.
And we won't see anybody sweeping any shell casings on the video, will we?
No.
Your Honor, the video was stopped at 9:47:26.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we are restarting it.
Yeah, this is slow going.
The person you just pointed at? I see a blurb of someone that you're pointing at. The circle the person you just pointed at?
That person is wearing a red shirt with white lettering on the front, right?
I disagree. Whatever that person is wearing is reflective. I can't say with any conclusion that that's a red shirt with white lettering.
Four hours and 48 minutes for the state to file. He really does think he's really proud of us.
They're crouching down. That's what it appears to be.
I remember in the opening statement, the defense said that what am I going to say? The bullets were low to high, right to left, and the state just kind of ignored that. So we'll see.
You talk to those individuals?
I did not identify those individuals, so I was not able to talk to them.
But from
Therefore,
your
they're
experience
not guilty.
as a police officer, that would indicate that something is happening at this time, correct?
No, that would indicate that and there's need to be a lot more context on looking at the video and making assumptions. Something is happening, but what is happening, unsure. Because on video, we see the shooting and the shooting's over.
Damn, if only somebody could have investigated. If somebody could have taken the lead and investigated. I'm just hungry. I haven't had enough food today. I'm trying to make it through this video.
The information that you provide, document anything after 10 p.m.
Anything that was documented was relevant to the case, it would have been documented.
He just fundamentally doesn't understand how this stuff.
That's correct.
A yes or a no?
No, if it wasn't relevant to the case, it would not have been documented.
At this time, I would like to play camera 3 from 100 University. It's the same.
Still exhibit number 2, but it's that view.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being so clear about what exhibit it is. back up, but it takes a minute. Once it pops up here, then we can. It's here.
Detective, what are we looking at?
So, as I described earlier, that's going to be the east barricade. That's the barricade facing east.
You watched this video as well, correct?
That is correct.
What do you see at that barricade?
I see 3 individuals. I see a truck that's parked, and I see them guarding the barricade.
And the 3 individuals that you see, they're wearing all black, correct?
That is correct. 2 are wearing black, and 1 is wearing white.
And they're carrying rifles, correct?
It appears to be.
You didn't try to identify them either, did you?
That's incorrect. I tried. However, I was unsuccessful.
You didn't put out any flyers with their pictures on, did you?
That is correct. I was not able to see their face.
Detective, you see 3 individuals in all black standing at the barricade, correct?
Yes.
At this point, yes, there are 3 individuals in all black at the barricade.
You also see those individuals wearing tactical vests. Is that correct?
I can't confirm if they're wearing tactical vests, but they definitely are wearing all black.
Those individuals match the description of bounty hunters?
I would think that's a safe assumption, yes.
And Secoria's parents drove past this barricade, correct?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that Ms. Turner told you that they were halfway through the barricade when she started hearing her daughter call for her?
Yes, after the shots started going off, of course, everybody was scared and jumping around. She described Secoria in the backseat jumping around, trying to avoid it. She turned around, Secoria yelled, "Mama," screamed in pain. At that point, Charmaine jumped in the backseat with Secoria. And then she looked up in the rear of the vehicle and was able to see what she described as the description that she gave me.
Which is?
She stated that she remembered seeing a male dressed in all black, and that is corroborated with the video evidence that I have.
She told you that male was firing.
Correct. She said she saw 2 males shooting.
She didn't say in a red shirt, did she?
She did not give me a description of a red shirt that was shooting. She just said 2 males were shooting. At that time, her attention was diverted to her daughter, who at that time was dying from a gunshot wound to the back.
Yeah, it's just going so slow.
So Ms. Turner says that she was halfway through the barricade. Where would you say? You say halfway through the barricade is where this truck is?
No.
Okay. When did you measure the distance between one barricade and the next?
There was no measurements between barricades.
So you don't know what halfway between the barricade would be?
No, I disagree with your statement, your assessment of the statement. She was halfway between the barricade when she noticed that.
You just testified that that's what she told you.
Did you say your testimonial statement?
Correct.
This dude reminds me of Buchanan.
As soon as the bullet started hitting the vehicle as she drove by suspect number 1, that's when she started to react, and when she soon jumped in the back seat with Secoria as she was suffering from a gunshot wound.
So she told you her daughter called her halfway through the barricade, correct?
Again, Ms. Turner's statement is that as they drove by, her vehicle shot multiple times. She heard the baby in the back seat jumping around trying to dodge.
Jumping around trying to... Okay. You're telling me... No, she was in a seatbelt. That's what the testimony was, that she was buckled up, not that she was jumping around trying to dodge bullets. Shut the fuck up.
Can you ask a more specific question?
You just lie. Like, it's not
Ms.
even
Turner
believable.
told you when she heard her child scream for her, she was halfway through the barricade. Yes or no?
No, she stated that when she heard the gunshots in the vehicle, she jumped in the back seat with her child.
Yes, that's true.
So, the recording that you made, where she told you that, did you listen to that?
I did, but I think you're taking that recording, that statement, out of context.
So she did tell you that.
How can she know what's halfway between barricades and she didn't even know there's the other barricade at the other end? That's taken out of context her statement. Her statement is what it is. The gunshots hit the vehicle. She jumped in the backseat with Sequoia, looked up. 2 people was firing.
The burner was at the incident, correct?
Correct.
Ooh, I still need to watch that Melly hearing. Forgot about that.
Is this individual here?
Yes.
Show that person, please. What color is that person wearing?
Looks like that young lady is wearing red.
The people at the first barricade, them?
No.
But you can't see what color they're wearing, okay?
As I stated before, because of the light shining.
Now responsive. You cannot see the color that the individuals at the barricade, the first barricade over there.
No, not from this vantage point.
You can't see the color that the individuals are wearing at the first barricade.
That is correct.
It's okay.
Aaron.
The vehicle here?
The person walking towards the vehicle? Okay, where your finger's pointing?
What color is that person wearing?
It would be dark clothing.
Black, correct?
Can't say it's black or not, but it's definitely dark clothing.
You can also see that that person is carrying a rifle, correct?
That's incorrect. I can't see that from that angle.
The vehicle, that's on. That's Victoria's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
It's up on the curb, correct?
Yes, it's going up on the curve.
Which means it's tilted, correct?
Yes, it's tilted as it drives up on the curve.
You take a barricade?
Which barricade are we referring to?
Here.
Yes.
Circle that person.
The person you just pointed at?
Yes. What is that person wearing?
Dark clothing.
Black clothing.
Dark clothing. Less dark clothing.
The individual that you circled, that was inside of this circle here, circle that person now. That person is wearing all black. Right?
He's definitely wearing dark clothing. I can't confirm if he's carrying a rifle or not, but he's definitely wearing dark clothing.
I mean, this is like, yeah, I agree, Aaron. This seems like a clearer.
That person has something in their hand.
Clearer
Correct?
than anything Julian.
I cannot confirm if that person has something in his hand, but he's definitely crouching down wearing dark clothing.
You said you firearms before?
That is correct.
You fired a rifle before?
Yes, I have.
Under what circumstances?
Practicing.
You always stand in the same position when you fire a rifle?
Practicing, yes.
So the position that this individual is in at the bottom of the screen, What does it look like that person?
That looks like that person is crouching down from shots just being fired on suspect number one as he fired upon Secori's vehicle as he drove through the barricade. And he's ducking down for cover.
Look at that person again. That person is the same person that was standing at the barricade, correct?
Correct.
That person that was standing at the barricade was carrying the rifle, correct?
As I stated earlier, I could not confirm what that person was carrying, but he definitely was dressed in all black or dark clothing.
So we're looking at him again here.
The way that person looked or what they're carrying, just that they're dressed in black.
The people at the first barricade, what color are they wearing?
If we're referring to this vantage point, I can't tell.
So
hold on, I need to show you guys. I'm proud of this one. If it's not funny, you can yell at me. I was proud of this one. Okay, we're gonna go back to the video now. Here we go.
at the point that, how many times did you say you watched this video?
I can't give an accurate number.
Did you watch it before you got the medical examiner's report?
Again, the medical examiner report came a good time afterwards, so I was only able to watch video, but I got enough information from the medical examiner to proceed with my
that one. It's
investigation.
gonna get me in trouble. I deleted it. You guys saw it though. It's here.
So let's talk about when you conduct an investigation, your goal is to try to figure out what happened, right?
Absolutely.
You have multiple people at a location. You have to narrow down who was involved, correct?
Correct.
And the autopsy report is typically used to determine what happened, correct?
Incorrect. Autopsy report is ruled the cause and manner of death. Usually the cause is what caused the death and the manner of death, homicide. And detailed report of the injuries. We are the reporting agency. We report what happened.
Okay. And how did you use that autopsy report in this case?
A 5.56 round was taken from 8-year-old Secoria's back. I was able to
He
cooperate
did it again. They keep saying 8-year-old. Like, it's the only thing they have.
and match that with the type of ammunition that was found on the crime scene.
And that medical report, it tells you what direction it came from, correct?
Correct.
It tells you what the path that round traveled, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have that information when you watched this video, correct?
Incorrect. He had a defect to the back. That's what I needed for my investigation.
You didn't have the medical examiner's report
defect?
telling you the direction of travel when you watched this video, correct?
Again, it's incorrect. I had information detailing that Socoria was shot in the back.
The information that you had didn't come from the medical examiner's report.
I'm sorry, you asked me a question?
The information that you had didn't come from the medical examiner's report.
What information are you referring to?
The trajectory that the round that hit her in the back traveled.
Again, the medical examiner report stated that she was shot in the back.
What was the trajectory of the bullet that hit her in the back?
Straight in the back.
So it doesn't say whether it was on the right, left.
So if you're asking me to get into the medical terminology once a round goes inside a body, I'm not.
Yes, right and left is medical terminology. Yeah, they should absolutely not win this case. This should absolutely be an acquittal. This is ridiculous. He should be fired. This is unacceptable.
Qualified to do that. Rounds, when they hit a body and it goes inside a body, they do bounce around. So again, having
Oh,
trajectory.
now you're making a medical opinion based on the ballistics. What happens to a bullet once it enters the body? Fucking can't stand this guy.
On that is different. So it hit a bone and start bouncing around, especially around that size. You see rounds all the time when it hits you, they bounce around in your body and cause destruction. So trajectory, once it's inside the body, is irrelevant. What's relevant to me is that trajectory going into her back.
Are you an expert in ballistics?
The medical examiner's report will tell you at what angle it went into her back, correct?
The medical examiner report will tell me the direction that it hit her in the back, and once it got inside of her body, what it did. And that's what the medical examiner report details.
So what did that tell you?
Again, I'm not qualified to speak on the medical terminology inside the medical examiner report.
It sure feels like you are.
I'm pretty sure the medical examiner themselves are going to come here and talk about the actual report.
But I'm asking you as a lead detective.
I do wish that you were a little bit more aggressive with him. He's getting away with too much, but I mean, there's not really that much you can do.
It is calling for an expert opinion.
Your Honor, I'm actually not asking for an expert opinion.
He's offering an expert opinion, though.
He's a lead detective. I'm asking him for what he read.
Okay, well, the autopsy report is not in the record yet.
Correct. And so I'm just asking him what he knows about what happened.
Okay, I think he's already answered that.
Okay.
We don't know what trajectory the bullet had through the car because he didn't do
all of
the
these moving parts and all of these individuals that were at the location. The only thing you had was what you got from the scene because you didn't watch the video before you collected the evidence, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't have any medical information.
Is that a question? That is correct. No medical information at the time of the crime scene investigation.
You did have descriptions of what the shooters looked like from people who were actually on the scene, correct?
That is incorrect. On the crime scene, like I testified earlier, there was zero cooperation coming from any individual out there on that crime scene. So I didn't got any statements.
Yeah, except for the fucking defendant who publicly stated that it was him. But yeah, nobody cooperated except for the guy that you charged. And that's the guy you chose to charge, the guy who was willing to publicly state that he was there at the time. That's the guy you charged. So you're objectively wrong because you just entered into evidence the fact that he was cooperating.
From anyone at that crime scene.
Jermaine Turner and Omar Ivy were at that crime scene.
Charmaine and Omar was interviewed after the day after I had already cleared the crime scene. It was later on in the day when I interviewed them. They were not interviewed at the crime scene.
You interviewed them after.
Yeah, I agree. There's a way for him to have said all of these things without sounding like an idiot. Like, what was it? Keno said, just say that. Yeah, just say that I know that I hit her in the back, and I know that the bullet hole in the car was from the back. And as for specific trajectories, I don't have any reason to believe that it was from the side. You don't have to, like, do this whole, you're an idiot thing.
Which gave you more time to look into what they told you. And they told you, both of them, that the shooters were wearing all black.
Correct.
I couldn't be a trial lawyer. This just proves to me that I could never be a trial lawyer. I shouldn't be criticizing the defense lawyer. I would have no idea what to do in this situation. I'd be terrible.
The individual standing in the middle of the street in all black. You didn't track that person in your investigation, did you?
Can you point to that individual you're referring to?
Sure.
To whom you are referring, sir?
Are you referring to this individual?
Yes.
No. No one was identified from the crime scene. Nobody.
You didn't track that individual from the
Except, this just highlights the absurdity of charging the guy who's like, yeah, I was there. It wasn't me, but I was there for sure. Oh my goodness.
You can follow up on that. You can follow up.
The only person that was tracked was suspect number one, wearing all red, white letters, light blue shirt, black satchel, AR-15. That's who I tracked from every angle, from every camera.
Did he say light blue shirt?
You can follow up on that. You can follow up.
The only person that was tracked was suspect number one, wearing all red, white letters, light blue shirt, black satchel, AR-15. That's who I tracked from every angle, from every camera, up until the shooting.
You think you did?
Let's watch that individual.
It was light blue shirt. It's kind of funny because he's wearing a light blue shirt right now. I think. No, that was yesterday. Yeah, show us what she's writing. He should not have done that, but it's really funny that he did. That is completely inappropriate. I love it, but he should not have done that. He's zooming in on the lawyer's notes. I'm sorry, that was really funny. I support it. I have no problem with it. What's circled? I'm so confused. I can't decide whether to be angry or confused. Or both. What am I looking
From
at?
this location, straight to the BP?
I believe that the cut through that you're referring to, that's in the BP parking lot, and that is a walking path, I believe.
So let me guess.
Correct.
Oh, that's a while ago. Okay, that makes sense.
And by cut through, that just means that the person can go from where they are here through on a walking path and end up at the BP.
No. The cut through starts at the BP and goes to the plaza next to it.
An individual can access the cut through from the open area here,
Here where?
what we're looking at.
Can you point to that exact location?
Is it possible to access the cut through from this street?
No, I would just ask maybe because we can't see what she's doing yet. Like maybe she can
Can you walk up to the big
so
screen?
we can actually see what's happening.
I don't
Can you
know if
access
he
the
did
cut
testify
through
in
from that
myself.
street?
Let me check.
I'm not aware of a cut through from that street.
He wasn't
Okay.
like a major
Tell us how
witness,
you
so I
can
don't
get to the
think
cut through from this, from here.
Again, I'm not aware of a cut through from this location that she's pointing to. The only cut through I'm aware of is coming from the BP.
Is that another Georgia thing, a cut through? Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Thanks, Aaron. There's so many. There are so many that I can't remember.
So we're watching the same video again, and this time,
Like Investigator
Focus on the
Skeet,
person.
I have no idea who that is. A Skeet.
Okay, we're focusing on the person that was ducking for cover.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls
person that's
Investigator Antonio
standing
Skeet
that
to
wasn't
the stand.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's Wolfenbugger for sure. There's somebody named A Sledge on days 122 through 125. Huh. And then there's a bunch of the word mistrials in there a bunch too. And then curative instruction a couple times. I wonder what that means. Huh. I'll have to look into that at some point. I don't think so, James. Man, I'm looking through like the witness names. I don't recognize half of these names. This mistrial guy sure shows up a lot, though. Oh, Miss Latners, I feel bad for her. David Quinn.
you able to see that individual run into the woods?
Yes, I was able to see that individual ducking for cover and ran into the woods after ducking for cover.
Where do those woods lead to?
I have no idea.
And
Tick was on
you
the stand
track
for
that
longer than I remember.
No.
So, the number of individuals that were standing at the barricade, dressed in all black, carrying rifles,
Oh, hey, Big.
that ran off into the woods after this happened. You didn't track those people and you didn't know
Which barricade are you referring to?
the one we just watched at the bottom of the screen.
Again, no.
This was a very involved case, correct?
Absolutely, it's one of the hardest cases I've ever had to work to this day.
And
Yeah, I was talking about Muktuk. Oop, sorry, I thought I hit
all eyes
play.
go in this case with the beginning, correct?
Correct.
You had council people, even famous people like Tyler Perry trying to contribute to finding out who did it, correct?
If you're referring to the contribution of the funds, I have nothing to do with that. I do not know who all contributed. That's a totally different process.
But you're the what? Aren't you the detective in the lead?
If I did ask that, my question was basically about who wanted you to find out what happened to this case.
Do you have a specific person that you asked me who, or just ask me in general?
Yeah, you had conversations about the number of people that were placing pressure on you about this case.
That's incorrect. I never said that anybody was putting any kind of pressure on me to solve this case, not once.
So you weren't aware.
No, they probably should have put a little
that
pressure on you. It's like your job.
City council people came down to participate or talk to the people that had been in this area.
I'm not aware, but there was no pressure coming from anywhere on my behalf or coming down to me. I'm not surprised. I mean, this case got national attention.
And with that national attention, famous people like
Oh yeah, remember to like the stream. Hey, Trenton.
He's already testified that he didn't even know that. So, do you have any other questions?
I would be right street if I was crossing him.
You interviewed
I low-key want to get to Rice Street at least once.
and
See if I could get a client or two while I'm in there.
you provided him with images of individuals that you wanted him to try to identify, correct?
If you're referring to the screenshots from the video,
Did you provide him with images that you wanted him to identify?
I would like you to be specific. Are you referring to images from the
At any
video?
point, did you provide him with images of anyone?
Okay, during the interview, he was provided with screenshots
I don't give a motherfuck what you would like. That's what I wanted her to say next time.
from the security video to see if he could identify his co-defendants.
He wasn't a defendant at the time, correct?
No.
Excuse me, Rosenbaum. I don't know that one.
You told Mr. McKinney that he would go down for this, that he had given name, correct?
Negative. That's the wrong way to rephrase it. If you have the audio recording that states that and quote that me verbatim, I would like you to play it.
I don't give
Context
a
is
fuck
important.
what you would like.
Are you asking to play the video recording of the co-defendant? Any objection to that? Or? I think if you want to refresh his recollection, you can do that outside the presence of the jury during the break. I don't think it can come in right now. I don't think there's a foundation for it right now. But if
You know
anyone
what would be
agrees, it
fun
should be
right
played
here
on
is
the play.
Spyro.
Okay.
Spyro would be great with this witness. Keith
You guys
Adams
almost finished the
too.
break?
Keith would be
Yeah,
great.
just a minute.
Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Yes.
He's getting riled. He is riled. That's his natural state of being, is riled. He doesn't even have to get riled up. He just is riled. In a perpetual state of rile. Can we get Brian Steele? Okay. Let me see. Where was I? I don't know if I'm going to make it through this whole thing. I mainly just want to try to make it through this witness. I don't think I'm going to make it through like the entire thing, because I know we finished with this witness. Nope, we're too far. Too far. Max pretty good too. I mean, these specials are.
All right, Major.
You get him out?
Steal my enjoyment.
Yours are councilman.
Okay.
Just a few questions, y'all. Put up states 2 from the BP gas station. He's doing that. Take a check. The men that had on all black, they saw that at any time, did you have individuals of their faces from the Martabus, from the BP, from the American Pact?
No.
And in regards to the evidence in this case, where were the shell casings found on the scene?
In the street.
In the street.
It was in the area of suspect number 1 when he fired his weapon.
In states exhibit number 2, which is the BP gas station, I don't know, 214106. Were you able to see that cut through that we were talking about by BP?
Yes.
If you could just use that red marking and kind of mark where that cut through would be.
There you go. A little Brian Steele for us there up in the corner.
And is that, what's behind that, the pumps and everything?
There's a plaza next door that you can cut through and walk to.
Who's that that is walking up able to, that is walking on the side?
Yeah, it's going to be suspect number 2.
Of course I am. That's what I'm here for.
And then in regards to, I believe the defense was asking you about statements about they were halfway through the barricade when Superior yelling out for her mom and thinking that she had been hit. I want you to look at statement number 2. There's going to be the warehouse video. I believe it's going to be the back camera. While that's happening, I think the defense asked you about having collected evidence prior to you getting the medical examiner. Did you collect evidence prior to getting the medical examiner report?
That is correct.
As far as you know, what was the cause of injury to Sequoia before you even got out to University of Colorado?
Gunshot wound to the back.
So when you get out there, are you looking for evidence consistent with gunshots?
Correct.
And what was that mean?
Spent shell casings.
Is it feasible to, first of all, how long would it take you to get out?
It depends. That really depends on the medical examiner, how many they have in line and what they have on task to do.
1 day? 3 days?
I've never seen it come back that fast. I would say between 1 to 6 weeks. It just depends.
Is it feasible to shut down the streets of University and Prior for 1 to 6 weeks, waiting on that medical examiner before you can collect evidence in regards to the issue?
No, it is not.
Now we're looking at State's exhibit number 2. This is from the warehouse, I believe. The back camera, 3. If you can circle where the front, it's kind of hard to see where the front barricades and those first set of barricades would be, where the G first one was. And where the second set. And where was your suspect standing at as he was firing the shots into that kid?
I would say up in this area.
Is that, were they halfway through the front barricades and shots were ringing out as he was firing the shots into that kid?
No, I would say up in this area.
When you say no, what do you mean?
No, they were not halfway through the barricade. It was, and as soon as they went through the barricade and passed suspect number 1, shots rang out.
It doesn't seem to line up trajectory-wise. I know they're trying to ignore like the trajectory, but it doesn't seem to help them very much. Like the trajectory alone could be an issue with
muzzle suppression.
Be reasonable doubt.
Yeah, you think that's kind of a legal thing?
Definitely.
What's it, Judge?
That's not what we said.
What did you say about muzzle suppression?
First, I've never observed any muzzle suppression devices on any of the weapons that I was able to view from camera.
And I think in regards to the defects on the car as it was coming through, how many were there?
8 defects.
And how many muzzle flashes did you observe on video?
2.
How do you have to see 2, but then you have 8 shots?
Yes, so as Corey Turner's vehicle is passing suspect number 1, he is firing. That angle is not visible from the camera because it is hidden by the vehicle. As the vehicle passes, he continues to fire. That's when we're able to see the muzzle flashes. And that is consistent and corroborates the physical evidence we have, which is the defects that are on the vehicle.
So the one time he hit her was when she was as far away as possible? That.
Where is suspect 1 standing at the time of the crime?
And suspect number 1 is going to initially be standing behind this piece of wood here, and then he comes out as the vehicle's passing and fires as the vehicle's driving by.
Are you able to see suspect number 1 who's up on the screen right now?
Yes, here.
Who's at the front?
Here?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
This kind of
Okay.
Yeah. Where do you see those muzzle shots come from? You can move back in and try to pause.
Yeah, if you want to, can you back it up?
Back. Never mind.
Here.
And if you could circle that first. Is it fair to say that the first set of barricades are kind of behind them?
Correct.
And what would the second set of barricades be?
It was about 20 to 30 yards further up.
And if you could circle, where were the shell casings that you recovered, the 5.56 shell casings in the video?
They're going to be along this area here.
Now, the defense showed you several people that were in the wake. The first one that they showed you, was that a male or female?
It looks to be a male, very tall.
Do you see that individual that the defense showed you?
Yes. Here.
Can you tell if that's a male or female?
No, I can't tell, but it's a very large individual, about 100 pounds more than suspect number 1.
Has the shots that bring into that car and killed
100 pounds or
yes.
weights?
Do you see muzzle flashes coming from the area where that person is standing?
No.
Pause. Where the second individual is that defense pointed out to you?
This appears to be a very tall male with red shorts on.
Once again, any muzzle flashes coming from that, where that individual is?
No.
You can count the words on that. And I think she showed us a third group of people with red on.
I believe she was referring to this small individual here.
Based on their stature, does that appear to be an adult or a child?
It appears to be consistent with a child.
As the Jeep is passing through that second set of barricades, what would have been in Charmaine and Omar's line of sight?
Objection, Your Honor. Second question.
As that Jeep passes through that second set of barricades, can you describe the last set of people that they would pass?
There's going to be this individual here that seems to be ducking for cover behind the barricade.
Do you think those shots come from that area where that individual?
No.
And I believe they asked you about the trajectory.
Yes.
Right from the enemy's opinion.
Correct.
Is that in regards to what was going on outside the car or what's going on inside Secoria's body?
Inside Secoria's body.
Can two things be true at once?
Yes.
Can there have been men dressed in all black with weapons, possibly firing, and your suspect number one firing as well into that?
This is kind of like
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. All right.
Your Honor.
May we approach the
I lost my spot. Fortunately, I know where we are. I think.
Years as
We're done with that guy. I think it's subject to recall.
Deputy Stephen Milton, STEPHEN. MIDDLETON.
All right. I think I'm super hungry right now. I need to eat something. I think I'm going to call it a night on this stream because I should be getting my Mungtung's reply in like an hour, and I want to eat before that. And then, but there's only like a half hour or so left on this one, so I think I'll finish this tomorrow morning. And I'm going to try to go live closer to this the court beginning, so we can be more or less contemporaneous. If that's okay with you guys. Well, that is what I'm going to do. But yeah, I'm going to call it a night, and then I'm going to try to finish up with Middleton before tomorrow. I'm really curious as to why a sheriff's deputy is testifying, so I kind of want to know that. But alas, I'm not going to know yet. But yeah, I'm going to call it a night now. I'm going to take this puppy outside, get something to eat, look at the Moontung thing. Hopefully they file. Hopefully they don't file, actually. But yeah, that is my plan right now. Cool. Yeah, thanks everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow if you're around. I hope none of us get raptured. You know what? I'm fine with it. It's going to be a shame because all the defense attorneys are going to be gone. All the prosecutors are going to be wondering what happened. Oh, man. All right. I'll see you guys later. You have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. I had a really good number of viewers today, so that was exciting. That was fun. Go Ravens! I was gonna say I'll never say that, but then I literally just did. So you got me there, Trikisha. Hey, Kat. I'll talk to you soon, I'm sure. Let's hope the state continues to procrastinate. Yeah, I mean, if they're late, that would not be good given the nature of the motion, for sure. given that the whole thing's based on them like not doing their jobs. But okay. Hopefully tomorrow is riddled with delightful events. All right, everybody. Bye.